Today's show is brought to you by America's number one Whew. Okay. Let's see if we got it here. All right. Sorry about the technical issues, folks. Let's try this again, shall we? Today's show is brought to you by Prize Picks, America's number one sports app. And right now, you can take advantage of my code HMA. And when you put down a $5 lineup, you can get $150 back into your account when you win. It's a hell of a deal. $5 to get $150. All you got to do is get a winning ticket, and they've got so many selections to pick from and through. We've got right now baseball going. Tonight's preseason games. Take some look at some of the over and unders that you might see out there right now. We'll go through maybe a few of them here today. But take advantage. Use that code. Click the link down in the description section below. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details. And always remember to gamble responsibly. There are some limitations in the state of Washington. When you use this app on a casino network in the state of Washington, you can use it in full. So take advantage today. Use that code. Thank you to guys for using the code. And remember, there's a lot of different options to get in there. The overs and unders on the seasonal picks, game picks, baseball, mix and match, any which way you want to go, they got you on it. Thank you guys again for using that code. And again, right now, $5 lineup, get $150 back. $150 back on a $5 winning lineup. Tough to beat. You can see there they've got them a little bit of some freebie picks sometimes they'll put in there too. not too bad. Not too shabby. They set up nice there for you. Thank you guys for tuning in today. Appreciate you guys for watching, especially those popped in earlier on the show for our news of Devin Witherspoon having been re-signed, which was very cool. We've got getting the game tracker up here for you guys. I had everything set up and then I had to reset my stuff because of the technical difficulties. Okay, that's a little big. Let's get this down a little bit here. Okay, let's get this down a little bit. You get everything set up and then I'm thinking sometimes knock you off a little bit there. Okay. All right. Well, it's good enough for now. Bum ba da bum bum. All right. Let's see how you guys are doing here. Got Real Rob on the report on the telecast tonight. That's good to see. Frogman, how you doing? It's good to see you. Long season, haven't been around, moved to a new city, but back for the season. Let's have it go Hawks. Let's go. Good to see you back in the house, man. Thank you for hanging out there with some of the technical issues. I'm working on fantasy, but I'm listening. Sounds good, Megan. And I've been just kind of as I anticipated would be the case. It's been just a lot of stuff going on in the background, so I just have not had a chance to quite get you over, but I'm still remembering it as well. I will get around to it here at some point with this. Just waiting on the beginning of the game here. We're going to get Drew Lock to start for your Seahawks. See how this goes here. Getting that. Guys can hit that like button for me tonight. I would really appreciate it. I'm watching on the NFL Network myself, Addis. All right, B. I'm good. I had the, I don't know what happened with my deal. It just started glitching. It wouldn't come back. Sometimes you just got to do always remember, folks, whenever you're having technical issues, just always hit the restart button. It's always the best place to begin. You can save yourself a lot of time real fast that way. Good news, this is almost real football. Bad news, still struggling, waiting for real football. It's true. Spoon's going to be hyping up the team like no other. You know it. It's got to feel good for him. It's got to feel mighty nice. I wonder if I got to take this down even smaller. There we go. Kind of gets us there. I'm working on a scoreboard for the season. I got to test it out. I've got a guy that's got some, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. Ollie, thank you again, man, for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate you for that. Brian Kennicott, thank you for joining back in as a channel member. I know you've been so before. You guys are awesome with your support on that. Members of the channel, we will be getting another watch along with Hard Knocks. We've been doing that every week, and we'll be continuing to do that this week. I can't broadcast the actual deal, but just reacting to what's going on there with the show. And we'll be doing a call-in show too for members of the channel here about another week or so. So do keep an eye on your community post. That's where I do post the membership benefits over there, and patron as well, kind of combined up on that. Stimpy, thank you for 36 months as a Hawks Nest member. 3 years. That's right, man. 3 years. I've been busy. I've been too busy with a new job, so I haven't been catching many streams, but we'll always be here for game day. Hashtag go Hawks. Well, hey, indeed, Spoon's looking mighty happy over there. He's talking to everyone. He's already dancing. But no worries, y'all. I know how it goes. Whether you're here for for the whole off season or just during the season or some of the off season, like I appreciate you whenever you watch. And whenever you're coming in and tuning in with me in 3 years, the support is always there, whether you're watching or not, Stimpy. And I really appreciate that. You members and patrons are the backbone of this channel. Helps me be able to do what I do foundationally. We got a short kick return here to White. White reverses field, goes all the way back across the field with a very nice return. And he's finally going to get drugged down at the 45-yard line. Cody White there with a very nice return. Caught it deep to the left-handed side of the field. and wrapped it all the way back around. Well, you had holding. And that's oftentimes what can happen when you got a reverse field with a returner, is that you're setting your guys up and they're blocking to sometimes allow for a little bit of the holding on and tugging at that point as he's suddenly reversing direction. So that did occur. Stippy, you're awesome, though. Appreciate your longtime support here on the channel. All of the members of this channel, you just are tremendous. So many have been multiple years like yourself. It's a long time of support, and I don't overlook it. Thank you so much. Let's go get it again this year, man. Let's do it again. All right. We've got Mr. Locke out here on 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Penalty takes him back to the 20-yard line. He will hand off an outside zone carry here to Holani. Holani, a little bit of a dance move, but he will eventually be drugged down after about a 3-yard gain. No Jadarian Price tonight. I don't think we're going to get Wilson either. So worth keeping in mind tonight as we're watching this game a little bit. And we'll definitely get over to membership stuff. Obviously, guys that are vets of the channel know during game we'll be doing the play-by-play, but during the commercial breaks and stuff, I'll catch up on all the chats here. 2nd and 7, back under center. Drew Lock, straight drop back here. And he will get it out there to Jake Bobo for a very short completion. Very tight window throw there. A little out route to Jake Bobo on a straight drop back from under center. And Cowboy cornerback closed out on that route real fast. A little pre-snap motion too. Nice ball placement there by Drew Lock. That can be a tough, you're off on that throw by just an inch or two, and you can get yourself into trouble. 3rd down and 4. Lock and shotgun. Drops back. He's going to flick this up over the top. And looks like we're going to get a penalty for some holding here. He was looking to attack Cody White. Cody White has the corner just dragging him the whole route up the field there. And the throw was nowhere close to being on point. But that was because the guy was tugging the hell out of him, it looked like. He's got an arm firmly there on that back. It wasn't as bad late on the throw. I think they're catching him more for the early part of that route. Carson in defense, the cornerback there. So are they giving him wow, they gave him that as PI, huh? Okay. 1st and 10. Ball at the 45-yard line. Stutter step there by, I think that's Velus Jones, I believe. Another little short gain. Oh, they give him 5 yards on the play. Wow, good job of falling forward there by Velus. Looked like that was just kind of hemmed up to another little short 3-yard gain, but he finished that run nice. 2nd down and 5. Lock back under center. Heavier look here, 3-4 from the Cowboys. They're anticipating run. Pitch play out wide to Velus. Velus got a little bit of room to work with on the edge. Again, doing a very nice job where he's kind of captured on this being about a 2-3 yard run and able with the man on his back to ride him forward and finish the run nicely, putting this down to now about a 3.5 yard or so. So Velus Jones, former wide receiver convert, doing a very good job on finishing his runs, which is not necessarily the thing you'd be expecting from a wide receiver convert to the running back position. 3rd inches, Hololani in the backfield. One wide receiver look here. Give is to Hololani. Little sidestep, fall forward, go, get the 1st down. Nice job. Man on man. Going to get after it here. And you want to see some push there. And you do so. I like the call there by Fleury too. We're going to come out heavy, and we're going to come downhill. I'm not going to try to get cute. 11:55 to go in the 1st quarter. No score here. Seahawks opening drive. Working their way into Cowboy territory. Ball at the 44-yard line for Dallas. High formation look, play action pass. Drew Lock under some pressure. He is going to end up throwing this kind of away, basically. Brady Russell in the vicinity, but it was a throwaway throw. Pressure mounting down upon him. Yeah, it looks like Josh Hart gave up some quick pressure there. 2nd down and 10. He's coming off the play action, so he needs just a second. As soon as he hit that back foot, he was starting to sense a little bit of the pressure off of that right side. 3 wide receiver look here on 2nd and 10 out of shotgun. Handoff to Holani up the middle. Holani, nice little gain, 4 or 5 yards there. Kind of gap feel there. You got a little bit of pull back across the formation with the tackle there. 3rd down and 5. Ball at the 39-yard line. 3 wide receiver look. Elijah Arroyo also on the field here. Drew Lock is going to scramble this, puts his head down, runs over a Cowboy, and goes and gets himself the 1st down, though we've got a flag on the play. Let's see what the call is on that. Great toughness by Drew. He puts his head down and just says, I'm going to go get this thing in the preseason. Got a personal foul face mask on the Dallas Cowboys. So a little bit of undisciplined play from the Dallas Cowboys to begin things, helping out this first opening drive for the Seattle Seahawks. But how about Drew? I'm going to get that 1st down. I love the toughness there from the kid. 10:50 on the clock here in the 1st quarter. Long opening drive for the Seahawks has worked its way down after the penalty and the conversion on 1st down to the 18-yard line. Drew Lock under center here. Handoff to Holani, penetration in the backfield, sidesteps the first man, does a great job doing that, and is able to just kind of worm his way, maybe just barely past the line of scrimmage for pretty much a no gain. But it took a workmanlike effort just to make that happen. Somebody missed their block off the rip there. Clock will roll just down to about 10 minutes, right on the button here. Shotgun look, 3 wide receivers. Another handoff here. Oh, very nice play action there. Great ball fake. Back over to Arroyo, wide open in space. I can't help but think if Arroyo's open in part there, just the beautiful play fake. Totally juked out the cameraman and juked me out. Very smooth with it, too. It wasn't even like he left it in the belly really long. It was very quick in and out of the belly of Holani, but they really sold that fake really well. And hey, how about we get a little Arroyo look here, huh? We have an Elijah sighting. 1st down and 10. 1st and goal. Ball on the 6-yard line. Back down here again into the heavier look formation now. Handoff. Holani, he gets in behind and just tries to kind of grind out a couple of yards on the outside zone run there to the left. Worked the left-handed side a couple of times over there. Not a lot there, but there's also not been any penetration like there was on the right side there when they went that other way. Line's done solid here, though, out the gate. You got Richmond, Olawatimi out there, Josh Jones, Bobby Hart. So you're not running with any of your number ones on this opening drive. 2nd down and goal. Ball in about the 4. Condensed split here from the Seahawks. Elijah Arroyo operating as a wide receiver. And we again got just pushed into the backfield there. Holani gets corralled in the backfield, brought down for about a half-yard loss. Very nice play there by the Cowboys, kind of anticipating where that was going. A little bit of a kind of conservative call there. Feel like Fleury has done a good job on this opening drive of being a little bit of ahead of Cowboys in anticipation of what they're going to do. But that was one where you could kind of see them, we just kind of grind our way into that end zone, a couple of yards at a time. Shotgun look here for Drew. 3 wide. Holani to his right. Everything's been based up here by the Cowboys defense. No blitzes or anything really exotic. Drew dropping back, hits his back foot, lets it go, finds his man for a touchdown. That's the way you start out the season. Let's go. Beautiful, just hit the back foot. We do got a little bit of a flag here on the play, so let's just see. And it's Montario, man. Hey. Hey. Montario Foster Jr., the man that's been, if I not say burning up camp, having one hell of a great camp, has been mentioned by multiple players in what he's been doing here lately. Runs a nice little, looks like kind of a post route, I think, there. Either a post or a slant. I think it was a post. But Drew read it well. Looked like he went through a couple of reads, got to the backside, and let it rip. Okay. I see enough of Drew Lock. Jalen Milrow time. Let's bring on the Milrow now. And another throw, one of two throws on that drive where you really get to feel a bit of the velocity that Drew Lock brings, that this is a guy with arm talent. We often joke about the hose, but it's on that out route that you feel it. It's on that in-breaking route there that you feel it, where he can fit balls into tighter windows other quarterbacks may not even attempt to try to make on a throw. And you got to see it there, even on that one, where it's not bad coverage by the Cowboy defender. It's just that there's just enough separation, and he's going to put the ball in just the right place with just the right amount of velocity on the back end of it to get that completion through. But how do you beat that opening drive from your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, starting the season off so right? Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. And man, it's good to see you in the house. He says the trip to SoFi begins. Let's effing go Hawks. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, Mark. It's good to see you, man. Thank you for the dono. Addis the Gamer, thank you for joining up again as a member of the channel. All members, keep an eye on that community post. We'll be getting a lot of benefits out to you here this upcoming season, and that will be the place to keep an eye on. But man, it's good to have you back in the fold, Addis. Thank you for that. And man, Simogen, my man who's dropped some big-time donos here on this channel many times before, coming in with 5 gifted Hawks Nest memberships. So it doesn't let me know on my side, but it will let you know in the chat if you just got gifted a membership here by my kind, generous gentleman, Simogen. So if Simogen just hooked you up, give him a thank you for that. But he also just got you a membership here with the Hawks Nest, where you want to keep an eye on that community post. We'll be putting up those benefits over there. We've got PFF grades, which will be out tomorrow from this game. I'll get that posted out. We're going to be doing a watch along with Hard Knocks. And then we've, of course, got our call-in show that we do once a month for members of the channel. So please do keep an eye on for that, as we're going to keep expanding those benefits. And like I say, and thank you to you, Simogen, for helping contribute to this cause. Bedrock foundation of this channel and allowing us to do what we do, the patrons and members, and what you do in your support. Thank you so very, 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 very much. Appreciate you for that, Simogen. You are the man. And how about Montario Foster? You know, a guy that wasn't always sure where his career was going to be out in this league and if he was going to have a chance. One of these guys that you get the sense of there being a hunger at hand to this guy, that I want this. This isn't just something that'd be kind of nice for me to have, and I'm going to work my butt off. These kind of not self-made players. There's some talent there, but that just you're on that razor's edge. And a 13-play, 80-yard drive taking up 7 minutes and 18 seconds of the play clock. Tell me that didn't look exactly like a Seahawks offense from last year. You know, we're going to get you down into third and makeables. We're going to get ourselves to third and makeables, third and threes, third and fours, third and fives, third and shorts. Great job on the kickoff coverage unit here by the Hawks, stopping him at the 23-yard line. Ivy down there leading the way, the big man off the edge. Russell down there as well. Russell looking a little bit bigger this year. Oh, there we go. Yeah, nice stick by Brady Russell. That's when people wonder, why is Brady Russell going to make the team? Isn't he going to be the one that, no, this guy's making the team? That's why you see on him playing like that. He's one of the core guys on that special teams front. And he does look a little bit bigger this year. All right. They're going to give him the 25-yard line on that. 1st and 10 for the Cowboys. Handoff inside and quickly swallowed up inside by the Hawks defense. Mike Morris in there crashing down from the edge to the middle, joined by a host of other Seahawks. Familiar face for the Dallas Cowboys out at quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks. Sam Moneyman Howell in the house. We'll see what he can do against a defense that he might have some vague familiarity with. 2nd and 8, handoff again, back inside to hammer that A gap one more time. This runs a little bit better. It looks like it gets about 4 or 5 yards. Riley Mills in there around for the tackle. Let's bring up a 3rd and 4, 6:50 to go here in the first quarter. Jadon Blue in at running back here for the Cowboys. Simogen, again, thank you for your support, brother. And again, on donations, we might get stacked up a little bit, but I will definitely get to all donos. This game will probably go fast and furious. 3rd and 4. Hawks showing a little bit of flavor up around the line of scrimmage. They got 2 guys standing up in the A gap. Ooh, it gets them uncomfortable. Gets them a little bit nervous. Gets that Cowboy offensive lineman jumping off sides. And that's the beauty of the blitz system, is it's not just what it brings as far as you get the pressure, you get the free rusher, you get the quick pressure, you defeat the play before it even begins. It's that just showing it, giving it the look of it. It makes the offensive line so uncomfortable. You check there, I check here, you check here. I'm going with this there. Is that guy coming there? Here we go. 5 yards back, 3rd and 9 again, showing a pressure look. We got about 5 guys up around the line of scrimmage. Mike Morris really far out wide. He breaks inside, creating some pressure there. Tight coverage on the back end. Incomplete. Let's go. What an opening series. Tyrese Knight, sticky, glue-like in his ability and coverage out there. And is that him handling him handling the slot receiver? No big deal. That's just what our linebackers do. Okay. Knocking the ball away, making plays on balls against slot receivers. It's just what our off-ball linebackers do. What do your off-ball linebackers do? Oh, they cover running backs? That's cute. Oh, they're a liability against the tight end? Mine covers slot. Not even the starter. Here's the punt. A little bit of room to work with here with White. White, again, is going to reverse field and try to take this back across the grain, and he's going to have some success on this one again with a very nice return, getting this up to the 39-yard line. Almost makes me think doing it back-to-back that there's a little bit of this built within and what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do on this right out, like the reverse field thing is part of the plan at hand here. But boy, offense and defense. Okay. You know what I mean? All right, let's go. Let's go. Nice couple of opening sequences here. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $10 donation and appreciate your patience on getting to these donos. LA fans saying Simpson was surgical today. I simply asked, how was he surgical playing third stringers? And they said, because he's third string this year. I'm sorry. Your number 13th overall pick is third string. Yeah. It's, we saw this with the Carson back a couple of weeks ago, and I think there's nothing wrong with being, enjoying a preseason performance and like taking some good things away from it. I think there is, because maybe we're so at times starved for football for so long that you do feel in some fan bases. And like, I think in the Cardinal fan base with Beck, they're so starved for a quarterback that they're ready to come jump to that conclusion at the very first instance they see some truth of it. I think you will find in LA fans that there's a lot of smart LA fans that have an outlook of that pick of Simpson, and especially with where the depth is on that team, of wondering about whether that's going to come back and bite them on their ass. Do we get a little bit cute on that pick? Maybe not. There's certainly a reality where it does not prove out to be that the case, but there's a little bit of a wondering whether that's the case. And I think that it sort of itches at the back of their neck a little bit, and I think it's a good performance on his part. I certainly watched a little bit of the game before the start of this one, just kind of seeing what they were doing and how he was getting some of his completions. The touchdown throw was cool, but certainly there was a lot of, play action, rollout, easy throws out in space. There was a lot of manufactured stuff in there. So it was far from surgical, but it was a good performance and they should feel good about it. But you touch on it. I don't think that's going to be necessarily a deep Chiefs team this year. That they went up against when you talk about their third stringers that they're trotting out there. Still It feels to me like a little bit of a Chiefs team that's going to be in the state of transition. I guess we'll see with that. But thank you for the $10 donation, Kyle. I'm guessing we're going to hear a lot of Ty Simpson is the best here in the next week. He was the best pick. Great pick or greatest pick. That type of stuff, right, Kyle? Thank you, man. Appreciate you. All right, Sammy, they're going to bring out Drew Lock here again. Another rolls. 5:50 to go in the first quarter. Ball at the 36-yard line. Well, they brought the spot back a little bit on that one. 3 wide receiver look at a shotgun here to start things. Okay. They're going to go out with a little bit of a screenplay here to Velus Jones. And Velus Jones is going to get corralled, able to avoid the first man, but gets wrapped and rolled in space right back around the line of scrimmage. Cowboys seem to kind of sense what was going on in that. In fact, they're going to have him lose about a yard on the play. Back under center here, 3 wide receiver look. Play action pass for Drew Lock. Drew lets it rip. And that ball's going to be knocked incomplete. Another tight window throw in there to Jake Bobo. Wasn't necessarily a lot of separation there. Drew just trying to kind of fit that thing in. And the defender able to make a play. But Drew will sling the dice, my man. You know what I mean? And women out there, he will absolutely positively be willing to sling the dice. Shotgun look. 3 wide again. Cowboys have stayed in the front 4. Vanilla kind of front here. Drew taking his time. Oh, he had Jake Bobo open. He had him. He kind of led him in a bit of a strange fashion there, where Drew seemed to have him in space and just kind of let him just a little bit too much in. I don't know if he was expecting, maybe Bobo sat down on the route. We'll have to see if they give us a replay on it, but I'm expecting maybe he was expecting him to keep through on the route and maybe Bobo sat down. A little bit off there. First punt of the day for Michael Dixon. 5:04 to go in the first quarter. And he sends this skyward, where it'll be fair caught at the 28. Cowboys will take over with their second possession. Eli Cash, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome aboard. And please do keep an eye out for that community post. Tuesday, we'll be doing tomorrow, community post. You'll see the PFF scores. Tuesday, got a penalty flag on the play, holding on the Cowboys. That will take them back another 10 yards. So we've got PFF scores from this game. I'll have that out tomorrow for you guys, the community post. We'll also get the Hard Knocks for Tuesday, and we got the call-in show coming down the line as well. So if you are a new member of the channel, please do keep an eye on that community post. Sean McLeodart, thank you for the $2 donation. Will we see play action deep shots with Fleury Brando? I think there's a couple ones here where they've looked at it, taking him down there. You got the shot that they've already taken down in this game right off the rip to White down the sideline. So, I mean, the answer would seem to be a little bit of yes. If you're already doing it this early, this quick, then there's a bit of opening to it. And it's always hard to say for sure, because some of this can always be that you're trying out stuff that you wouldn't necessarily do this way in the regular season, but it's like you can kind of try stuff out in the preseason and see how it works and runs. But in general terms, it doesn't look like they're shy away from, throwing the ball. I mean, I think they just did 3 passing attempts in a row, I think, right there on that drive, just to kind of kick things off. So, but I don't know if it's an indication to the regular season. That's the hard part, because you are trying stuff out in preseason. Jordan, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you for that. I got a feeling Knight is going to force his way onto the field. Also, can Brady block with the same intensity as that hit? Laughing out loud. I'm hoping so. It's part of why I know him getting a little bit bigger, because I think in the past, part of what held him back is maybe being a fullback, that you would, difference between him and Robbie Oots is probably about 40, 45 pounds last year. And you need that extra weight. If you look at the typical fullbacks that'll greet you in the hole and can deplete a middle linebacker, they're guys that got to carry a little bit of extra weight to do that. You want a little fire hydrants is your ideal. And so, Russell adding a little bit of that weight is maybe indicative of the fact that, he's going, okay, if I can just add that extra maybe 10, 15 pounds here, that's going to be enough for me to execute these blocks in a way I can't at my current weight, my size, where I'm a little undersized for the position. In regards to Knight, I wouldn't be surprised in the least if he forces his way. I think there's some creative looks and ways to do this. I think it can vary by opponent and by opponent's weakness. But I think that this guy's got a lot of still potential for the position. And it's a good problem to have. It's a good problem to have this kind of depth. It's great to see him make that kind of play. And you may say, well, that's just preseason making a play like that in the slot. I've watched this man against the Arizona Cardinals take out Michael Wilson on a play in coverage. I've watched this man take out Marvin Harrison Jr. in coverage. He's got it in his bag. So he's a well-rounded player, good all around. Health was as much the issue last year as it was performance. But I'm really excited for this kid and his future. Great to see him make a play on that opening drive too, Jordan. Thank you for the support, man. I do appreciate it. Thank you to all of you for all you guys do for the channel. Simogen. We got a first down screen here. Catching Seattle getting a little bit upfield here with their pass rush. My man, linebacker got back there and hustled up. I think that was O'Toole. Maybe they got back up there and hustled up. Still a first down for the Cowboys. Good play call. Sensing the Seahawks are getting a little bit heavy upfield per se. Might have been O'Connell got that tackle there. 4:28 to go in the first quarter. First and 10, ball at the 29-yard line. I formation offset here. Straight drop back. Howe trying to go deep. Dansby in great coverage down the field. Picture perfect technique there by, Igbignogany. Sorry. Got the numbers turned there. Igbignogany, the former first-round pick, trying to catch on with Seattle here. Operating out of press man. Perfectly done. You can see he doesn't initially try to get contact, gets contact right as he's at the end of the 5-yard chuck period, doesn't prolong the contact, digs himself inside the receiver to where he's now able to sort of force him to the sideline. Read option look here for Howe. He gives it to the running back. Running back gets smacked by Tyrese Knight. Boy, nice hit by Knight there. He gave him a little hello Daisy there. But then press that receiver towards that out-of-bounds marker. Don't give him a pathway to stack you. Tyrese wearing the green dot here today. 3rd down and 7. Another kind of pressure look here from Seattle. They got 5-man up around the line of scrimmage. Mike Morris standing up off the edge. Again, looked like a false start. Don't think it went called. Should have been called. Ball will be knocked away, and they're going to call a penalty on the corner here. I don't know, man. Looked like he made a pretty good play there in coverage to me. They're going to call a pass interference on Shamar John Charles. He's nodding, so maybe he doesn't think it's too bad of a call. Boy, the Cowboy left tackle jumped about a mile early there. Lane Johnson of pass sets. Yeah, good call. The tug is at the end of that route, and the tug's preventing him from getting into position for the throw. So little too much physicality through the course of the route there by Shamar. 3:30 to go here in the first quarter. Ball around the midfield marker. Handoff again out of shotgun. Very short gain there. Seahawks all over it. O'Connell, Tyrese Knight, linebackers getting the job done, finding ball. Tyrese playing really good here out the gate. You love what you're seeing from him right now. Second down and 9. Riley Mills, Peely on the field as your defensive tackles. Ivy and O'Toole as your edges. Press coverage look here. 3 wide receivers from the Cowboys. Just cut down in the hole again. Another shotgun run. Hard to run out of shotgun. And they're trying to play Hal as the read option keeper guy, but Seattle's not biting on that. They're just barreling down on the running back. O'Toole able to make the tackle there, crushing on down. Good play by O'Toole. O'Toole's helmet's broken. That's when you know you're hitting good. Okay, pressure look again on 3rd and 9 here. 5-man pressure look. They drop out of it, bring just 4. Good throw by Sam Howell. Again, going back to Shamar Jarn Charles is where they attack. And Mingo able to make the catch for him. Mingo doing a good job with subtle physicality on his own there, with just kind of keeping Shamar with a little bit of a added distance there with some of that press. Over onto the Seahawks side of the field are the Cowboys, though, here now. 2 tight end look. Play action pass. Seahawks bringing some pressure. Howell dancing around, using some of his mobility, and he will finally be wrapped and rolled down to the ground by Patrick O'Connell. Not before getting a good 5-6 yards. Good job of stepping up in the pocket by Sam Howell. Cowboys working with their best drive of the day here so far by far. And we got Morris and Ivy stacked over to one side here. Putting Morris back inside now. Tyrese Knight working off the edge as an edge rusher. Tight alignment here for the Cowboys. 2-man backfield. Play action, handoff. Nope, they give it to him. Looked like it was a play action, but they actually gave him the ball, and he will be brought down. Short gain for them. So this will bring up a 3rd and short. Cowboys just kind of trying to live in the A and the B gap run style wise. I guess that's Schottenheimer kind of special, I suppose, but not a lot of trying to get to the edges of this Hawks defense. Just get right downhill. Shotgun look now. We got 4 wide here for the Cowboys. Seahawks. Looks like they're going to let the clock wind down, and that'll be the last play of the first quarter. Seahawks up 7-0 here. Well, we got a bit of a key third down, but yeah, we have a key 3rd down coming up. 3rd and 4 coming up here on the turn back over to the second quarter. Nice little first quarter though for the champions. Moo, thank you for 14 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you for that long time support. Hey, B, so excited for football. Appreciate all the content that's been able to distract me from hardships. Knight is going to get back with the starters. I love it, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm always happy and hopefully always able to be here for you guys. If you ever just need some background stuff going on, if you're going through anything, just, hey, a little get away from that kind of stuff. Always happy to be that place. And I love being that kind of spot. And you guys are on it with the Knight stuff. I think that he's a guy that you look at the 2-year, $10 million contract you give to Drake Thomas, and there's an easy way to look at that and go, well, okay, the linebacker position's set, and that's who's going to be out there. But I think this team is going to find a way to get good talent in the field. And I think that Mike McDonald, if you've got something you can do that's unique and is a cool skill and ability, like he's going to find a way to utilize that in his defense. He's not going to have you sit there languishing on the bench doing nothing. And I think there's a variety of ways to do this. Certainly beyond just having more 3 linebacker looks and maybe having him run it like Sam linebacker sometimes, having him just simply up on the edge is one of your edges every once in a while. One way is to kind of maybe round out the depth a little bit and round out the snap count. Maybe you don't need the 5th edge if you can get this from somewhere else. There's a lot of different ways, I think, for him to come in and spell some impact on this team, even if it's not to be as a starter. But the kind of training camp he seems to be having, how he looks so far in this game, it's going to maybe be kind of hard not to find some snaps for him throughout the game one way or the other. Even if it's just packaged based, right, Moo? Maybe it would just be that. Thank you for the donation, man. Very kind of you. Very kind of all of you guys for the support. Yeah, no worries, Megan. I know stuff's kind of going weird over there, and I'll be bringing it up to them to keep an eye on what's going on and who we're putting modding over there. So I have a feeling there's Joshua gets a little bit live wire-ish over there. I don't know if it's great to have him as a mod. It's I got you. All right, we got 3rd and 4 here. Shotgun look for the Cowboys. 3 wide receivers, tight end and tight alignment here. Hawks are going to run a 5-man look. Oh, they're bringing a late blitz with O'Connell. O'Connell's coming, dropping back as Tyrese Knight. And Hal does a very good job of going back to Mingo. That's kind of his easy button spot to go to, and they hit Mingo on a slant route there. Mingo doing some talking there. Him and Tyrese Knight going back and forth a little bit, a little yammering. Looked like Hal was able to catch the blitz of O'Connell there just enough to get it back over to the other side on his reads. He'll be under center here now, I formation look. Hand off the running back, penetration in the backfield by Tyrese Knight again. Or no, that was Igbenogany. Look at the 7 going there. Igbenogany got back there that time. Singleton cleaned it up. Nice job by the corner. I thought it was playing that like a linebacker back there. 2nd down and 9. Come on, Hawks. Hunker in. Hunker in. Shotgun look. Throw out into the flat. Completed. Short gain. So it's going to bring up another 3rd down and short. Hal's being patient, making good decisions. 3rd and 3. They're going to go with the hurry up here. Quick snap it. Handoff inside. Maybe caught Seattle not quite ready defensively there, and it's just going to be a short 4-yard gain up the middle, but it will be a 1st down. Look like the Hawk defenders here are a little winded here on this long drive. It does not appear, Michael, that the Cowboys have any starters in. Not that I'm seeing. First and 10. Again, a shotgun 3 wide look here from the Cowboys. This is how they're going to try to run against this defense here is let's spread them out. And another inside run there. Ivy and Peely in on the play together there to cut down Jaden Blue for a gain of maybe a yard or 2. 12:23 to go in the 2nd quarter. Fast-moving football game. Ivy out there playing with a cast on his hand. Back to shotgun. Same 3 wide receiver look. Running back in the same place. Cowboys kind of just doing the same thing here. Going to go out into the flat here and try to catch Seattle trying to get up 2 upfield on the play. They do not. Seattle does a good job staying disciplined. Tyrese Knight, another tackle over there. He has been your best Seahawk defender so far. He's spot dropping into space there and then reacting to the throw in the flat. That's very nice. All right, you got a 3rd down and relatively long, 3rd and 7. 4 wide receiver look, plus they're going to align the wide receiver out wide for 5 wide receivers. Seahawks stacking the box, showing a blitz. Seahawks are going to bring the blitz. They've got a free rusher, and it forces the incompletion. That's why you like to have a guy that's willing to blitz. Defense gets back on their heels. Nobody's quite making a play up front. You dial it up, and what basically happens there is the wide receiver does not recognize the blitz. Quarterback and Hal makes the right read, but the receiver doesn't get his head back turned around to be looking for the ball. He's still going through the course of his route. And when you run those blitz looks, that's a lot of times what can happen where you've got Maybe the quarterback's on it. Maybe the quarterback makes the right play. But did the other guys, did the offensive line, did all the checks get put into place that, where they all recognized it? Mike showing he knows the right time to dial it up, or Dirty as well. It could be, I got to give that guy credit. It might be as well as him with the call there. But Seahawks able to stem the bleeding on that long drive. And Abe Ignogany did a good job on the blitz there to force the pressure, force the fast throw, force the incompletion. Kyle Brando, number 2 overall pick in fantasy this year. Options are Chase, JSN, Bijan. I have a teen. Etienne Jr. is my keeper. Who are you taking? Well, I think, who I think is going to be the most productive will probably be Chase ultimately, who gets the most receiving yards. But who's the safest bet without the risk? Because even in Bijan, I have a general rule of thumb in fantasy of being very careful about, no matter how talented the running back is, if he just signed a contract, then selecting that guy in fantasy. Like, the history of that's not great. Which is with your Travis Etienne Jr. doesn't make me love your keeper pick. I will say that, Kyle. But I would probably go, because you have Etienne as sort of that spot where there's some risk there involved because of the conditions I just said. I'd probably go more JSN, because it's like, I know I can write him down for the 1,300 yards. I know he's good for that. And this is a good time to thank the sponsor of this show, which is Prize Picks. Use my code right now, HMA, and you do a $5 winning ticket. They will put $150 back into your account. So $5 win, you get $150 back in your account. This is a great A deal going on right now. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. But as you can see here with my ticket right here, I've got Jackson over 1,324 yards. That's the point of this discussion. So I think if you've got that in the back end, I think he's going to be able to remain healthy, because you're not going to overuse him. A la like Chase is going to be probably a little overused in Cincinnati, and probably has been a little overused in recent years past. Well, I would probably be more akin to going in that direction of things. So I take the safer bet there, with a little bit of what I would say is the built-in risk with what you have going on with ETN. All righty, so we got a kickoff here from the Cowboys now. See if we maybe finally get a little bit of Jalen Milroe love. It's gonna be hard to build this guy's value up if you ain't actually letting him play. Simogen coming in with another 10 gifted subs. Oh, man. Let's go, Simogen. 15 gifted subs from him today. You are awesome. Short kickoff here. We'll land up here to the up man. I think that's White again. He's going to try to spin around and do something he probably shouldn't have done. He'll be drawn back and tackled, where Seattle will take over with a long field in front of them. But please, again, folks, if you just got gifted a membership by Simogen, keep an eye on your community post. He is so kind. He's handing them out. He's out there. He's like Oprah with the cars. You get a membership, and you get a membership, and you get a membership. So keep an eye on that community post. Simogen's so kind to gift you guys out that. We'll be back here tomorrow with a post. We got Tuesday of the round, Hard Knocks, and a call-in show here very shortly. But Simogen, thank you for doing that, man. I really appreciate you for showing the love, spreading the love out there, helping people get connected here into the membership program. You are awesome, brother. Awesome. 2 tight end look here for the Hawks. Arroyo and Callerup out. Outside zone run here to Holani. Looks like he's got a little bit of space to work with. It closes up quickly, but still able to etch his way out a run of about 5-6 yards on the play. Be on lookout, folks. It will let you know right now if you are in the chat and just got gifted a membership. If Simogen hooked you up, it'll let you know. Give him a little shout out. Give him a little thank you if you can for me, because that is very kind of him. That's a lot of bread there for those 15 memberships, man. That ain't cheap. But I appreciate you, brother. I really do, man. You are tremendous in your support. All right, we got 10:30 to go here in the second quarter, 2nd and 5 for the Hawks. Back under center here goes Jalen Milroe. We've got 2 tight ends to one side. Jalen's going to fumble the snap and reel it back in after the fumble for a short loss. Come on, Jalen. Ball gets a little slippery in his hands sometimes. Third down and 6. Shotgun look here for Seattle. 3 wide, plus Arroyo outrunning a route. Milroe drops back to throw. Throws a seed to Bobo. Almost puts that ball through the middle of his chest. A little bit of frustration from the drop there on the fumble there, maybe on snap. But a nice throw nonetheless, and a good conversion by Jalen Milroe. Nice little 2-read situation too. Goes from the first read down to the 2, and then puts the ball in a good spot. First and 10. Let's go, Jalen. Condensed look here from the Seahawks. Going back to 2 tight end on this drive, a little bit more away from the fullback where they've been on some of the other drives here so far. Play action pass. Jalen running out to his right. He's got a little bit of time to decide what he wants to do, and he finally will scramble around for a couple of yards. We do have a penalty marker, though. Love the play action there by Fleury. I'd like to see him get a couple of those here to Jalen. That's something you got to see from the Rams in the game they did with Simpson. These young guys, those nice little throws, let him use his legs a little bit. We do have holding in the secondary by the Rams or by the Cowboys, so that will be an automatic first down and 5 yards. But you can see the Cowboys are pretty. If I'm Fleury right now, looking at the Cowboys post snap, like they're all in on stopping the run, and I can counter that with the play action pretty easily at this point. Hopefully, he's seeing the same thing. 8:50 to go in the second quarter. Milroe up to the line of scrimmage, back to the condensed split. Back to the 2 tight end look here. Actually, 3. Yeah, 2 tight end look. We're going to get a false start. They're going to get Seattle with a false start here. I guess they're going to catch Cody White. Seattle was in the process of a pre-snap shift. Kind of the difficulties in doing that is sometimes if you get 2 guys moving at once, something like that, you can have a penalty pop up. First and 15. 8:25 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks on the 38-yard line in their own territory. Cowboys bringing away a blitz. Seahawks have it countered with a, looks like they caught it right, but the Cowboys played it well. Cowboys brought the blitz. They had a bubble screen to Bobo. He had blockers out in space, but one of the Cowboys was able to defeat one of the blockers and cut that play down before it could even get going. Yard gain on the play. Looked like that thing was going to maybe do something. Shotgun look here for Jalen. 3 wide receivers. Handoff inside here to Hololani. Hololani's fighting like hell, but not a lot there to be had. Another short little incremental gain on his part, and this will bring up third and very, 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 very long. Thank you again, Simogen, man. I really appreciate you, brother. Just the best. Got the best community in the game, I'm telling you. All right, 3rd and 11. 3 wide to the one side of the field. Jalen dropping back to throw. Got some pressure up in his face. Able to escape it a little bit. He's going to try to roll out and scramble here. He breaks a tackle and able to keep his feet in bounds. Go get the first down. Nice play by Jalen Milroe. Tap dancing his way along that sideline. Staying in bounds. Giving the defender a little bit of a hezzy there as he was just about to cross the line of scrimmage, and it froze, it looked like, the defender for just a second. Got him to stop the defender's feet, and then just used a little bit of that acceleration to get right on by him. That is the element that Jalen brings that is so tough to defend for a defense. Ultimate mobility. 4.37 speed at the quarterback position. Seahawks over onto the Cowboys side of the football field at the 47-yard line. Under center's Milroe with a 3 tight end look here. Handoff inside. A little bit of space to work with. Velus Jones. He's going to quickly get gobbled up, though, just past the line of scrimmage. About a 4 or 5 yard gain. Cowboys defense has been solid. They've been disciplined. They're tackling well. They're not leaving you a lot of openings. 2nd down and 6. Milroe dropping back to throw. Gets it to the tight end, Caller up there. Callerup catches it, is wrapped and rolled. I do think he's going to be just a hair short of the first down, depending on where they mark. No, they give him the good mark there for the first down. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We got a Nick Callerup sighting. The power of the red beard. Clock continues to roll. 5:18 here in the second quarter. Hawks up 7-3. Probably would like nothing more here than just to bend this clock downwards, eat up the rest of this half, and get on to halftime with a 14-3 lead. 1st and 10. Milroe, shotgun. Looks like we're going to get a timeout from the Hawks. Seattle's first timeout of the half. Wu-Tang, thanks for the $2 donation. I like what Fleury's been cooking. I like what Fleury has been cooking up so far. Not going to lie. Looks good to me too. I like the combination of run pass. I think you're feeling a good balance within that. We've seen some of the pre-snap shifts and motions within that. I think you're seeing a lot of the same kind of flavors of what we saw last year. A lot of usage of the outside zone run when they are running that and going to the run. So very similar, but in a good way. Like you say, I have been impressed as well. And hard to beat the start of going out there and getting a touchdown in your first drive as an OC. That's a hell of a beginning to your OC career, man. You know what I mean? It's looking pretty good. Nathan Tucker, thank you for the $5 donation. It may be the preseason, but it's great to be back. Thank the Lord that the Witherspoon and the Seahawks finally got that deal done. Go Hawks! Hey, it's a great feeling. And it's one where you see contractual squabbles cause problems everywhere. You can make an argument that they're really the beginning of where the Niners kind of beginning of maybe their end really ran. The end of the run as far as truly being contenders goes, hits them right about the time that they're stuck in these negotiations with Trent and Brandon Ayuk at the same time, and both missing a huge amount of training camp, and the deal's just not getting done and just causing needless drama and needless questions and needless distractions. You don't want any of that. Football's distracting enough. There's enough elements off the field that are distracting enough. You want to take care of this type of business so that it doesn't have to be in consideration or discussed or questioned or talked about. It's already done. It's in the books. It's set. And I want to echo your feeling of having a really great sense of peace with this, because I was also, along with you folks, getting more and more nervous with these negotiations being prolonged. Look at the Gonzalez situation, where it goes from being a guy that they just revere even in the Super Bowl, where they're like, everybody in here is horrible, but you're beautiful, you're exceptional, you're amazing, don't change. And then now, like, he may be asking too much money that ended up maybe, I'm not saying it's likely to happen, but it could happen to where it ends up forcing their hand to do a trade with him because it's just too expensive from their perspective. He's not willing to take the deal that Witherspoon's willing to take. But that's not the reality that we're going to be facing. And instead, much like a lot of the Seahawks realities over the past couple of years, it's going to be kind of almost the best case scenario and how it has played out. And it really does put down, outside of maybe Leonard Williams, it really does resolve any potential what we could consider outstanding issues are resolved or are washed out down the line a little bit here, because they've taken care of so much business out ahead of time and not allowing these things to sort of fester to become a problem down the road. It's a great feeling, Nathan, and it's a great time to be a Seattle Seahawks fan. Enjoy it right now. The world is in bloom. This team is in the beginning of its Super Bowl run, and it already just won a Super Bowl. Oh, enjoy that. Enjoy it to the utmost. I know I am. Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate your donations, and go Hawks, bro. Go Hawks. We will be doing a post game, by the way. So if you do have a question I might be missing, I do more of the Q&A here once the games kind of pass through. All right, we got Milroe here with a handoff on 1st and 10. A little bit of space to work with for Hololani, and he'll get what is his best run of the day here. Nice 8-yard run there out in space. Well blocked up. Nice little hole there for Hololani. 2nd and 2. I wouldn't be in any kind of hurry if I'm the Hawks here. Just let this thing kind of roll down a little bit. Little read option run there. Well, there's Elijah Arroyo blocking well in the play. He's kind of the point man on that one. Gets the linebacker out of the gap. 2nd and 2. This is where it's Fleury. Now you go right back to the run here. There we go. Attaboy, buddy. That away, buddy. 3-yard run, first down. And this is the thing, as an offensive coordinator, that's the hard thing to do. Anybody that's played Madden, this is a little bit of what you're thinking about when you're doing stuff like this and you're playing an opponent. I want to remove a possession. I want to take that away. I want to get down and score, but I also want to make sure I'm taking a possession away from them here. I'm not giving them 2 minutes left on the clock with the full allotment of timeouts. I'm going to give them 20 seconds with their 3 timeouts when this drive's done. So 2nd and short, take the run. It gets stopped short, go at it again. That just means you're burning 1 more minute of clock off the top at that point if it's short. And again here, well done. Back to the run. Back to Hololani. Hololani bouncing like a pinball or like a bumper car off about 3 or 4 Cowboys before he's finally corralled down to the ground after a nice little 4 or 5 yard gain. Clock continues to roll. 3:27. Beautiful play calling by Fleury. Again, I know that it's just, well, you just called 3 runs in a row. Offensive coordinators get cute. It's not to the style that we want to be. You know, some coordinators there might try to go up tempo. We got a little momentum. Like, no, hold on. Down in distance, time of where we're at here in the game. Keep flowing where we're at with this. And again, right back to the run on 1st and 10. Or on 2nd down and short, sorry. And that'll be a short little game by Velus Jones right up the middle there for about 3 yards. This will bring up 3rd and 2. Very good play calling by Fleury. Don't get away from the run when it's effective, especially when you're trying to kind of bury a clock into the second half like this. Yes, it's preseason, but this is also you getting into that model that I often talk about with the Seahawks and how they win. And part of how they win is neutralizing possessions, not giving their opponents extra possessions. 3rd and 2, shotgun look here. Milroe dropping back. They're going to throw the ball. Did he catch it? Cody White, strong hands. Did he grab it? They're saying it was incomplete. Cody's saying that he thinks he got it. And we got decision time. Go for it, Mike. Challenge it or go for it. Throws in there. Good job by the cornerback to get his hands on the ball. And that is a good call. The ball was down indeed. Shh, kitty, quiet. The ball was indeed down on the ground there. And the Hawks are going to go for it. 4th and 2, shotgun look. 4 wide receivers. Jalen dropping back, throw. Use your legs, man. Use your legs. Jalen throws it late, and he gets it to Bobo for a 1st down, but we do have a flag. Cowboys are indicating it's holding on the Seahawks. Jalen Milroe, a little bit panicky there at the end, but then ended up making the right decision, kind of threw a ball there, just sort of late, flicked it out there to Bobo. And Bobo got the first, but you did have a hold there. Kite, I think, got hit with the hold on that one. Yeah, he got long-armed, and he was going to give it up. Could have kind of released, and he would have been probably all right, but he's trying to protect his QB there. So you're not going to go for it on 4th down and 12 at this point. So Jason Myers will come out here to try to kick through. Sorry about the cat, guys. We'll try to kick through here. Kick will be up and no good. Whew. So Jason with a miss there. We're supposed to be in a good Jason year. This is Dr. Jekyll Jason year. I need Dr. Jekyll Jason. Good drive nonetheless by Jalen. 2 minutes to go here on the clock in the 2nd quarter here for the Cowboys. You are leaving them some time. Almost had that drive put to bed there. Just couldn't quite get it. Get your chip shot misses out of the way in the preseason. That's right. Absolutely, positively right. We need good Jason this year. Can't have bad Jason. I am a little bit worried off Seattle about this being the case. The rule of Jekyll and Hyde had been so true for 10 years and became upended last year. It makes you think that the regression to the mean is en route. But I hope not. And you're right. Usually it is an odd year that's the bad years. The problem being is that he had a good year and an odd year last year. Does that mean the whole rule has been changed? Has it been flipped up on its head? Is it about to reverse? They did. So sad hearing Brandon's last report about Xena struggles. I miss seeing her sleek black coat on channel. Yeah, she ain't climbing up on no cat trees anymore, man. She can get up on a chair, and that's about where she's at this point. So it is pretty tough. She's being tough though, and she's strong. She's still very vocal and still in that way, but yeah, you can start to feel them as they walk. It's a little stiff. I'm starting to walk that way myself, to be honest with you. Addicted, is that a regression to the mean or a mean regression? Ooh. Whoa. Yeah, Milrow looking all right in that drive. Especially after that first fumble. Yeah. Had to get that out of his system maybe a little bit. These looking good, Maze. These looking really good. I mean, you're definitely the third, fourth stringville very quickly in this one. But they're playing with some physicality. They're not letting anything in the run game go through. They're playing Hawk branded defense. Quick pass here by the Cowboys on a drop back. Ooh, just a monster hit there. Tyrese Knight absolutely just obliterated the receiver. I hope he didn't give himself a concussion again. He has a tendency to do that. Hell of a hit. Tyrese, we've seen it, man. He can bring some lumber. He can bring some lumber. I don't know why he's like covering his face there. Yeah, and Mills with some pressure on that play too. But boy, Tyrese Knight, of any defender on this team so far in this game, has been balling above anybody. I mean, he has been all over the place in coverage, in the run game, and the coverage multiple times. He's looking good. Yeah, he just baptized that man. Yes, he did. Man. Tyrese is not playing around. I think ask Tyrese too, is it just there's a lot of these hits on his resume. Why are you so loud? What do you have to be so loud about? Nothing. Oh, why is my... There it is. That's the right one. All right, so we got for Seattle here, Drew Lockstay's done 4 of 7 for 19 yards, 100 rating. He had a touchdown, passing on those 7 attempts. We got Milrow on his first drive, 3 of 4 for 16 yards, 81 rating there. George Holani with 11 carries for 35 yards. Velus Jones, 4 carries for 16 yards, and Milrow, 3 for 14. So 71 yards rushing in this first half. Some of it quarterback driven, but bottom line is that you are running the ball. And 19 rushing attempts to 11 passing attempts. The commitment to running the ball has also been there. The Cowboys on the other side of this have 9 passing attempts to 11 rushes for 26 yards, 9 passes for 41. Jonathan Mingo, the main target, on 2 receptions for the Cowboys. So defense has done good. Offense is fit to form. Fleury's gotten the memo on the commitment level to the run game. Second down and 10. Handoff here. Given off. And is that Morris? I think Mike Morris made the play there. Mike showed up a couple times here early on as well. We'll get his hands around Jadon Blue. Clock will run here. 1:40 to go in the second quarter. 3rd down and 7 now. Morris, also a defender, having a good game. Good first half. Seahawks showing a blitz. 6 guys on the line of scrimmage. They're bringing a 7th up there. They're bringing everybody. It's a cover 0. They're going to just try to run this out in space. And he's going to go get it. Good job by the quarterback. Hal didn't really have a plan as far as where to throw the ball to. The blitz is coming from the backside of the play, and he just scrambles out the front door, out the front side of the pocket, basically. The edge loss contained to that side, as I'm sure what probably they would say. We're getting a timeout here. Yeah, you're thinking of the right Sam Howell. My dog's the same color as Pumpkin. Aw, it's a good color. She's a little loud today, though. Kyle, Brando, why do you think Puka serves a suspension? Why is that? Whoa. I'm a freaking earthquake or something here. Goodness. Do you think Puka serves a suspension? Why is the NFL waiting so long in suspensions? The NFL goes at their own speed when it comes to suspensions because they've been given carte blanche by the Players Association to do whatever the hell they want to do with these. And so that then does mean at that point that, it kind of is what it is. It's where the Players Association at one point had a way of being able to have more of a standard in place. Too many of their own guys started getting in trouble too often. And the good apples of the NFL, the guys that weren't getting in trouble, came to Goodell and said, look, we don't care if you have this ability to swing this hammer arbitrarily because we know you're never going to swing it at us. And the people that got caught at the end of that, Kyle, as far as the reality of this, I'll get back to you in just a second on this one. We got 1st and 10 here from the mid 50-yard line stripe. Hal dropping back to throw. And boy, he's starting to feel a little bit of confidence here. He hits his man out in space for a very short completion. But you can see Hal's been able to kind of build up a little bit of confidence over the course of this first half. It's not doing anything extra great, but just feels comfortable. There we go. False start there by the Cowboys tackle. Again, Seattle starting to show some blitzes here and starting to dial up some things. .55 seconds to go in the second quarter. Cowboys have all 3 of their timeouts. Hawks with 2. Empty look here for the Cowboys in shotgun. They're anticipating a blitz from the Seahawks, but they're running back up in the A gap. Seahawks wind out of it a little bit post snap. Howell's looking, and his man is run out of bounds. He completes it. He's run out of bounds about a yard short of the first down. Ken Howell making some good choices and good throws and being pretty decisive with the ball here against this defense. Seahawks are trying to bring him some looks and give him some flavor here. Handoff inside. This will be a first down run for them, and that'll be 45 seconds. Cowboys will take a timeout to stop the clock. They got a little bit of a drive working here, though. So I think, Kyle, there's always a lot of questions when it comes to suspensions. And I think rather than allow yourself to get too confused on this stuff, come back to it and understand that you have two entities here. You have the Players Association and you have Roger Goodell. And they've given up the power to Goodell to allow him to do whatever he wants. Goodell is then not impelled to have a standard in place by which he operates when it comes to suspensions. If he wants to hand out a suspension tomorrow, he can do so. If he wants to wait to 24 hours before a game, he can do so. It's one where that's the way that it goes. And it's not just this way for Puka, it's this way for any player around the league, really. This is what they've done where they make it very mysterious when they're going to come in and drop the hammer, essentially. So it really just comes down to they gave up the power, man. And if you give up the power like that over an entity like Commissioner Goodell and all them, it's not going to be a fair one or an understandable one, or that there's a clear rule in play kind of one. Shotgun look here now. 3 wide plus a tight end. Howell going up top. He's going to try to hunt deep here. And he's got a man for a touchdown. The official's in there. Both player and corner are jostling with each other for the ball, but it would look like it is going to be a touchdown. Look like a catch to me. And Shamar John Charles continues to have kind of a rough first half. He's kind of one of the few defensive players on this team having kind of a rough first half here. I do kind of wonder about where's the safety help on that play. I think Finley kind of hung him out to dry there, in my opinion. I think Finley's supposed to be on top there, and he leaves Shamar in just kind of a one-on-one type situation. Not a well-thrown ball, underthrown. Just Shamar never gets his head back around for the ball, and touchdown for the Cowboys. I don't know. I might have had an earthquake. I don't know what the hell that was. Yeah, Shamar Charles's days may not be long here on that one. This is probably why we got Arnold. Definitely Sam's determined that's where he wants to go with the ball, is that direction of things. 7-play, 65-yard drive for the Cowboys. Take now a 3-point lead here against the Seahawks. 38 seconds to go. Hawks do have 2 timeouts remaining. Make a nice kick return here. That'd be cool. We got the kickoff now. Another one of the short kicks here by the Cowboys. That's been their modus operandi. This will brought up by the Hawks here and brought down on a short return to the 28-yard line. Well, let's see what the Hawks do coming out now here with Milroe if they try to get a little clever with this. All right, Miller's going to try to throw it here. He's got pressure. He's got pressure. He's going to try to run it. He's going to run it. He's got some space to work with. Milroe quickly up to the 50-yard line with 25 seconds to go, and he gets out of bounds. Good job of stepping up in the pocket there by Milroe. Pressure was mounting on both sides of him from either tackle. Both tackles did a good job of washing their guy out of the pocket, too, to let him get stepped up cleanly. Got to get this snap off. 3 seconds. Come on, Jalen. Come on, Jalen. Come on, Jalen. Come on, Jalen. There we go. 1 second on the play clock. And they get a false start. Ow. Took a really, really long time to get the offensive back up on the offensive line. I don't know if Fleury took about an hour and a half to come up with a play call there, but a really slow process after that, after he got the first down and getting back up to the line of scrimmage there. That's why you got preseason, is to work this kind of stuff out. But you get down, the play clock's rolling down, things are getting a little nervous, and you get a false start. And this is the kind of thing where it's like little details here where you really can't, you're trying to get into field goal range with limited time. 1st and 15, Milroe and shotgun. Pressure again in his face, able to get away from it, and he'll be dragged down for a sack. Seahawks offensive line right now, and knowing passing situations getting kind of owned in a couple of different areas here, playing and play out when they're dropping back to throw. Milroe's cleaning up some of it with some of the mobility, but we're not exactly giving him clean pockets to work with here. They're not bringing pressure. You know what you're getting from them. Oh, Milroe. See, that's where Elijah Arroyo, too, on that block initially. Arroyo's chipping the guy who ends up sacking him. And it's like, that's where you've got to chip him back inside and not let him take the out route that your tackle's knowing you're supposed to clean up. All right. Milroe's going to get sacked again here. Goodness. I don't know what Elijah Arroyo was doing there. It's just kind of like he decided like, oh, he's going at a weird angle. He was in a rush to get out into his route rather than get the block laid cleanly. And he ended up kind of leaving the tackle hung out to dry because the tackle's anticipating you got that leverage to that side. I'll get it to this side if the guy winds to this direction. Cable going for the sack there. Is what it is. You'll go to the halftime here at this point. 13 seconds to go. Seattle call a timeout there. I guess we called the timeout. Kitty, I hear you. I got it. Little sloppy from the Hawks offensive operation here at the end of the second half, end of the first half. I don't know what you're going to look at doing here. Again, pressure. Golly. And another flag. Holding on Seattle. Boy, this has gotten ugly quick. Second and 39. Let's just get to halftime. Let's just maybe call it a day here. Hand the ball off and let's get this back to the second half. I hear you. My goodness, cat. Hand off up the middle here to Holani. Holani will take it for about a 5-yard gain, and that'll finish us up. Get us into halftime. So good start to the first half. Not the greatest of finishes to the first half, but some good, some bad, some other. And that'll be it. Seahawks down 10-7. Sorry about the meows. She's definitely having a day today. F it, Foster Jr.'s down there somewhere. Milroe does got an arm. I bet he's got a good, legit 60, 65-yard arm. Got a little too far back to try that one out, though. That was fugly. Even Pumpkin thinks so. What's the matter? What is the matter? Yeah, good first half overall. And you had really more of your second string defense out there, and you felt a little bit more similar energy defensively. I think once you start getting into some of where you got, I think it was a little quiet half. Felt like a bit there from like Riley Mills. I don't know if we got a lot from him. There's a little bit of pressure on that in that first half, but he was quiet. He was kind of quiet considering how much run he got in that first half. We got one tackle from Riley Mills. Tyree Snide leading the way with 10 tackles on defense, 2 passes defensed. Just a manimal out there. Definitely very conservative offense, almost a 2-to-1 run to pass rate, even with you attempting that stuff at the end of the half there. So very, very conservative. No surprise there, but hard to do much in judging the passing attack when you kind of so limited it down. This is kind of why I want to see more of getting Milroe the action in there, because it's like when you start to go, okay, Locke, you get this possession, you get that possession. It's like, well, you guys are going to already, by the nature of how you play, bleed these clocks down through your 3 preseason games. I mean, there's only so many opportunities out there for like a Milroe to go out there and get game action. And the only way he's going to really improve over time here with this is to give more action. They did this kind of last preseason. I don't know the draw or the necessity here of having to play Locke so much, who's got so much of a history in playing this sport, as to why he needs it versus this guy in Milroe that you're trying to develop. It's a little strange. What's the deal with you? Very needy today. Very needy today. Good first half. Good first half. You got these kids dancing behind Cliff Averill, and they're doing the breakdown. None of these kids are in sync at all. They're all waving the pom-poms in different directions. Funny, they're all looking to like some singular source that's telling them what to do. Yeah, Milroe the mess of the game. I not only that, I really would like to see more of Milroe the next 2 games. You want to give Locke the first drive in the next game, so be it. But like the next 2 games really need to be Milroe. I don't think Drew Lock's going to get a ton out of this experience at this point. I think he's got things pretty well set. You know what you're getting in him. It's the benefit of having a guy that's been in this league for damn near, at this point, almost 10 years. I think he's fine. Milroe's the guy that's not going to play this year, didn't play last year, who's going to get very little seasoning to be able to speed his process along. And you're already going to limit the passing attempts when he is playing, like I say, because of the nature of the offense. Henceforth, he needs to play more because of that, to mature more, to get, better feel for what to do in games and how to, start to advance his skill and potential. Would help us if our starting O-line gets hurt. Yeah, it could be a little bit tough. I mean, I think, the Haynes went out of there and you were down to definitely backup guys. I'm not sure Cable Do at this point makes the team. I'm not sure at this point if Josh Hart makes the team. You've got some guys like Josh Jones ain't playing out there, as your like second run a lot. So you're to the depth of your roster pretty quickly in this game as far as really playing the back end guys a ton. But with that said, I think that's probably also the case with a lot of people, a lot of teams out there, Mr. Bill, even the really good ones, where it's, hey, if our guys go down, certainly this way with the Rams. We lose a guy here, we lose a guy there. We don't necessarily have a method in place to be able to overcome that. Yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting down through the house. Yeah, Drew's a known commodity. Milroe isn't. Exactly. Find out what you got. Dude, Sam Howell played 1,000 times better than the last time he played for us. Yeah, it's true. It does help when it's preseason, and but he was solid in that first half, and it's not like Seattle was running a lot more complexity defensively than the Cowboys were. Cowboys are running a front four and dropping everybody into coverage throughout the whole half with a very few exceptions. So credit to him. He's picking up what Mike's trying to throw at him, and he had answers for it, and didn't hold on the ball, didn't look confused, was very decisive. I think those are things that we saw that were not necessarily a part of his game when he came here last time that we're missing. We traded Milroe. Locke will play the next 2 games, and that's that. Don, try to pass the effing ball somewhat, man. This ain't the 50s. Yeah, I would like to maybe see a little bit more with that out there in their approach. But I'm sure Fleury's trying to show Mike that, see, I'll run. I'll stay committed. I'll be good. Baker Milroe can't have his backup outplay him today, Brando. Corey, I'm at the game. Observations. Price was in pads working with the firsts. Cup was taking punts. Also Milroe also improved. Ooh, sounds good, man. Thank you for the word on the scene, Corey. Hope it's a great environment out there. Lord help us if that book comes crashing down on the shelf on its own again. I'm telling you, man, it's not like something moved. There's no earthquake here. That book's been sitting up there for a good week at least. Just now, suddenly on my telecast, it gets knocked down to the ground. Coincidence? I think not. Rams did a lot of bootlegging, Clip Factory. I ain't seen that much bootlegging since my grandpappy was running V8 engines out of the backwoods with some moonshine. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? A lot of play action. A lot of play action rollout. War Chief, you're on it today. I love it, man. Get him, War Chief. Get him. Where is the Milroe from training camp? Mick, Brandon, people are calling Simpson surgical after his performance today. Is that what we call little pop passes of 5 yards now? As we go, like, no, it's not that they're dinking and dunking. No, it's not that. It's they're being surgical. One man's trash, another man's treasure, I guess. Feels like something kind of akin to that. I mean, I watched it surgical, like just, look, it's a good thing that they did. It's what you want to do for both Stenson Bennett and for Ty. They did it for them both, which I have 2 young quarterbacks. I want to start building their confidence. It's what a smart offensive-minded coach would do with young guys like that. So rollouts, easy completions. What you want to do is set that first performance as okay, I feel pretty good about that. I feel I can build upon that. I got momentum within that a little bit. That's where you kind of would ideally like to be. So I think it's good. I think the play calling was fine, but it didn't necessarily tell you about where they are as a player. That's more about building that confidence, giving them those easy completions, and everybody's got different things they're trying to accomplish in preseason. And I think that McVay on his checklist probably is make sure these young quarterbacks who I might have to really rely upon if Stafford goes down, have that confidence to go out there and not be like, I'm in over my head. I've never done it. I've got nothing to build upon here. This is just, hopefully I can do it. Riley Mills equals Justin Smith. I'd love to see it. I hope he can become that. A little bit of a quiet half from him, I would say, as much run as they did give him, but I hope so. I can surgically dissect my French toast, yet nobody's hiring me to be a doctor. Would like to see a series where maybe the starters play just to give them reps for the regular season. Yeah, I can get behind that. That would make sense. Yamo, how are you complaining about Milroe? Do you watch football? He's literally gotten us out in 3rd and long multiple times. Yeah, I'm definitely not complaining about Milroe. I'm more about just getting Milroe more run. I think he's been under a good amount of pressure too there, Yamo. It's made it hard. Olani's all around reliable. You can see why Genti had trouble overtaking him in college. Indeed. Yeah, he does a lot of things right. Just a good, solid guy, especially when you're talking about being probably the fourth back on your roster. Does Pumpkin get her own Super Bowl ring? She should. I have to get a little teeny tiny one to fit on her little paw. The bouquet of the DK jersey. Christopher Walken's analysis of the first half was good. Opening, solid even. Sort of drained away as the half went on. Lost intensity, a little sloppy, like a pig. Oink, oink. Why? I don't know. Why couldn't you keep the energy you had first part of the game? I don't know. Solid overall. Let's clean it up in the second half. Walking happy. Just barely. I mean, we're losing. What do you want? What was happening with that book flew off? You guys might be on it. If you guys see a ghost behind me, you guys better let me know. I'm going to tell you this right now, okay? Football, let's forget football at this moment. If there's some like horror movie demon face that appears behind me and you guys let me do the whole slow turn move where I'm like, and you didn't tell me in the chat, you guys are like, it's just a bunch of like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I'm like, what is the oh my God? And I'm like, oh. And then I see it like in the reflection on my camera. That's you guys are selling on me at that point. I better not do any moment in this channel where I've ever got to get to the point of I've got to do the slow head turn without you warning me of that. That's like some greatest fear stuff right there. I don't know. I might have a ghost in the house. I need some sage. I need an old priest and a young priest. I need you guys to give me all that right now. Luis says, I'll play devil's advocate and say you can dig and dunk your way down the field consistently, then it's valid. Yeah, there's nothing invalid about it. It certainly is not something that shouldn't be commended and that you executed the offense. And we got the opening kickoff, the second half here to the Cowboys. Good job with the coverage unit there. Cut down to about the 28-yard line by Jones, not Velas Jones, but the other Jones. We do have a flag on the play in addition to that. Yeah, I would say it certainly is not something to say that it's not good that your rookie performance in his first game does pull that off. You're going up against a vanilla defense that's going to play to depth and it's going to allow easy completions within the structure of that. That's going to be trying to play to the run. So hold on the Cowboys, by the way. That'll take them 10 yards back. So it's good, but that's where it's too. It's like when it starts to get to, well, he surgically executed and like, well, that's where it's the overstatement side of it. It's a good performance. It's not just surgically executed. It's a good performance. Executing, an offense meant to build up the confidence in that quarterback. And everybody did what they did need to do to come. McVay structured an offense to get his rookie quarterback confidence. Rookie executed the offense well and got production out of it. So it's a solid opening step, but it's just an opening step. 1st and 10, fly sweep here out wide to the wide receiver, catches the Hawks a little bit with their pants down on the play, and that'll be a 9-yard play to the outside there. Oreo does look a lot better. Agreed. Observation Stenson's terrible. He can go back to Georgia with 9-5. Shotgun look handoff here inside, and defenders initially there. And Ivy's played a pretty solid game here with that cast on his hand, but he can't quite stop him from getting the first down. It's going to be a second. It was like a 2nd and 1 there, and just able to kind of fall forward there for the first. So Simpson did better thought. Guess he was motivated with me hate watching. He sensed you were watching. I think that was really it there, Banker. I think that was it. Not big on the Bennett, huh? Not on the Bennett train. Get his Garoppolo back in the house. under center here, roll out, back out into space. Boy, Hawks defense is definitely kind of getting hit with some of the misdirection stuff here a little bit. As we break into the second half, the first down catch and run there. 13:36 to go in the third quarter. Did I see Puka said about his hatred of us? Rent-free, brother, and we see you twice a year. Yeah, boy, they feels like I've heard from every Ram member of that team this year about their hatred for us this offseason. It's like, I hear you guys. You just keep saying it, I guess. But yeah, it's every turn, it's one after another with that, Megan. Every freaking turn. They're going to give him a 9-yard gain on that last play, so they'll have him just short of the first down again. So back to back, we're in 2nd and 1s. Cowboys will go under center here. Hand off. Oop, nope, they'll stop it there. By the way, guys, you do get a Joe Milton sighting here. And there'll be a 5-yard penalty. Pre-snap penalty on the Cowboys, take you to 2nd and 6. Milton, the guy a lot of you guys love out there. Was looking at maybe a guy that the Hawks could look to target. Big arm dude out of Tennessee. And he lets it rip here on an out route here, but strong coverage. They're going back after Shamar, poor guy. Cowboys have said today, we're going to attack Shamar like there is no tomorrow. And we got a hands to the face penalty here for the Cowboys. Let's see if that marches them back. It will. Another 10 yards. Replay 2nd down. But they are going at Shamar, man. Look out. What did the Cowboys give up for Milton? I think it was like a 4th round, 5th round pick. I think it is telling, though, that he's the 3rd quarterback coming into this game. You know, Hal's the first guy for them off the bench, essentially. And certainly has the big arm, but there was a lot of his game that needed to progress coming out of Tennessee. Shotgun look here now on 2nd down. He's got all day in the pocket. I mean, just forever. Back at Shamar Charles again. Completed pass, catch and run. Big play down the field for 20 yards. Just an in-breaking route there where partly it's a long developing route, but it's got the time to develop because no one is getting home as far as the pass rush goes. Just completely shut down. You were operating with truly the back end roster here at this point. There is no Riley Mills types out there. It's J.R. Singletons and whatnot. High throw here on 1st down. Little wayward throw there. You can see with Milton as well, something that you get with him is the velocity is there, but sometimes the accuracy and ball placement is not exactly on point. Very talented kid, though. Clark was playing earlier. He is not out there. Yes, he is out there. Yeah, he's number 9 out there, right? 2nd down and 10, 12:15 to go in the 3rd quarter. Ball on the 44-yard line in the Seahawks territory. Quick snap, drop back and throw. Completed pass. Schottenheimer and the Cowboys are doing a good job with the play call and the flow of the play calling, really changing it up. It's a screenplay here. It's a play action rollout there. It's a straight drop back on a 3-step drop. Then after that, there's a real change of rhythm in the course of this offense right now, at least on this particular drive especially, where just kind of keeping the Seahawks a little bit on their heels, reactively speaking. Shotgun look, 3rd down and 4. 4 wide. Seahawks showing a blitz. 2 men up around the A gap. They got the running back up there to block it up. Seahawks drop out of it. Milton looking around. Again, wide open in space. Boy, nobody even close in coverage from the Seattle Seahawks at this point. Just busted up coverages. Holy mackerel, man. The corner got badly beaten on that play. I'm trying to see who it is. Fuller Jr.? Who the hell is that? Mike Clark's gotten snaps. I haven't seen him do anything. Quick snap here by the Cowboys. Milton's going to run this. He's looking around. Seahawks react well to it. Be just a short gain for him. Yeah, right now Bud Clark's playing safety deep, so he's there. Orange Cat saying chill. Yeah, she is. I see somebody on this defense make a play here. When was the last time outside of Tyrese Knight we've seen anybody on this defense today really make a play? Nice run up the middle for about 5-6 yards. Long opening drive here at the start of the second half. 9:42 to go in the third quarter. Cowboys are operating with a 1st and 10, ball at the 13-yard line here in Seattle's territory. Quick handoff right up in the middle of here again, and another nice hole, another nice gain. And when it comes to how the Cowboys run the ball today, you may not know whether it's run or pass, but you can always count on the fact that it's going to be a run. It's going in the A or the B gap. There is no trying to press this to the edges or really try to work it that way. We saw the one kind of end around. But aside from that, as a defender, you can kind of anticipate a little bit about if I am locked in for that run, that the run's going to likely go here or here, which you would think would help them a little bit, but does not seem to be doing so. Cowboys marching up the football field, 2nd and 2, handoff inside. It's a keeper here to Milton. Milton trying to get outside, and he's going to be just short of the first down. A little bit of a block in the back there by the Cowboys that went uncalled on Dansby. 3rd down and 1. You know where the run play is going. It's either in the A or the B gap. Schottenheimer's mad. He's up there having to call a timeout. Something went wrong there on the play. If you like what you're listening to today, folks, please do hit that like button. Maybe subscribe on up if you get a chance. Would really appreciate it. We'll be doing live game coverage all year at the Hawks Nest for game day. Play-by-play, be doing a variety of other games in addition to that. You know. Baker Elpries, thank you for the $2 donation. At Roundtable, Cardinals talking about how they won the preseason. They might. I mean, they might try to on that, and they might think that, I hope not, but Mike may try to present that. It's going to be a quarterback keeper here on a tush push, and that's going to work. First down. I certainly can see them maybe trying to say that. I think they're going to try to elevate a lot of the stuff that's happened this preseason a little bit, just because I feel like the Cardinal fan base is really hungry and trying to look for any indicator they have that the team's ready to turn the corner, whether that indicator is true or whether it's just kind of in the process of. I think the hard part for them will be, and I think Michael has acknowledged this, Banker, is losing Chase Basantes to a season-ending torn ACL. 1st and goal here. Ball at the 2. We're going to do a little fade ball here. Oh, my God. Did he catch that? Oh, my God. He caught it. Touchdown. That is an insane catch. Absolutely ridiculous catch. Milton throws a little fade ball to the back of the end zone, and the guy just goes up and one-hands it. Dansby, not in bad, didn't actually play it bad. It's really a perfect throw and a perfect catch. It's the old thing where it's a perfect throw, perfect catch will override perfect coverage. The combination of that can do that. I would be less of shaking a stick at Dansby there and more of just you tip the cap to Milton and the receiver on the throw. That's a hell of a catch and a throw there. Camden Brown. Golly. But Chase Basantis is going to be a little bit of a tough one there, Banker, because that's a guy that they were really relying upon at that right guard spot. And they've already got some other parts that they're trying to get kind of engineered and figured out in that offensive line. They just don't have a replacement for that. And whatever you feel good about the preseason, you do go to the other side of that going, oof. Like that's really tough for us from game to one to be without this guy. Sad for them too, because it's such a good player. My favorite pick of theirs the last draft. But yeah, we'll probably hear a little bit about that to a degree. Robbie Red, thank you for the $5 donation, Robbie. Just moved back to Seattle and hoping to catch some Hawk games. Are you going to any? Also, what's your book about? And 46 and 2 is your intro? Great choice. Yes, I have a very wild imagination. So it is a book that takes twists and turns. It's kind of like it's a journey sort of book. It looks at it's definitely a book of fiction, but it interweaves our real world into it, and looks a little bit like conspiracies within that and main character going through that. And then that taking him on a unique journey that then takes him into some dark realms and some extracurricular stuff that's outside of the mode of normal life, let's say. It's even got a little bit of some sci-fi elements as it gets down the line of the book just to a degree, but again, connecting it back to sort of real world theories and whatnot on that. So it's a guy that, it's about a main character sort of takes that journey of having an outlook of the world and life, and that gets changed very quickly, and it sends them on a path of not only discovery, but realization about the way the world really works. So it's a tome. It's a very, very long, very deep book, but I put a lot of time into it. And so, I always see it in my head that if you ever turned it into a movie and it was a trailer, I would use like the animation style they used from like Kill Bill over the top of like turning it into a trailer. And instead of having like real shots from a movie itself, I'd have a whole specialized trailer with that. And then I would put Tools 46 and 2 behind that over the top of that as it was playing. And essentially the video would kind of play out a lot of the whole book or up to a certain part in the book, the events at hand that kind of come out and play out. So I've had that in my head for a while though. But if you want to give it a read, it is on Amazon right now. It's called When the Sleeper Awoke. You can get the digital copy or you can get the hard copy, as you can see behind me here. 13 play drive there for the Cowboys, 84 yards. We've made them earn it on these touchdown drives, except for the big play at the end of the half. They just kind of threw it down there. But they've got our Hawks on their heels right now. We'll see if the offense can find a way to answer back. But thank you, Robbie. Appreciate the $5, man. And congratulations on getting back to Seattle, man. I'm going to get back up there myself at some point or another. I'm not sure when, but I will get back there at some point. And if you get a chance, do appreciate you reading the book, checking it out. Another short kick here on a hop, picked up by the returner. Not a lot of area to go after the hop, kind of slowed him down a little bit. Take it back up to the 25-yard line where the Hawks offense will take over there. Appreciate you, Robbie. If you remember, there was the animated sequences in Kill Bill, so I thought that'd be cool to get. Like, I get those animators to do that to the book, and then have the Tool song over the top of it. I think that'd look kind of tight. Appreciate you, brother. Mariners 10-5 over the Astros. Well, they're running out of time. They better get this thing in gear soon. Much like our Hawk offense today. 2 tight end look here. Quick drop back and throw by, is that Drew Lock? Lock back out there? I'm muted. I muted? Yeah, looks like shotgun look here for Drew Lock. Dropping back to throw. He's going to go over the top here. And he just long arms him. He had Foster wide open and he just couldn't put it there. Foster had his guy beat by 5 yards. Okay, I'm good. All right, cool. He said muted. I'm like, oh. It's a quick 3 and out for the Seahawks offense. Interesting decision to have Drew Lock come out there. I don't know how you expect the kid to advance when you don't play him at all. I like he's not going to get practice reps as the third string quarterback. Like this is your opportunity to kind of play. It's kind of the definition of you're looking for that over the results of the game itself here. Nice kick by Dixon will send him out of bounds at the 18-yard line, but a strange decision to have Locke come out there and play out there to begin the first half. Felt like Milroe barely got a chance to do anything. We're doing 2 series apiece. I guess yeah. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe that is the way they're going. That's right. When the Sleeper Awoke by Brandon Cain. You can find it. You can get on Amazon right now. 5-star rated. 5-star rated when the Sleeper Awoke. Megan Knox, that's the ghost of the Rams Super Bowl victory window closing was why the book dropped. Hayden from afar. How'd the 49ers do? They look good out there. The youngsters played really well for them. Stribling was very impressive. They worked a lot of him in the passing attack. They had him on a couple of different style of routes. Took the top off the defense, or at least one on a contested catch throw down the field deep. And Holton got himself a sack, and that was going up against Skoronski for the Titans. Pricesock, the corner, made some plays for him out in coverage. I think they really liked a lot of how their youngsters played out there. Marcus Hawksness, the broadcast said Locke and Milroe rotate every few series. I guess that makes sense. I mean, it's definitely okay. There's the plan. I would just wonder what the upshot of it is, unless they just, I guess, feel that Locke hasn't gotten enough work. I don't know. Jordan, thanks for the $5 donation. All your support today. The coaches and fans know what Locke is. There is zero reason Locke plays anymore today. This is where I would tend to land on this. I don't think that there's a lot you're giving Locke as far as you're increasing his, the effect of him playing more doesn't really increase him beyond where he's kind of at, I think, as a player, whereas Milroe needs that saturation a little bit. And when so much of what Milroe is going to do over these first 2 years of his career, being sitting on the bench, being watching, being just looking at tape, being working it out on the practice field, being doing all this stuff that's not live action, it just makes this stuff to me all that much more vital that you're getting him that playing time and to the utmost. And with it only being 3 preseason games here, it's not like you've got a collection of games to do this with him on. But I'll trust in the team's process. It's not a monstrously big deal. It just would be nice to see him get a little bit more run. 6:12 to go in the third quarter. Cowboys will take over, having two straight touchdown drives here that have extended them out with a 10-point lead. Milton will come back out under center here with a 2 tight end look and a handoff on an outside zones play. Short little gain. Ivy again in there. Ivy's played a pretty solid game with that club on his hand. He's been impressive. Both him and Morris were good off the edge here in this one. Milton under center here. Same play, back to back, same exact run, and this one's going to go for 15 yards. Man, no two gapping there. Just guys trying to get upfield and not pay attention to any sort of gap integrity whatsoever. Especially with them just running that play on the previous play. Like, first and 10, ball at the 34-yard line. 3 wide receiver look here. Milton's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Hand off. Oh, all over it is the Seahawks defense. Good job by Jalen Gaines. He was jumped on top of that in the backfield quick. Great job there, kid. Very quick off the snap was Gaines. Just got right around the edge there. My man almost didn't get his hands on him, trying to block him up. Second and 13, 3-yard loss on the play. Offset I formation, play action here. He's back there again. Milton able to get out of the trouble and then find a man. Oh, brutal. Is that incomplete there? Yeah, that was incomplete. Again, great job by Jalen Gaines. Got same play that he just played where he just out-quicked the man to the edge, got the shoulder, and had his hand there on Milton. Milton did a good job of escaping. You're seeing some of the natural ability of Milton here. You're feeling a little bit of the arm strength. You're feeling a little bit of there's some upward mobility you get from him as well. This is why a lot of you Hawk fans were really hot to trot with him. It's a little bit about with him the questions on processing and accuracy. But he's got some talent. 3rd down and 13. 3 wide receiver look here. Yeah, it looks like we got a false start. It's about the 3rd or 4th one of the game, or delay a game on this one. I think this is the first referee I've ever seen with tattoos. I've ever seen a referee with tattoos before. Yeah, it looks like delay a game, Shadowbot. Ooh, that's a good Darth Vader helmet right there. Boy, that's nice. Bro. That looks expensive. Shotgun look. 3rd and 18. We're going to go with a little bubble screen here. Seahawks in chase mode. They'll get the stop. Good job by the defense there. Stem the bleeding here a little bit. Jalen Gaines. Nice job. Good work, kid. Good work. Yeah, that's a good series. Yeah, that Vader helmet was good. I'm with you, Jordan. I'm with you 100% on this one. I just go, man. Let's get our guy Jalen out there. Mom in the house. What's up, Mom? Thank you for becoming a Moon member of the channel. Welcome aboard. Welcome back aboard, I should say. But appreciate you, Mom. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good time on vacation. Punt fielded here with a little bit of room to work with. Nice little creative run. Still keeping his feet, and he's loose. He gets separated out. He bangs it back outside. A marvelous run, and he's extending it. He's about to get caught from behind. He finally gets drugged down from behind. We do have a penalty flag down on the play, but a hell of a return there by Rochelle. Fought his butt off on that run, showing some true heart and fight. And the sideline loves that happening right in front of them as they're giving him a lot of hugs and love. Just keeping his feet, working hard. Looked like he could have been brought down about 5 or 6 times over the course of that return. Hopefully this penalty doesn't neutralize it. It's a false start on the Cowboys. And they'll just add that to the end of the run. Let's go. Maybe a little bit of an ignition of momentum here for the Seahawks team. What a return by Rochelle, though, huh? Thank you again, Ma. Good to see you. Rochelle, one of those guys they kind of signed here recently. Breaks two tackles around his ankles. Third one guy going for his thing. Shows a little bit of speed there. He almost housed that thing. I thought he was gone too. Good job of that Cowboy player to hustle to get back into there. It looked like they were going to get it in there, but just what the offense needed, huh? There's a kick in the pants for you. That'll get you a spot on the roster. Not blocking because he wants his roster spot. MD, it's up to the nest, putting in great work several years running. Thank you, MD. I appreciate that. Yeah, what a return. '47's been all gas, no brakes. 59, Jones Jr. needs to get it going. Yeah, agreed. 47 has been impressive. He's popped a couple times out there. He's looked good. Cody White lays out that kicker, and the guy who made the tackle, it's a TD. Yeah. Interesting to go back and look at Cody on that play a little bit closer. To your point. Special teams, definitely a deep part of this team. I think it's also only just about you do fundamentally lean into building this roster with an onus upon making sure the special teams is going to be deep and is going to be strong. And if it's a point of emphasis, then you can make it happen. A lot of teams, I just think, don't treat it like that. And it becomes a sort of a secondary feature that they kind of, yeah, we'll get around to it. Rather than, no, it's a priority. Addicted, 350 watching, only 15 likes. Smash that button. Feels good. Please hit that like button if you can. It does help out the channel grow and show and all that good stuff. Got 3 minutes and 1 second to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks are going to take over with marvelous field position here at the 27-yard line of the Cowboys. Drew Lock back under center here. Pitch play out to Velus Jones Jr. Jr. trying to get the edge. Not much there to be had. Maybe got himself a yard before he's kicked out of bounds. Seahawks with 23 rushing attempts and 14 passing attempts in this game. They've run for 100 yards and a 4.4 yard per carry average. They'll not even give him a yard there. They'll call it 2nd and 10. Lock dropping back to throw. Lets it go. Finds an open man there. Montario Foster again. That man, he's had a couple of opportunities here today. Made the most of them. And Lock's definitely trusting in him right now as he's worked him quite a bit on the few times they have thrown. That will be a first down reception for the Seahawks here. There we go. Start to kick something out just a little bit. Start to toggle this forward. Ball at the 12-yard line of the Cowboys. Lock's going to change the play. He's in a pistol look here. Velus Jones behind him. Condensed split. Velus takes the run right up the middle there. Nowhere to really go, and he'll fall forward for about a half-yard gain. Cowboys kind of felt like they knew that was coming. Clock continues to roll. 1:27 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks down 17-7 here. 2nd down and 10. Lock and shotgun. Cowboys bringing a blitz. Seahawks got it kind of picked up. Just can't execute. Saw this with Bobo as well, isn't that? You've got a blitz coming. They've got the right call with the bubble screen to be able to then basically take advantage of that blitz. That should be something that leaves a blitz then caught with pants down. Instead, the Cowboys are able to rally and turn it into really just a 3-yard gain. Looks like a simple 7-8 yard play there to be had, and they just do a good job of recovering and getting the play made. So the play call is right, just the execution is not quite there on those plays, and those should be 2 spots in this game where you really get a couple of really actually decent gains. Say nothing to just getting a short gain there. 4 wide here. Block, dropping back to throw. He's going to complete it, but far short of the first down. Yeah, it's third down. Why are we throwing it in front of the sticks? Back to Montario Foster again, but you're 3 yards in front of the sticks here. I guess the intention is you're going to go for it on fourth down no matter what, but fourth and 4. Shotgun look. 3 wide. Seahawks are going to take a timeout, trying to get they let the clock run out there to the end of the third quarter. So we'll turn into the fourth quarter here with Seattle with a decision at play. Do they go for it or not? You could go for field goal here. I think in the regular season, you're probably going for it here. You're probably going the field goal here and getting this down to a 1-score game. Roxanne Roll in the house. Thank you for 60. I said 61 months. One of my OGs, one of the original. We got Roxanne with 61 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you so much for that, Roxanne. As I am working my way back to being active here, the best Seahawks content on YouTube. Go Hawks. Oh, well, that's very kind of you to say, Roxanne. And again, one of the original folks, probably one of my original subscribers on top of being one of the original members of this channel, but 61 months as a Hawks Nest member. That's absolutely deserves an applause. That is tremendous support. Long time support from you, Roxanne. Thank you so very much for that. And it's really good to see you back in the chat here. We've missed you here, Roxanne. Hope you're doing well out there. And that's very kind of you to say. Thank you for that. Kyle from South Park. Thank you for the $2 donation. NFL fumbled by not giving Seattle black jerseys. Oh, I'll never turn down black jerseys, Kyle. Black jerseys look good on any uniforms logo. It's hard to get the black jerseys wrong. But sadly, we're probably never going to get the black jerseys in Seattle. As good as it would look, as tight as it would look, probably not going to get it. We're going to have to wait on that one. They only let a select few teams have them black jerseys. It's the preseason. Go for it. I ain't going to be mad if they do. Melrose was surgical in practice, though. See what Seattle does here. So they're going for it. Milroe and shotgun. 3 wide stacked to the far side of the field. Dropping back to throw. He's looking, dances out of trouble. We're going to get a penalty flag. Still going to be stopped far short of the first down. Ugly, 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 ugly. Cowboys had it covered up on the back end. Another holding penalty. The pass protection for the Seahawks has been really wobbly in this game. You've run at a high rate, almost a 2-to-1 rate through a lot of this game. And then when you go to the pass, your guys are under siege. And it's not like the Cowboys are running a lot of intricate stuff up front. They are just simply generating pressure and causing problems there. Some of that is you're hoping to get that ball out of your hand quickly from a Drew Lock perspective, but some of it's also just been the pass pros not been the greatest in this game. Mick Frewer, thank you for 4 months as a Hawks Nest member. Montario Foster was a substitute teacher up until the Seahawks signed him back on the roster in December. He's showing he wants this opportunity. He's made the most of it. And you're going to make a roster as a guy. You're going to get to the place of being on that. You've got to make plays like this throughout the process because everything is kind of stacked up ahead of you. You're not a high round pick. You're not a guy that's going to get the benefit of the doubt. And it takes you every step of the way, making your mark. But he's done that. And when you hear all the players talk about him through training camp as a guy that just is constantly showing up, I think he's done a lot to really start to reinforce himself at the very least, Mick, and being looked at as a guy that you're going to have on the practice squad. Say nothing of a guy that's probably every bit pressing a guy like Cody White for what he's able to bring to the table. So it's going to be a pretty fierce fight here, I think, for that final receiver spot. But I think that the nice part with him is that if you did have to get him to the practice squad, you could pull that off. Like, he's not going to probably get stolen. But it's just cool, like you say, to see a guy that sort of touched the real world, has had a taste of having to be in the real world, and then having an opportunity to go back still and recapture that dream. We all root for that. We all love seeing that. And if he can realize this, it'd be cool. And boy, he's looked good today. He's looked like the best receiver on the field for us today. Situational football, time to test your goal line desperation. Yes, sir. Yeah, another holding call. Which the point is, you don't need normal colors to have black alternative. It's true. I'm not sure about, you guys mentioned the play call. It was not the greatest of play calls there by Fleury. There's been a lot of pre-snap motion here in the game. It's a lot of stagnant stuff at the snap, and maybe you're just trying to keep things simple in the first preseason game, but I did think we're going to get a little bit more of that. Maybe they're holding on to it. Yeah. 14:52 to go in the fourth quarter. Milton comes back out for the Cowboys, up 17-7 on the Seahawks, operating from the 10-yard line, their own territory. Seahawks bringing a blitz on first down. Pressure mounts in there. Milrose able to get free. We do have a flag in the backfield. Looks like holding. Good job by Rodney Thomas to come up and make the play there to keep the gain to a short one. But looks like a holding penalty, which will take him back half the distance and replay the down. Mr. Cain, my brother from another mother. He's showing, him and Roxanne both showing out here. They're both showing out here a little bit with this 59 months as a Hawks Nest member. You're awesome for that, Mr. Cain. Thank you for that long time support. 4, 5, 6 years. I can't even keep track. I can't even do the math. He says, us old heads had to show up for the first game preseason, Brandon. Go Hawks. Like and subscribe, y'all. Well, it puts a smile on my face seeing all of my OGs in the house, seeing my folks that were riding with me almost since nearly day one. We got a read option handoff inside here. Boy, it looked like Peely had that thing snuffed out. Just broken tackle through Peely in the hole, able to go forward for a good 5-6 yard gain. Bringing up second and long. But yeah, you guys were on board with me right from the jump. Back in early 2020s. When we're first cooking up here, you guys were right with me every step of the way. We've had so many here like yourself, and it's so appreciated that's had so many people running with me for so many years. And it's just simply your names in the chat when I see it. Just puts a big smile on my face. And the recognition and the long time I know you guys have all been in here. Say nothing of the support. Pitch play out wide here on 2nd and 9. Ooh, nice hit out in space there. Dansby came up and nice little lick there at the end of that. Hubbard was able to hold up the ball carrier out in space, and then Dansby came up and gave a nice finishing hit there to keep that play from going very far at all. Maybe a yard or two gain at most. It's good to see you in the house, though, Mr. Cain. Good to have all my people back. All my people back for the start of the regular season here. We got to get into regular season 4, Mr. Cain. And thank you, man, for all of your longtime support. I know you've donated many times over on this channel in addition to that. Quick snap by Milton. Quick drop back and throw. Catches Seattle again. Maybe a little bit not quite as ready there for the snap. Completion's right there and easily had for a first down. Man, these games are hard to watch. It doesn't make it easy to watch at times with the way these kind of go. That's for sure. Under center here, another quick snap. Boy, again, they seem to have the back kind of corralled in the backfield, able to break the tackle. Tackling become an issue here now. But Okay. Good gain for the play on the Cowboys. Sanchez in the house celebrating 46 months. Another one of the OGs. OGs checking in. OGs tapping in 225 into the stream. Let's go. Been a dream game. Every time I say put in lock, they oblige. Disappointed in the effort by the team. Defend your crown in all circumstances. Definitely the second and third stringers are not. There's some guys at various places that have failed to kind of necessarily. Oh, we got a pop up. No, it's knocked out of bounds. Golly, slippery little ball. Short completion there. Almost had a chance for a fumble recovery there. But yeah, agreed. I some of the effort level on the third stringers and some of these guys has been a little bit leaving you wanting here a bit, Sanchez. But I know you got a big old smile on your face, seeing so much lock action, seeing so much of that hose on display, that power hose. You're watching some power washing today. It's good to see you back in the house too, my man. Hope you're doing well. All right, we got 3rd and 4, shotgun look. Another blitz here from the Hawks. Quick throw out into space, quickly corralled and wrapped up. Nice play call there to kind of force the action and cause it to be a short completion at that to give the offense back the ball and an opportunity here. Running a nice little blitz play there. You got a free rusher in there. Forced Milton to have to get the ball out of his hand quick. And you had the defender on the backside to be able to make that tackle in space, Finley, really quickly after the play. Good job to be in the right position there, post-play to make that tackle. You've seen a lot of times where the blitz comes and they goes to that hot route read, and you don't have a guy near enough to get there before he gets the first down. Fair catch call here at the 34-yard line where the Seahawks offense will take over. Hopefully ready to do a little bit of something here. Appreciate you, Sanchez. Thank you for the 46 months, Hawks Nest member. Very, very, very dramatic. Kyle Brando, O-line gave up 27 sacks last year, 5th fewest in the league, but the national media said they aren't great. Top 5 isn't great now because Seattle's top 5, huh? Yeah, you're touching on it. There's laziness at play, where it's just that I think people just don't understand because the defense was so good and people were like, you guys got the nickname on defense and the stars over on the defense. And then that must mean that if the defense is that good, then the offense must not be good because that's the way that this typically tends to be. I look at the Texans offense last year, wasn't very good, but you had the great defense. But that's not the case. You had the 3rd highest scoring offense in the league last year. Like you say, you weren't 27 sacks, very low for the season, despite the fact that you passing wise had the guy that had the 5th most amount of passing yards in the league. And Sam Darnold, it was so efficient. The yards per attempt were through the roof. The completion percentage was almost 68%. It was a great offense, not just a good offense, a great offense. But you're right. The narrative surrounding it seems to be almost like that wasn't the case, or that Walker was somehow carrying the majority of the load to making whatever success happen. I don't know about that. Just came across ticket stubs for 1992. Yeah, I found mine in here. I've got this one over here. That one's 1992. It's as deep as I got. Eleven minutes to go in the 4th quarter here. Seahawks down 17-7. Come on, Seattle. Come on. Milrow back out now with 3 wide receiver look and under center. Dropping back on a straight drop back here. Ontario Foster with a drop there. He was open, there to make the catch, hit him right in the hands, bobbled on through. Hasn't been a particularly clean game from Seattle. Sure would like him to maybe put the mouthpiece in your mouth so the mouthpiece doesn't inhibit you from catching the football. Empty look here on 2nd and 10. Blitz look from the Cowboys. Got to see it, Jalen. I don't think he saw it. Take your time at the snap, man. Don't be in a rush. Take your time. There we go. There we go. See? Sends it. Drops out of the blitz. Comes back here to Montario Foster on a little stop route there. Boy, what an awful mark. What in the hell was that spot? How is that not a first down? There we go. Mike's going to challenge it. Yeah, it's a good challenge, Mike. I don't know if the official's trying to believe that he didn't have possession, and so that when he went back a yard after the catch, that it was like, well, the bobble, and then the possession didn't come until you actually went backwards a yard, but he had it caught and secured at the first down marker. So looks like a first down to me when he caught it. I look very clear on the first run of it. So boom, he's got possession right there, 2 feet down, and he's past the first down marker. So that's where the defender can't knock you backwards out of bounds, and then the spot's there. You get the forward momentum. And even Schottenheimer's trying to make the call to the ref as the ref's coming over there. They're slow motion, and Schottenheimer's trying to make the call that it was a bobble because Schottenheimer knows he's got the first otherwise. I think they'll get the first on that. And how about a nice game for Foster overall? Foster's Australian for receptions. That's pretty good, dude. You put like 8 feet down. Foster's a good ass player. He's nice. He's down. Hey, Brandon, do you think Mike McDonald will keep the challenge flag this season? Will keep it? No, he'll use it a bunch. Addicted, what's the rule if you catch it but then run backwards to be short of the sticks? Okay, then it's a bad call or something new. Yeah, if you catch it and then you voluntarily run backwards, that's where there is going to be a little bit of some arbitrary nature to this, where I don't know if it's this way on this one. To me, it looks like he makes the catch and he's sent back on the momentum by the player trying to tackle him, where that's the momentum pushing you backwards, not you voluntarily going backwards. And then that's the real key caveat of it, And I was thinking about it, Lager too. I stole it. Somebody put the joke in the chat. It was a funny joke in the chat. I got to give credit to Dune on that one. I do need a couple of Lombardi replicas on my deal. See, he's got control of it. This whole he's bobbling it thing. No, he's got it pinned and controlled the whole way. Come on, give us the first down. And they give us the first down. Let's go. Replay's awesome. Replay's awesome. First down and 10, 10:31 to go here. Ball on the 44-yard line in Seahawks territory. Jalen Milroe dropping back to pass. Looking, and he's going to get sacked. Second down, 19. Jalen completes it on a short throw after extending himself outside the pocket. Finds the tight end. I think that's Vanette there for a short little gain. It's going to bring up third and very, very long. Golly, I don't know what took him to the right there. He had the left read open on the in-breaking route. I don't know what his eyes took him over to the right side where the coverage was locked in. Third down and 9. Flag on the play here, and Jalen's going to run out of bounds after a 3-yard gain. It's on the Seahawks, the flag, so that'll be declined, and that'll bring you up to fourth down, and probably going to have to either punt, this one because you're so far from the first down. Not a well-run offensive show here so far this game. Yeah, a lot of flags. Flags won't be too unusual. There's another one here on this punt return. In the preseason, they're going to try to call things a little tighter than they will in the regular season. Flags on the Cowboys. So they're always going to do a little bit of this in the nature of how this thing's going to be run. With you just trying to get them to the toe of the line for the regular season. So that's always the way they typically run the preseason. Milroe's got to use the VR that Jaden Daniels is using. Yes, he does. Yeah, first drive of the game was good. Downhill since then is right. The ref can barely spit it out. Waiting to hear from your friend back on the Lombardi. Well, thanks for having that made for me. Appreciate that, Megan. Yeah, no rush. No rush. I got to get a new shelf for my backdrop, though. Got some new stuff coming in here. Kyle, well, Brandon, what's the earliest we can see Arnold on the field, in your opinion? I have a hard time in knowing for sure. I don't know what the NFI is going to come in this with. Is the NFL going to come in before he could be active to do something when he's not signed with a team? They don't have to feel impelled to do anything, but now he is signed. Do they come down and drop the hammer? I think it's all very kind of fluid right now and very hard to say for sure which way it's going to go and the timing of it. You're probably not going to have him back playing for like next preseason game if he's eligible. You're probably just going to give him a couple weeks with the team to get right, I would think. But I'm not sure on how the NFI stuff's going to be taken care of. So the penalty marker actually now has Seattle at a 4th and 3. They take the penalty and they're going to go for this. 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, Milroe and shotgun, 4-man front here from the Cowboys. And the false start penalty, man. The offensive line for the Seattle Seahawks, the second and third string offensive line, has been kind of catastrophic. Like, these guys are being penalty machines. They're legit penalties. They can't even get the snap count right. Now you're going to have to go back and punt again due to this type of mistake. Boy, as you're a young player, there's things you can't control. You can't control when the guy's going to beat you. You can't control when you give up pressure, right? But you can control whether or not you know the damn snap count. Another flag. Golly. Fumble! Fumble! What was he doing? What was he doing? Oh, Dixon messed up the punter. Dixon rolled the punt, and the punt's rolling to the 1 or 2 yard line, and the punt returner sees that. He thinks it's going to go in the end zone. He sees it's not going in the end zone. He goes to pick the ball up. He then kind of bobbles the ball forward into a Seahawk, but we have a penalty flag as well. Please tell me this is not Seattle. After already a sloppy game of penalties, come on. The officials are discussing right now as to what they're going to do here. Holding on the Cowboys. That penalty will be declined. Seattle Seahawks will have the ball on the punt, fumbled punt. And Michael Dixon again showing you why he is one of the best, if not the best punters in the sport. The returner panics by how good the punt return. I mean, he literally dropped that thing down and rolled it to the 1, and the punt returner freaked out and tried to grab it late. 1st and 10 for Milroe at the 5. Pitch play here out to the running back. Penetration in the backfield. More penetration in the backfield. Finally, able is Jones to push this upfield to go get a 3-yard gain. Did a good job of just avoiding all of the guys in the backfield there around his legs. Does get a couple of yards to bring this down into 2nd and goal. Huge mistake there for the punt returner of the Cowboys. Special teams, again, coming to show itself even in preseason how important it is. Milroe, under center here. Heavy formation look, 1 wide receiver for the Hawks. Another pitch play, back-to-back, same plays here. They're going to attack out to the edge. Harden close, but drugged down by his neck for about a half-yard gain. 3rd down and goal. Come on, Hawks, get this thing in here. Again, heavy look here. 1 wide receiver. Milroe, handoff into the running back. He runs up into a wall of defenders. No gain. I tell you, man, Fleury's not blowing my socks off with the play calling. First drive was great, but I don't know that he's doing a lot in helping the game calling out here. This has been a little stagnant offensively. There's no pre-snap motion. There's no pre-snap shifts or adjustments. You're going to keep stuff clean, I guess, and try not to do too much of that in the preseason. But boy, it seems to really kind of make this offense feel a little stuck here without that stuff. Shotgun look. Milroe dropping back to throw. He's got time. He's got time. He breaks free of the pocket. He's got time. He's got time. Eventually gets sacked. Doing nothing with the ball. Milroe's pre-snap eyes to post-snap read, like, I don't know what he's, almost every time I'm watching him, he's looking into where the coverage is flowing post-snap. His first read's taking him into where there's a pile of bodies post-snap in his first read. What? I'm not seeing necessarily evidence of advancement off the pre-snap stuff with him here in this game. It's not all on him, and there's a lot to unpack here on the game with this, but like, he's still looking very confused pre to post snap on what he's seeing. And this is one of the things that's inherently what I want to see in an advancement in Milroe's game is that from the neck up, there is an improvement. It's both with him mechanically and then also what you want to see with him on a processing front. And I've seen him on too many snaps here today, looking in the wrong direction post snap from where he should be and missing sometimes open reads to the other place on the field. I also think Fleury's not doing him a lot of favors here with the play calling. You're not trying to utilize his legs. You're not doing any rollouts in space. You're not half field reading it for him and getting him into some more simplified reads at times. You're kind of trying to make this really hard on him in the drop back game and straight drop back and go like that. So it is a little bit of a combo platter here, which is unfortunate, but a little more decisiveness from Milroe would be nice here. Yep, Brandon's progressions are found wanting. Yeah, it's room for him to grow and develop, and this is no final statement on Milroe in the first preseason game. He's got time to this preseason to show some more steps of this, but we are looking for specific things within his game is kind of the point. How do you know when he's advancing? How do you know when he's developing? Not simply by looking at a box score, not simply saying, and not that the box score looks illustrious right now, but that's not something you want to delve to. You want to look to the certain items of what we know he needs to improve upon. And mechanically, I think that stuff has probably come a little bit forward so far this year. But are we seeing necessarily the processing point of it and the recognition of what the defense is doing opposite me, being able to have a feel for what I think the defense is doing pre-snap to then being able to confirm that post-snap as opposed to getting caught surprised post-snap by what I thought it was going to be pre-snap. And that's there's a little bit of that going on right now with the situation. Yeah, just not decisive. And you saw from a Sam Howell, for instance, on the other side of it, Howell's had some more time to develop than Milroe, so there's a reason for this. But you saw the inverse of that with a guy like Howell on the other side of it, where it's just he's coming to his decision quick. He's making his choice fast. He's not sitting there taking time in the pocket to try to sit there and you don't have all day to think things through. You got to get to the thing and go. It moves fast. Bad snap here picked up by Milton. Still a very nice run play for about 7 or 8 yards by the Cowboys. Yeah, Simogen, this should have been 100 play action and fake run. Yeah. And you haven't used that part of his game here at all, really. I'm not sure why. Yeah, we're okay, mofo. It isn't anybody freaking out. It's more of just the outlook of the reaction towards Milroe and where he's at in his advancement. And, there is judgment here. There is reason to look at Milroe here and say, okay, I'm wanting to see where your advancement is. I want to see if you're coming forward. Handoff here, quickly gathered in the backfield nicely by Max and Hook. He did a good job of barreling off the edge from the safety position and making the tackle in the backfield to bring up a 3rd and 2. 5:42 to go in the fourth quarter. Seattle down 17-7. So it's not a final judgment or anything, but it is taking a snapshot of the performance and where we're seeing him at right now. And I'm not yet kind of seeing the evidence of the things coming forward, but there is time. And the thing to consider with Milroe on anybody trying to make a determination today is the whole point of drafting Milroe is to give him as I'll say over and over again, the 2 full years. You give him the 2 full years and then make your assessment as a coaching staff and front office about where he is. If not even waiting into that 3rd training camp to even stretch it out to that. And, maybe even give him that final extra off season in that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. The Seattle Seahawks are in a position to be able to afford to do that. But that doesn't mean you can't also kind of point out to where you're tracking the progress and where you're seeing the individual points of his game lie. I'm with you, man. Right? Rollouts, cut the field in half. I would have thought you would have had more of this scripted up for Milroe. In part, like I was talking about with Ty Simpson and the Rams earlier in their situation, you have a young quarterback who's not yet had any success he's tested on the football field. How can I kind of set him up for a game to start building that confidence and success? Athletic confidence, especially the quarterback position, can be a weighty thing for your performance. And if it's absent, you can feel it missing. And right now he doesn't feel necessarily super confident back there in his dropbacks and his approach. 3rd down and 2. Milton dropping back, throwing it high. Catch has gone up and made. We have another penalty flag here. Hell of a catch. My man high pointed the hell out of that ball. He was up to the top rung of the ladder to go get that was Hudson. Not a lot the cornerback could really do on that play. Penalty marker is going to be a holding penalty against the Seahawks. So even if you hadn't caught it, would have been a first down anyway. They will decline it. First down, 5:36 to go in the fourth quarter. Cowboys getting close to being able to drain out the rest of this clock and close this thing down. Washington out in coverage on the play. I don't know how they got holding on that. Looked pretty clean to me. It's kind of irrelevant. One way or the other. Shotgun look, 1st and 10, handoff. Oh no, bubble screen here on the play action. And this will be for a nice little gain of about 14, 15 yards. First down. First down. I'd rather be flying X-Wing. Thank you for the $5 donation. Between preseason, third string, and parts of the offense I can't install until we see a different defense, do we think Fleury has a full playbook tonight? I've got to think not, and I've got to think it's as much that we'll backtrack a little bit and really dive into it, of course, post game. But I got to think that a lot of this is that you know you're not starting starters, you're not starting guys that have played a lot of football, and especially not a lot of football together. And if you're going to run a lot of pre-snap shifts and motions, you need guys that are going to be on the P's and Q's and get the details right, and make sure you get down in your snap at the right point. Make sure you're not got pre-snap movement here. Make sure everybody's in alignment so you're not penalized through the roof, which we're already seeing in this game is a problem as it stands with you being stagnant in how you run it. The penalties are coming up. So it's a part that I'm sure Fleury's having to kind of dial back in order to just be able to make sure we're functionally running as an offense. So yeah, I think it is a part of the play here. I don't think that he's running his full offense. I hope he's not running his full offense. It has been a little bit boring in that regard, X-Wing. Thank you for the $5, man. Pistol look here, dropping back to throw. Hawks bringing a blitz. Milton throws it down around the feet of his tight end there, and so it'll bring up a 2nd and 10. Hawks got to get a stop here. They need 2 possessions to get back into this game. Stop's got to happen right now. Thank you, though, X-Wing, for the $5. I understand you were out there at the event the other night, too, when the boys were down in Seattle. Thank you for jumping out there and joining up on that. I think a lot of it, too, there's a couple extra points there to your donation I'd like to get to, too, as well here. We got under center. 2 tight end look here, run inside for about a gain of about 5 or 6 yards. Kind of wonder at this point, defense might be getting a little bit tired. The other part that you touch upon beyond I would say beyond the shifts and the pre-snap motions are going to be, customizing your offensive attack to go at the defense that you're playing that given week. And certainly some of that's going to go out the door when so much of the personnel is going to float in and out on the opposition and you are dialing things kind of back. So those are 2 legitimate parts to Fleury's offense. You're not going to see full born until we get to probably the first game of the season. And so we do have to take that a little bit into account, I would say. I would also say, though, you can do that while at the same time saying, okay, but if I've got a Milrow in there, where are the play action rollouts in space? Where are the naked bootlegs? Where are some of me trying to give him some easy completions through the context of the game to get some of that confidence going? So I think you can kind of push and say to both, but you're absolutely right on both accounts to that. You're going to dial some of this back in that way. Yeah, not half these guys won't make the 53 man. That's 100% right. Nor even the practice squad, Bexo, to your point. You got it, Max. No need to freak out or judge too harshly. Bubble screen out in space here. They'll complete the play, and that'll be another first down. Totally fair, Herbicide. Totally fair. Milton under center here, 4:29 to go. Ball at the 42-yard line into Seahawks territory. Handoff inside here, the back. He reverses field a little bit. Able to fight and claw and scratch his way for about a 5-yard, 6-yard gain. I was expecting a hell of a lot more, says New Blacks, out of our team, considering the depth we supposedly have. True enough. I would say I would have thought so too as well, especially playing at home. Not a lot of juice today. with playing at home that you got to feel. Paul Milroe was horrible last year, and it's terrible looking this year. Foster kid, best thing I saw all night. Yeah, he looked good. Steady. He was open on that deep shot. It would make his day even look even better on that deep throw there that Drew Lock missed over the top. Yeah, we might use all those draft picks this draft. Haha, this is really hard to watch. I just expected more. I get it. First preseason game, you know. See, Dallin, why do people come in here and act like we can't talk about this game because it's preseason? It's a thing that I see sometimes in football fans where they want to regulate other football fans in the way that they go about being a fan. I bristle at it too. You don't have to see the game the way I see it or the way your fellow fan sees it. You can say, well, I don't draw judgments from preseason. And I will completely understand that. And I'll not look at you and go, you're crazy on that. But then the fan that does look at it and draw their share of judgments, I'll say that they're also not crazy on it. People can kind of fan the way they want to fan. It doesn't make them wrong or one more person right on the other end of it. But you do see guys that want to be sort of the arbiters of fandom and like, you do this, you're not a real fan. They love to say that stuff. If you act like this, then you're not this. You know, they love to speak in those terms. And it does make me all the time go, dude, let people enjoy the sport the way they enjoy the sport. And we're all going to enjoy it differently in our own way. And that's okay. You don't have to order or force people around in the way you want them to go to make that happen. Handoff inside here looks like a first down run. Mike McDonald does not look particularly happy on the sideline. Clock continues to roll. 3:30 to go here in the fourth quarter. In kind of a disappointing bit of a finish here in this game. Started out great. Just kind of lost a little bit of its juice. Ram Slam 88. Thank you for the $5 donation, Ram. TBH, if we took the threes, we up or tied. Otherwise, the guys played good defense. Defense is a little tired, but otherwise, I think they played good. Thoughts? Yeah, I think you've run, to your point on that, Ram Slam, you've run your third, four stringers out there a lot of this game. And these guys are not in season shape. They're in training camp shape where you're getting to the place that you guys got these guys at full tilt by the regular season. And so if you ask guys to play a predominant amount of the game, defensively speaking, in a game like this where there has been a lot of snaps, I do think you're seeing at the end of this that these guys are a little tired. And you're relying on those back end guys because you don't want to play your frontline guys because you're kind of protecting them. So I think it's a valid thought to this. And I don't think really defensively I'm going to take too much away from this because as many people are saying, at the end of the day, this is probably going to be 17 points. Shotgun run here, another gain of about 9-10 yards. Defense is just tired. But I would say that absent them scoring here, you've given up 17 points in the game. You're fine with that performance overall. You know, you are. Your issues in this game, if you are going to have issues, are going to more come back to the offense and the performance on that side of the ball, as well as even with the defense and what they have given up in this game and the drives they've allowed to be sustained, or with guys that are, as many have said, not only are not going to be on the roster, or not also going to be even probably on the practice squad. So how much do you take away from that? You know, and not too much. Maybe you would like to see out there, someone mentioned above, of seeing more of the second stringers longer through the game rather than the quick pathway to the third stringers. You know, like let's get our second guys out there so we get a little bit more of a vibrant brand of football and we can actually, you know, get a little bit more functionality at play on both sides of the ball with that a bit. But I understand why their approach is this way. Let's remember as well that I believe this week is the week where you're going to be running the inner squad practice thing, I think, with the Titans, I want to say, or something. So, you know, you're probably also trying to get those guys fresh for that too. John Gone Van Dam. Indeed. Indeed. So oh my goodness. BP, another thing that Mike McDonald has to work on is getting the quarterback to the quarterback. No pass rush. No, you had nothing today. I mean, you gave him all the time in the world back there to operate. Really did stand out with Milton back there. I think when you're looking at Hubbard or O'Toole, didn't necessarily get as much from them on the pass rush front like you might hope. And this does fit in alignment, I think, with what we've heard from Hubbard in training camp, where he's left a little bit to be desired on that, on his performance so far. Why the slot was 10 yards deep on that, I don't know. They ran a screen. It was easily successful. Yeah. Tough look, too, because we had so much of a tough time this game running any screens. Uso getting mauled out there, needs to stand his ground like Murph. Yeah, he's no Murphy. Gaines was actually good. He gave us a couple moments. Yeah, I agree there. See, Downey Brandon, who helped their cause the most besides Foster? Well, I do think I think Gaines was great. I think Tyrese Knight was outstanding in the first half. I thought, yeah, he was really, really, really impressive. I mean, it's going to be hard to go through too many guys on this one and be like, hey, this was really a good game from him. Hey, this was a really good game from him. I think you got some question marks and some guys that you wanted to see a little bit more from, frankly. Riley Mills played almost that whole first half, one tackle. Especially when we talk about lack of pass rush, thought we'd see a little bit more from him. Quite frankly, there's not a lot of guys there on that. It's going to be a little bit limited there. But O'Connell was solid with Knight. I thought both those guys as your starting linebackers were good in this game. Dansby's played pretty well for you at corner overall. Gave up that touchdown reception, but that was just tough. Quarterback keeper here, and that'll be a first down for the Cowboys. Backup's about to get belt to ass from Mike. Maybe so. I wish judge this team harshly. Our offense and defense getting their asses handed to them. Not even close. True enough, man. You've lost the battle of the war at the line of scrimmage, and that's supposed to be a fundamental part of what this team's all about. I don't think it's going to sit well with Mike. That's for sure. Dan says, casuals don't grasp how hard it is to take a guy like Milroe and make him an NFL quarterback. Lamar is a rare for a reason. Indeed. And the Cowboys are going to go ahead and just down this ball and call it a day. And that will finish up this game. Seahawks lose 17-7. But it's well said on your part, Dan. And it's part of why I try to always double back around to, I said this when Milroe was drafted. And look, you're not going to find a bigger critic of Milroe as a player, or the worries about whether or not he can really develop into the quarterback that can reach the potential he offers when you look at my draft day evaluation of him. But despite, it'd be very easy with my draft day evaluation to look at the situation and say, this confirms what we've seen in Milroe's performance at this point, confirms everything that I saw with him coming out of college, and that's who he is, and that's who he's going to be. But we got to fight that urge. You got to give the quarterbacks the time to develop. And as much as you'd like to see that development come fast and quick and furious, you got to sometimes give it a little bit of extra time. And Sam Darnold's given us a great example of this. Geno Smith's given us another good recent example of that just in-house. And so with Jalen, it's got to be a bare minimum 2-year experience in that development, because there is so much to clean up from college. It isn't just merely the mechanics. It is also the processing. It is the pre to post snap intelligence and raising that up, and acumen and raising that up. And that takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of work. And the kid's a grinder, and the kid's a hard worker, and we'll see if he can get there. But, even after performances like today with that, we've got to give that a little bit of time for that whole process to play out. Doesn't mean it won't still end up in a place where he is showing you that he's not got enough there to get it done, where it's just too much to have to resolve at the pro level. But it means we should not be quick to jump to that place, because that's what a lot of teams do, in making the wrong mistake when it comes to quarterback development and outlook. Jordan, the only opinion you should draw from the preseason is how the team will perform in the regular season based on preseason. Teams have gone 4-0 in the preseason and ended up 0-16. That's true. The fan card's like a trump card. True enough. Simple 1970. As long as the Seahawks beat the Chiefs when I see them in 2 weeks, I'll consider it a good preseason. That's fair. Very fair. Klein brings up a good point. 3 straight years with a new OC takes game or 2 or 3. Good point. Jalen's had a variety of different OCs over the last couple of years alone. And we can afford as an operation right now to be patient. He's not our number 2 quarterback. Locke's got that in form. He's not our number 1 guy. Sam Darnold's got that on lock. This is all a situation where you're in a position to absolutely be able to wait things out and don't have to rush him or get to a point of a conclusion prematurely, which I think if you don't give him the 2 years, you're kind of doing that. Again, doesn't guarantee he does develop into the thing, but just you got to give the time to really see if it can happen. McDonald's going to be ripping the team to shreds during film study and practice after night. I definitely think it's going to be some tough love out there from the coaching staff this week. Jordan, biggest complaints are offensive play calling and sloppiness on the line. Valid complaints. Valid complaints. Fantastic and still keyboard after 10 beers. That's the ultimate proof there. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, welp. That happened. Yeah. It occurred. That was a game. A game of football was played. It was a preseason game. Those things did occur. Thanks for the donation, man. The most disappointing thing was our life support passing game, 76 yards and 21 passes, 49 net passing yards if you include the sacks. Pretty rudimentary passing attack, yeah. And didn't have a lot of like manufactured stuff within it a little bit there. Just kind of, no pre-snap motion, just kind of boom. Just what it was. Well, good news, we had a few quality players. Dan, none of our coaches care about the amount of points allowed in the game. They don't care whether we win or lose. I would think that's the truth. Yep. Yeah, T9 and Patty O were pretty solid tonight. They look good. Brian Yoendo, the whole Milrow holds the ball too long is more true than ever. Decisiveness needs to be one of the places he learns to lead with, I think, a little bit more. And this all just comes from the pre-snap. Saw it a couple times today. They showed a few all 22 shots today where you could just see eyes going wrong direction post-snap. And whatever you were feeling where the play was going, you got tricked essentially, which is a little bit disconcerting when we're talking about preseason and defense is not exactly running a lot of like grand games. I did feel like the Cowboys, for the most part, a little bit later in the game, they got a little exotic, but for 3/4 of this game, they were pretty vanilla defensively speaking. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $5 donation. My concern about our offense remains. Looked to me like the OC used some of his plays and very little of it worked. No excuses. We looked not great. Yeah, I think it's accurate. It's not a good game, and offensively speaking, it was a great opening drive, but then Fleury after that just didn't have a lot there and wasn't able to really manufacture things when things get tough. And I think that's one of the things you're looking for an OC is offense is out of sorts, offense is sloppy, penalties, quarterback's unsure. How can I go back to baseline things that can get them back in order so that we can start running more of the advanced stuff once again? And he wasn't able to really get them to the base stuff to let them work off of that. And it ended up just looking like how it looked. So hopefully a building experience. Hopefully some of this is on the back of you not being able to run the full allotment of your offense because, you don't have your starters out there. And because a lot of the offense is going to be built around attacking a given opponent week to week and how they're weak and how you can get after that. But I think that's an accurate way of putting it, my man, for sure. Motive, good show, Brando. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate you watching. Frogman, Brando. Oh, yeah, I would love to sit on the next film review with Mike next week. He's going to be effing pissed. Yeah, I think he's going to go at these guys. I think especially because you are guys that are on the back end of the roster trying to earn a roster spot. And that can sometimes be all about effort. And if I'm seeing a lack of effort, if I'm seeing a lack of execution, if I'm seeing sloppiness, in addition to missing that forefront item, I'm going to be pretty pissed about that. We're expecting you to be hungry in this spot of the roster, not for you to just kind of be placated and just kind of go through the motions out there. So I imagine that he'll use it as a very key tool here and have the guys motivated pretty highly by next week. Resiah, Knight's badass, deserves a starting spot. Just think he's better than Drake. I don't think you may be wrong, man. And I think the team might be in a bit of a conundrum here with Drake's great and earned his paycheck. And I don't think he's going to be out of the lineup where you don't find him some snaps, but you're going to probably have to try to find a way to get Knight on the football field. Mm-hmm. Lost. Milroe is getting in his own way because he clearly wants to prove that he can sit in the pocket. He's forcing it instead of playing instinctively. I think that's fair. Does not feel free, loose, and fluid. It does feel a little bit tight and restricted. Sean, hey, Brandon. Good job riding out the offseason doldrums. Psyched for your play-by-play and weekly coverage of the Super Bowl Seahawks this year. Well, thank you, Sean. I'm really looking forward to it. It will be expanding this year, too. We're going to be doing, at the very least, Monday night on the round table. We'll be doing play-by-play for Monday night football games as well. Probably working in a couple of Sunday evening games when the Hawks aren't playing on Sundays as well in there. So we'll be ever expanding it. I love doing the play-by-play, especially when I get to chop it up with you guys. But thank you, Sean. I'm psyched too, man. It's going to be a good year. Despite what happened today, it'll be a good year. John gone, that we know. Jamar had a tough day. Tough day at the office for our man, Charles. Sam will be the quarterback for the next 8 years or so. I can see the vision. I can definitely see the vision. Do any starters play in game 2 or just game 3? Probably just game 3. You might run with more of the 2s a little longer next game, but probably just game 3 mainly. I don't want to pass judgment on Milroe just quite yet. Not yet. Give him a little more time. Appreciate you, Andy. Thank you, man. ARD, not gonna lie, we looked awful. I have little to low expectations this year. Well, I mean, it's first preseason game in your third, 4 stringers. I wouldn't take too much from it with that. Yeah, Foster, Jalen Gaines look good. LT, Friesen. These games are not meaningless. Can still judge effort, energy, and execution. Just final results don't matter. Well said. And I would, of course, agree completely. Why was Moranges playing center for most of the game? Is Richmond injured or solidified? Maybe solidified, but more solidified into a given spot on the roster that's not a center. I can make some guesses at this that, if you are trying to potentially at some point or another be open to moving Oluwatimi and you think you can get like a day 3 pick for him, how much is our confidence that Moranges could be in there as your number 2? And maybe you need to see that in preseason to make that determination and judgment a little bit. So kind of hard to say for sure they're AK, but I would draw it to maybe that being a bit of the puzzle here. We have to stop looking at the most talented or most athletic quarterback and just look at the quarterback who puts us in a winning position, and that's Darnold. Amen. Richmond sucked. It's going to be interesting going back and look at some of the tape on this one. To your point. Glenn says, well, after seeing Milroe play, at least we don't have any quarterback controversies. That part's true. Yeah, you feel bad for Jamal. That was a tough break for him today. YYC evaluation. This needs work. Amen. Abdi, how is that Jalen Milroe's fault that the third string offensive line of his didn't let him breathe? It's not his fault. I think that it's hard to always put in football just all on one thing or all on another thing. I think that Jalen wasn't completely god awful. I don't think the play call helped him. The offensive line didn't help him, but I think he didn't necessarily help himself either with some of the decision-making, lack of decisiveness, and the way he could get confused. I think it all kind of goes into the pot. It all goes into the stew. MD, Milroe also had terrible protection, and receivers dropping balls. I know it's lows versus lows, but our lows were lower than their lows. Depth was trash. I want meaningful reps, team reps from Milroe. That's very fair. Part of why I've said with Milroe that, and I was hammering on this throughout the game, I'd like to see this guy for a full game. He needs game action. He needs to get acclimated to the weather, and he can't do that if you're having him in and out every couple rotations with Locke. He's not going to get into that rhythm. So I would like to see him for the full game. I'd like to see him for all of the rest of the two games, say maybe one drive for the starters to let them get their beak wet. But let's get this kid out there and let him roll, I think they're giving up long sustained drives. Worry it'll get fixed. It'll get fixed. I think it'd be a different story with starters out there, but got to get it fixed. Sean, Brando, that happened could be your theme for very much anticipated game summary video. Laughing out loud. Yeah, that could. That definitely could. I don't know if I'm doing the summaries this year, Sean. I've got so much en route for during the week now, just that I've got to get up, and like Mondays are going to be doing the play-by-play for Roundtable, and so we're probably going to be just doing live stream post games, and then just do a regular, just because when we wrap up and trying to do those the 6 a.m. Monday mornings, or wrapping up on the post game streams are tough for the wrap ups. I'm going to try to cut those just to do more stuff on the other side of it, live stream wise. I like doing them, but they do take a long, and then I'm done all of Monday basically. I need more hours in the day. Cards worked Jeremiah Love too hard, and he's got to sit out a week with a sore ankle. Cain Bomber, definitely not a promising performance from Fleury. Yeah, that's fair. Hopefully that'll change the next 2 weeks. And give him some time for sure. More, we tied the Raiders last preseason. It's just preseason things. That's true. We got some folks giving some love to Fleury. Fleury was good. Fleury was fine. So some of the folks. Pretty, the most concerning thing is the Seahawks had 11 more camp days, and they got out-coached, outplayed. Seahawks hang their hat on their depth, and Dallas beat them everywhere. But this game means nothing. I think that's a fair all the way around, for sure. Cheering from Japan. What's up from Japan? Hey. Going for 2 podcast. Dallas has players in their 3rd year trying to make the roster here. Seattle had scout team guys out there. I'll take your word for it. I wasn't kind of concentrating as much as who the Cowboys had out there, but I can certainly attest to the fact that with the Seattle, you were having guys that were not second stringers, not third stringers. You had a lot of the 4th string guys. And as I say, a lot of guys out there that weren't even going to make the practice squad, say nothing of the actual roster itself. C-Town, the idea that we should trade Drew Lock can be laid to rest. Amen to that. I am not letting go of Drew Lock right now. I'd rather be flying next week. Brando, since Fleury's a new OC, I'm totally okay with him getting the play calling jitters out of his preseason. Yeah. And I think there's some built-in reasons others have pointed out too here that make it also understandable beyond just, being the first game jitters, but that's going to be a factor at hand. And, there's not going to be any rush to judgment with him on this, especially when you're not playing anything close to starters or second stringers, really. Yeah. Sloppy don't fit well with Mike. He ain't going to, preseason or regular season, he ain't going to let that go down. BP says, I understand you lose in the preseason, not expecting to go 3-0, but even with the loss, there should be some upside. That's where we come down to where it's like, as you can hear in sometimes the terms of this, stuff gets to be all one way or the other. It's the binary way sometimes things get looked at, especially in the NFL. We see it in life all the time, right? And I call it the you're not with us against us sort of thinking on things. So it's like, either Fleury's great or awesome, or he's the worst, or Milroe's just, it was not his fault at all. He was doing everything he could. It's all in the offensive line, or he's craptastic. He'll never be a quarterback. He can't read things. And I do find a lot with NFL discussions that things have to be drawn to the extreme realm one way or the other. That it's got to be you're on one end of the stage or the other. And that really the truth tends to lie in the middle somewhere. And like you say, but the BP, and I think like others say, I'm not going to look at the result. I'm not looking at the loss. I'm looking at the performance itself. And that it's not to be taken as you're going to walk away with ultimate conclusions from the performance, but it also means that you can take away some things from the performance. It shouldn't be just thrown to the wind like it's nothing, like it just didn't happen, like it's insignificant to anything at all. It's got some measure of weight to it too. So it's finding that as we can happy medium to the truth of this a little bit, which lies in between. I did think the playbook was a little vanilla as well. I would just point to a lack of much pre to post snap motion, a lack of shifting. And I think there's reasons you did that, but those are things you're going to see in commonality with Fleury's offense when we get to the regular season. Third, fourth stringers plus Milrose disaster. Brent Miller with the twos does make more sense if we possibly want to trade him, at least provide him some better pass protection. That would have been nice to see. Certainly, I think there's some validity behind the fact that you did not give him the cleanest of pockets today. And boy, that offensive line was having some troubles. So you want to progress him, putting him behind that kind of line is not probably a great way of doing it. I also think flipping snaps out every 2 series is kind of a weird way of doing it. Felt like it was an inhibiting factor to getting momentum going. Frogman, Brando, could Knight do that nickel safety role like Imanwari does? Not saying he should replace Imanwari, but where he's hurt, it'll help Imanwari stay fresh longer, at least in my opinion. I'm open to it as a possibility, and we've certainly seen a variety of moments where he's been lined up against a slot like you'd have with Imanwari. I think you're going to have certain slots that would be able to really give him a hard time, and you need a certain type of slot receiver to be able to stay with that guy. But yeah, I think there's a way of doing it that way. I don't know that you're going to want to take Imanwari off the field. As much as you want to get Knight on the field, do you want it to come at the cost of Imanwari? Probably not. I think that this more comes in alignment of one of two ways with Knight, Frogman. I think either one, you're going to go to more base looks and you're going to have 3 off-ball linebackers on the field at one given time. Either that, or it's going to be Knight lined up as a wide 9 edge occasionally. And you're now having a wide 9 edge that can do a variety of extra things that typical wide 9 edges couldn't do, especially when it comes to spot dropping in space. So I would say that I think those would be the 2 places you'd put him into, Frogman. Jay Thompson, most of Milrose's passings were straight drop back. If the starting offense looks the same scheme-wise, that won't be good. Yeah, agreed. And that's where we go back to, people going, Fleury's just great and fine and amazing. And Fleury was, no, Fleury ran everything down to a very skeletal structure of what he's supposed to be doing offensively. And when it comes to a guy like Milroe, you've got to script up some play action stuff and let him get out in space and half field read stuff and just give him some easy throws in there. The straight drop back, read it prior to the snap, have what you read prior to the snap, match to what you see post snap. A little bit more of a degree of difficulty on that type of thing, which is fine if you got the guy in the rhythm and you got the guy in the flow. But when you're flipping a guy out every 2 series, it does get kind of tough to get to that place of things. And I would have liked to seen at least a couple of those calls in there for Jalen. Yeah, our playbook wasn't really used. MD, Hawks also had a room to test. Cowboys are a disaster of America's team and need to win whenever they can. Preseason for us is practice. Preseason for the Cowboys is politics. Good points. Hell no injuries. Hey, no injuries though. Hell yeah, knocking on wood. That is a good sign. No injuries is a very, very good sign. Dune Moves, Hawks Nest. It's the first game of the season. Time for the marathon 12-hour live session here. I wish. We did about a 2.5 hour, almost a 3-hour show earlier today. So yeah, we probably won't be able to kick off at 12-hour tonight. We'll try to go as long as we can though. No way Knight can do what Eamon already does. He's got great coverage. Got cooked a couple times today. I don't know. I thought he did pretty well in coverage today, didn't I? But I agree. He's a different type of player than even Maury for sure. Gunny, hey B, I'll admit I'm being impatient with Milroe, but you just made a valid point about his development. Unfortunately, the Rams picked a decent quarterback. Simpson looked good. Yeah, I think McVay did a better job of getting Simpson in good looks to make him look good too, and that there was less of that stuff for Milroe. Look, I put a valuation point with Milroe when he first came out to say, you guys know where I stood with him, and that is that when I have a quarterback that is uber talented and has a ton of stuff to work on to reach the upside of the talent he offers, the tendency, historically speaking, in the NFL is that I'm not going to tap into that upside, that I'm going to be left wanting, that guy's got too much to overcome, that some of that had to be cleaned up at the college level. It can't all get cleaned up at the pro level. That is the history of this type of player. You saw it in Joe Milton today, another one of these guys. Not a guy drafted as high necessarily as Milroe, but a guy that has got a lot of natural talent. You saw that from him today. But why in Milton, for a guy that they traded for, that they would love to see ascend into that second quarterback position behind Dak, why is that guy the third quarterback in your rotation behind Hal? Is it because he's struggling to button up and clean up the things in his game that he needs to clean up to elevate himself into that backup territory? I think so. And this is where we go to, it just fits more to form historically that this type of quarterback does not get it cleaned up. Now, with that said, I am open-minded to it still being a possibility. It's hard, it's infrequent, but it's still very much possible. And that's why I've come back to the key of it being in acknowledging the amount of work that needs to be done with Jalen, that you've got to give him that 2 years of time at least. At least that's the bare minimum. And that's where I think we can certainly pick it, where we can still take temperature and stock of where the game's at and where the progression's at and whether it is coming forward. But that you've got to give him that time because of all that there is there that needs to be worked out. And then nobody's going to be able to correct all of that in essentially just one season. The score, 17-7. Dallas won. And just a free roster spot if you have them. The international program thing. True enough. Mills did have pressure on the one play. I didn't see a lot of other else, but I'll go back and watch the 22. We'll see what we can kind of see. Did Floyd call a good game? I think some of the chat feels okay about it. I think he dialed a lot back to kind of, like I say, a skeletal bones type structure of the offense. Yeah, the old line didn't comport itself well, is right, Brian. Truly astonishing. The Eagles looked worse than Seattle did. Both onboarding two new offensive coordinators. Maybe not too shocking at that point because of that. Especially the Eagles, they're changing up their offense, I think, tremendously from what it was last year. Nibble Axe, this game reinforces the point. We should probably extend Darnold at some point. True enough. I think you can afford to wait through this full season. I don't think you got to feel driven to get it done right now. And you certainly don't want to feel driven to have to do it right now simply because you're worried about the alternative options behind him. You want to be driven to do it because the money you're paying him is fully worth it and you got, no concerns with that. Which is where I think you just wait the extra year to, get another year of playing out the same way. I don't think the cost is going to increase that much more off of waiting a year than what it would be right now. But we'll see. Sean Jar and Charles got burned. Crazy, no surprise. Boy, he got picked on. Tough for the kid. That hard guy isn't good. No, he's probably not making the roster. And he's on the outside looking in here where probably be Logan Brown or Kite and your Josh Jones is probably going to be your left tackle. No Rosengreat has potential and physical gifts at this point. That's it. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's also fair, as Gibson says, the pass pro makes it tougher. You take a young quarterback and put him behind bad pass protection, you're probably not going to get a good performance. I take Milne over Milroe. I think he's got an extra year on him in development, though, too. Keep that in mind. Dan, any real talent, the quarterback doesn't need multiple years in games to show he can play? I would disagree pretty heartily. I think there's certainly plenty of times where you can have a quarterback who can come up and show you a lot instantaneously. I think there's also quarterbacks that are going to take time to develop. It's the toughest position to play in football. I think a part of this, Dan, that also impels this pretty heavily is the fact that the game has changed heartily over the last couple of years. It's gone back to more under center stuff. It's gone back under more turning your back to quarterback off of play action. It's gone back to more read basis stuff. You can't take some of the pre-snap indicators you could in the 2000 teens where spread concepts were really proliferating the sport and allowing young quarterbacks to be able to hit the ground running when they became a pro instantaneously. It takes more development now, more time than ever to get these guys ready. So I think there's all shapes and sizes for successful quarterbacks, Dan. Sam Darnold alone kind of disproves what you're saying on that. He didn't show you anything in games. He didn't show you anything in years. And yet he's become what he's become. So it's all types, I would say. Love, Dansby got burned too. Lots of people get burned though. I'm bummed, but not ready to shut the door on it, boys. No. It's all good. Dansby had some good plays in there too. I mean, that touchdown catch over the top was a hell of a throw and a hell of a catch. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the changing quarterbacks every quarter thing either, Chase. Just felt like you couldn't get the team into a good rhythm with that. New Lags in retrospect, I wish we would use the Milrow pick on someone else, but what are you going to do? True enough. And quarterback's tough, man. You never know when it's a roll of the dice, No matter where your hard line might be on an evaluation point for a player, it's never for 100% certain. Sometimes you get surprised in that way. Max Milrow was getting swarmed half the time. I didn't see a ton of open guys he was missing, nor did I see him miss throws. Pat Mahomes sat for how many years? It was about the end of the first year he started to come out there, I think a little bit, but it was one full year basically. Rodgers sat for 3 years. Dante Fowler was not playing, no. None of your ones are real twos. Sean Van Gondam. That was a good one. That one got me a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. I'm curious how much of the first drive was scripted. Thought Fleury was fine, but seemed like he didn't play to Milrow's strengths, move him around. I see it accurately the same way. And maybe that could have been the case as it was more scripted to start the game out. But did kind of feel like you didn't go to Milrow's strengths and how you kind of called the game exactly, to your point. I saw it the same. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $5 donation, Jeffrey. Appreciate you for all your support today. Starting with the ball in the goal line and not even coming close to punching it in was the point my friends went home. That was a kick in the nuts. Yeah, tough sequence there. You run it 3 straight times essentially. And then the 4th down call isn't all that great either as to what you were doing there. So yeah, a little bit of a strange point of the game there and hard because you guys have been fighting for momentum and then special teams get you some momentum. You got the ball at the 5-yard line. Let's go. Should that momentum kick you in the pants a little bit and get this thing going? But it didn't seem to do so. And yeah, kind of frustrating at that point in the game where you felt like, okay, here we go. We're ready to kick this into gear now, finally. Just couldn't find any momentum after that first drive. You couldn't, they were searching for it, but just couldn't capture it. Thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate you for the support. Get a little bit of water. I'll be right back, folks. Thanks again, Jeffrey, for all your support, man. Rough moment in the game there where thought things might kind of start to turn a little bit. Gonna be objective, bro. That's for sure. Will Price play next week? If I was a bed man, I would say that you probably would play him very smatteringly, if all, at all, through a lot of this preseason. So a couple carries here, a couple carries there. I don't think he even gets to 10 total touches for the preseason. But how that gets distributed is hard to say. I mean, you'd give him a little bit of some taste next week, a little bit of some taste the week after, I would think. But you really have got to make sure that he's 100% ready to go once you get to the regular season. Lock overthrew a wide open Foster. Yeah, he did. That was another rough moment, man. Aiden Durden might have been calling the defenses. I think he probably was. Atono for Kobe. He says, we said the same thing about, I think it's Kubiak after week 1 last year, where he will hopefully ramp it up with the calls before the season. Amen. No conclusions reached, just initial kind of outlook of what we're seeing, but it doesn't mean that this is like a finality of this is what, Flurry's going to be essentially. Yeah, John Charles, no way in hell he makes the roster. He got picked on. Boy, did the Cowboys go after him. Unexpected Savage, Rams fan here from the roundtable. Hate your team, but all loved your content creator. Good vibes to you, Brando. Ah, man, thank you for that. I got to say, Ram fans, you've been very classy. Almost every person to a person, man, woman that comes into the chat. I've said it before on this, but going around table, I was expecting that we'd have more of those folks coming in and being more kind of into that toxic realm, pain in the butt kind of thing, and it's not been that case at all. We've had a lot of really cool Ram fans come in here, and you're always welcome in here. You're going to find trash talk is not where we're trying to lead through on this. We do our share, and there'll be some fun moments with that back and forth. But at the end of the day, the more we have coming from the outside in, be it other fans of teams in the division or just NFL fans per se, the better. The more we can widen out our perspective and just, the better I think that the show is for it. But thanks for checking out the show, man, and appreciate you for that. I know it's not easy with hating the team to pop on in, but love doing what we do over on the roundtable as well. Those boys are great at what they do. It's really an honor and a pleasure to get to work with them every week, and especially to do 2 shows a week like we are this year. Really looking forward to that. And those boys are going to be feeling pretty good this week. I'm going to be the one licking my wounds on the show this Tuesday. Clarence, the same thing with Dallas. A lot of their players weren't out there either. True enough. They weren't starting their starters. And people mentioned the Raiders last year, the Raiders game last year. If I'm not mistaken, that Raiders game, the Raiders played a lot of their starters through a lot of that game. Geno got a lot of run in that game. Addicted. Love Mike B, but that cap makes me want to listen to some Bob Marley right now. He's feeling it there. Our run D was better when we had Mills out there. That's true. It'd be fun to go back and watch. It's always the guys in the line of scrimmage that gets hard for me to watch in the moment doing the play-by-play. That's where I've really got to get to the 22 to really get to see the nuts and bolts about what went down. Jiu-Jitsu, I'm glad we lost. Puts everyone in the mindset of we are not invincible. Title screen. Oh, good reference there. I like that. Congrats, Michael. Your team played really well on the road. It's one of the reasons I got the Cowboys in the playoffs. Hey, Brando, when do the starters play? Game 2, game 3, probably. Because you almost have about a week and a half, 2 weeks before you play your next game. So it's just sort of the perfect point to kind of get that last. Here you guys go. And it's only going to be about a drive. So you're not going to get a lot of the starters at all, if at all. Eamon Wari's coverage wasn't exactly good. The data is very clear on this. Maybe Knight could replace him. I'm not sure where the data is clear on he wasn't good in coverage. So you're going to have to kind of stipulate where you exactly come from on that one. By the grading system, at least if we're going to use a grading system of PFF, he is 73.3 grade. 64 is about an average grade by PFF standards. So very well above average as far as in coverage goes. And now, Dan, if you put Tyree Snight out on a slot receiver in the same manner that you did with Eamon Wari last year, he's going to get exposed in coverage. Certain matchups you can hold on and do fine with, but game in and game out, it's not going to be the same place. But no, Eamon Wari did not have the data does not say Eamon Wari had a bad year in coverage. Now, what analytics are you looking at? I'm staring at his coverage grade right here. Again, 64 is about any 64 grade on any of the individual items of a player's grade are going to be about average. Nick Eamon Wari was an overall defender of a 73.9 grade last year. He was a 74.3 graded player in the run defense game of things. He was 62.9 as a pass rusher, and he was 73.3 in his coverage grade. So what analytics are you looking at that are indicating to you that he was not good in coverage? You are the first person that I have heard throughout this whole offseason present that, Dan. So if you've got that data readily at hand, I would love to hear it. But the coverage grade does not indicate that. And then beyond the analytic grades, the tape doesn't tell you that. It's the problem if we were just going to go, the analytics don't tell you that. The data doesn't tell you that. Even if the data just told you that there was maybe some issues, we got to go back to the tape and cross-reference. And I don't think anybody watched the tape with Eamon Wari last year and said he's a coverage liability. Instead, they would be saying it's the opposite game in and game out. I'm watching him lock up Justin Jefferson in the Minnesota Viking game. I'm watching him lock up Devontae Adams. No, he's good in coverage, my man. Good in coverage. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. We lost a preseason game. Cancel the dancing girls. Release the dogs. Fire everyone. Jeffrey's, of course, being sarcastic. But also maybe not. Appreciate you, Jeffrey. Thank you for all of your support today, my man. You're awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I think we're in firm disagreement here, Dan. It says McDonald heavily protected and hid Eamon Wari from coverage responsibilities. Eamon Wari was a safety in college. You moved him to slot cornerback. You're kind of not taking into account, first off, the least bit of part of this being that he played a new position for the first time last year. He was not a slot corner in college. That was not the predominantly where his snaps at. He was a safety in college. You moved him to a position that was unique and put him on an island where he should have had a really tough role with dealing with that. He should have been a coverage responsibility liability in so many ways, but was not. Was not. And again, the same analytics you're asking me to reference, I looked it up. I'm staring at it right now. He was well graded in his coverage grades. Not a liability, not protected. You take a safety and you put him in the slot. That's not setting that guy up for a ton of success necessarily, historically speaking. If I tend to take a safety and put him into the slot and say, you're here full time, that's putting him in a place that they're going to tend to get exposed on. But he wasn't. Thomas Milroe looked fine, but I believe going every 2 series with Locke didn't help. Agreed. don't know if he looked fine. He was all right. I think quarterbacks need to do a half at a time, like lock for the first half, then Milroe. I'd prefer just once the guy's in, he's in, get the guy the series and get him out, Cobe, sorry, says, as a Cowboy fan, Milton has an accuracy issues. He has a cannon for an arm, but he struggles with reads, and that delay after leads to poor placement. Yeah, good talent, and he can move too. We saw that today in the game, and that's where we come back to this archetype. Does that archetype develop? Does that archetype realize that potential? Do I have a lot of examples of a guy like that throughout recent NFL history that could be very talented, but they're missing some of these inherent parts of the game, like accuracy, like processing, and those combinations up. You're late to process, you're late to find your read, you're quick to then get the ball out, the mechanics are off, the ball placement then is off with it. And it sounds like, to your point as a Cowboy fan and watching him, for a guy like Milton that's been now as a pro multiple years and had the chance for that development, still left a little wanting in that development, still waiting for the light switch to come on. And it might come on, but it is again back to, what is the propensity? Does the light switch tend to come on in this type of player? Is it something that tends to not? There are ways you can play to the kind of the odds and the percentages on this type of stuff. Yeah, Dan, you keep referencing that there's data to look into. I'm staring at the data right now. Good in coverage. Just to put this in perspective, because PFF puts Eamon as a safety, but he played as a slot corner last year, he would be essentially about the 15th highest rated cornerback in coverage, Dan. He was the 15th highest rated cornerback, pure and simple, outside corners included with the slot corners. He would have been the 15th highest rated corner in the sport simply for what he did in coverage alone. So I'm trying to find what information you're referencing off this to say that he's bad in coverage or a liability in coverage, but the data does not back that up. I'm open-minded to it. You're going to have to say more than magnanimously, he was bad in coverage, analytics say it. Where? To what data point are we looking at? OEL. So on the bright side, Brando, Tyrese Knight made his presence felt. Jalen Gaines had a good one. Foster was very good. Rashad Rochelle had an electrifying return. Riley Mills played well. Royal played well. Yeah, that's accurate. I saw the same thing, man. Those guys did stand out. Knight was tremendous. Yeah, Dan, we're in agreement here. You got to do for what Green Bay did with Malik. But like Malik is a kind of this archetype in a lot of ways too. And he looks like he's had that switch turned on. But how long did that take? Multiple years with Tennessee, multiple years with Green Bay. Then finally you get there because there's so much that needs to be worked upon to get them to realize that potential that they offer in college. And that's where my problems tend to come in with this player, is that it's rare that you reach that potential. And then for you to reach that potential just takes so bloody long to get there. But that is the route. I take Pumpkin over Milroe. Joint practice matter more? Probably so. Joseph Wilson won a Super Bowl in his second year with a 30th rated O-line. Milroe isn't him. No. Something I tried to warn Hawk fans about when we drafted him. Like, a lot of people were like, well, Wilson's a third round pick, and then this guy's a third round pick, so it's like apples for apples. It's like, not really. Different situations. Thomas, I would still take Milroe over Milton. Milroe's younger in year one. We got to take into account just age and who is playing. I probably would too. It's more similar archetype sort of players, but yeah, I probably would be as well. Glenn Karn, how we played in this first preseason game matters. However, it does not portend what will happen in the regular season with the starters. I'm sure history has proven that many times over. True enough. Very true. On Kennedy, I feel like we're forgetting Milroe was a third round pick. We can't compare his development to first round picks. If he works out, he's one of the most dangerous quarterbacks in the league. Amen, man. And part of that third round pick is that there's time that needs to be baked in for this player to realize their potential. That was inherent there with Milroe. Always pumpkin for the win. Yes, sir. Milne looked better than Milroe tonight. He did. Again, a guy that's got the one extra year of that development time in Hawk over the top of Milroe. Yeah, Joe Milton might have the strongest arm in the NFL, legitimately. Like if you say about which quarterback can just flat throw it the farthest, Milton might be the guy that is that guy. People think Rodgers and Mahomes needed to sit. Laughing out loud, no. The NFL can be just dumb sometimes. Well, I think that the problem with your point on this a little bit becomes, Dan, that if I go to Aaron Rodgers and I ask Patrick Mahomes and Aaron both if that did help them out, having the opportunity to sit, both of them would say unanimously yes. They were helped by the process of sitting quarterbacks. There's been a multitude of NFL quarterbacks that have talked about this. You can maybe find a couple that will say put them on the field immediately, but by and large, most would say give that guy some time to kind of learn the game rather than just throw him into the deep end and see if he can swim. So, like, that's the problem there with your argument, is that those guys that you reference themselves would reference the fact that they benefited heavily by being given that opportunity to sit and develop and learn. And both those two guys got to learn behind some really good pro quarterbacks, Alex Smith and of course, Brett Favre. So I don't know. I disagree, man. There's certainly plenty of quarterbacks out there that can hit the ground running and be good instantaneously and that they can show that they're the guy. There's plenty of other guys that need a little bit of time to develop. And I think, quite frankly, Dan, the thinking that, and you're not alone on this, but the pervasive thinking out there in the NFL out here in this way of throw them in the deep end, see if they swim, and if they drown, we'll just go get another quarterback. Well, the problem with that is there's a lot of lack of responsibility to the team in that development of that player. What was your hand in this failing? Well, it wasn't us. It was just all him. He didn't fly right from the jump. He should have flown from the jump. We threw him off the cliff and he didn't fly. You don't share any of that burden of problems. How was the supporting cast? How was the scheme? How was the defense? How's the pass protection? How's his receivers? Does he have a running game? None of that matters. Just throw him out there. He's either a superhero or he's not. It's a thinking to me that's just all over the NFL, and it does lead to a lot of these quarterbacks being thrown away prematurely. And it's why, Dan, guys like a Baker Mayfield and a Sam Darnold are finding a second life in other places because of this thinking that just is all over the place. Don't forget, with Rodgers, there was a rebuilding of his throwing motion. Rodgers' throwing motion out there in California was nothing like it became as a pro. Has he accommodated that time period to get that throwing motion fixed and correct in the way that he did? If he isn't sitting, getting that muscle memory relocked back in versus having to just play and then having the muscle memory of the old fall back upon. Chris Olson, in regards to Milroe, I didn't think he had the processing element in college. I was optimistic that we got him and a value pick. Watching him the last 2 years, nothing has changed my perspective. I don't think he's given you reason to change the perspective. And I think your outlook on that one was the same outlook I had with it and what we saw with him on tape. And, that's where we give him the time and we say it's going to give him 2 years. But that is the part too, that if we get 2 years down the line from now, we get through the full point of this preseason and we get through the 2 years and all we've got to go off of his preseason tape that he hasn't. I mean, you're getting the point, okay, well, you give him the 2 years and the development's not come. Maybe it does come though. And it's hard to tell when the light switch is going to flip on. It is not always a gradual thing. Sometimes it's just you're banging away, you're hitting your head, and then you break through. Yeah. Baker Elbreeze, Brando, ready for some fun here. Seahawks scored 7, Lamb scored 20, Substation scored 13, we dropped 40. Cards top dog. Yes, sir. Cards 2-0, man. 2-0. Preseason champions. Thomas, Seattle had missed some opportunities. That's all I'm saying, but it hasn't changed my opinion of the season. Cowboy fans thinking they dominate is laughable. Yeah, that's true. Not domination. Hey, Brando, what do you think about the joint project? You might have to expand a little bit on what you mean by the joint project. I'm not sure. That aside, Alaric potential 6 games, Puka potential 2 games, Keegan hurt his hammy. We're off to a good start. Yeah, the NFL should come down at some point or another, let you guys know what's what on that. Again, we come down to people asking me about the timing of suspensions, and it's like they'll wait to the last minute to give you the goods. It's like you've not had the time to prepare and work around it at that point. They're so weird about how they announce that stuff. They're like, we're going to suspend you. Like right now you are. No, we're just letting you know it's coming. Now, not right now, but it's coming. Okay, when is it going to come? Next week? Maybe. A night before the game? Maybe. Kind of feels like the NFL does a little bit of that with the situation. OEL, Sammy would not have missed Foster. I think that overthrow pass was demonstrated the difference between Sam Darnold deep pass and Drew Lock one. Drew didn't have much touch on it. No, Drew can sometimes get a little bit on a line on his passes. He doesn't have as much of the moon ball quotient to his deep throws, which does make accuracy a little bit tougher. He's got a little bit of that Lamar Jackson trajectory of the deep throw where it's just too much on a line and it doesn't give you as much room for error. Who's the guy in the top running the ball? Is that John L. Williams? That is Ricky Running Waters. Ricky Running Waters. Underrated back in Hawk history. Though I should have, Sam, a John L. one. John L. up. Got everybody else back there. Stu, just getting here after watching from the BPN. The post game was Cliff Averill, Michael Bennett. I hope the current team contract sees how we invest in them as they're valued. Sir. Hey, Brandon, I meant to say, what do you think of the joint practice? I love joint practices. And I'm glad that we're open to doing it. We didn't do it in the Carroll era. I think that that's to our detriment. It's very hard to prepare these players for the physicality of game one, especially when you don't give them as much of the preseason games, especially when there's no more two-a-days, especially when there's limited padded practices. You've got to find ways that you can amp up the intensity and ratchet that up. And the joint practices allow for that to happen. So I think that they're a necessity at this point. Glad we're doing it. Dom's honestly, I can't really say Cowboys dominate Seattle at all when half the roster and their backups were on the bench, but I figured the Cowboys will be a playoff team, though. I see it the same way. They won the game. They outperformed us. Kudos to them. I don't think it was a dominating effort. I think there was a lack of execution on our part, a sloppy level of play on our part that really helped to contribute to this loss more than the Cowboys just taking it to us. Jaeger, we had a terrible game. Offense was atrocious and didn't take advantage of the gifts by the Cowboys. Still can't believe Myers missed that field goal either. Yeah, that was a tough miss by Myers, man. That's a chip shot. Knock that in. John L. was a beast all the way around, Gibson. He could do it all. Matthew, Mike confirmed that Aiden called the game. He also said that Mike, will probably call the game next week. Yeah, he's like, enough of that. Give it me back. Give it back. Give me the headset back. No, I've had enough of you. Give it back here. A banker, is the NFC West Roundtable the only one doing 2 shows a week? Yes, sir. Yeah. I'm not one to toot my own horn, but it's really about tooting a collective 4-stack horn here, which is to say that this NFC West Roundtable is blowing every other roundtable out of the water significantly. And you guys felt it last year and us getting to do a remote event in LA like we did. They're expanding it now to 2 shows a week, where no other roundtable show is going to go to 2 days a week. So yeah. And it's of course been because of the support and how much you guys watch. But the numbers are just absolutely cool and crazy in every way. And that, our watch stuff is way beyond anybody else. The donations that come in are way beyond everybody else. And it's pushed their hand a little bit. We obviously pushed forward in the background to say, let's expand to 2 shows a week. And, the thinking on this goes to eventually, in my opinion, is to eventually be able to drive this thing to being 3, 4, 5 shows a week. And that they can be varying different things that we discuss and talk about over the course of those shows. And that all would then target in on being kind of an hour show long. But that's long-term, as far as a plan goes for that banker. But yeah, I'm really happy that we've expanded the way. It's really impressive to all of the collective fan bases in the NFC West Roundtable that we're able to ascend in this fashion. We just passed 10,000 subscribers. We're going to be the biggest roundtable, and the NFC East is like a couple thousand ahead of us, but they've also had 4 or 5 year head start on us. So we're making up ground fast there, and they're taking note, which is really cool. Kylie says, it was preseason, y'all. Calm down. It was third string mostly. We're fine. Amen. We'll be all right. Stu, I'm dreading the Cowboys, if nothing else, acting like they just beat the champion, actual team. They might just. I don't know if Caleb Downs was out there and how was playing for some of the game. I didn't see Downs. I don't think he was out there. And we will get another chance. We will get another crack at this Cowboys team. Lots of good teaching, coaching tape, for sure. A lot of points for Mike to go to in this one. Yeah, New Blacks, lost some missed opportunities, man. You had your chances in this one. This humbling will be good for the Hard Knocks episode. True enough. Hard Knocks going to be just a good watch this week. Arnold, Devin Witherspoon signing, Mike going on tilt post game. We're going to run gassers all day tomorrow. No day off on Sunday. You will work. I want all the third stringers doing up downs. 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. tomorrow. Every one of you. PFF is hardly infallible. Yeah. Well, that's where I would come back to say on this. And I only reference PFF on this because he's referencing analytics, but that's where I would say on this. I went back and watched the tape. And that's where I will always say that, especially in this kind of case, I've watched all the All-22 tape of Ebenwari last year. I've watched him very closely. And, he's Kyle Hamilton right now. What does Kyle Hamilton do at the centerpiece of what he brings to the table? Coverage. He does other things really well. He can blitz, he can tackle, he's a good run defender, he's a good all-around player, but coverage is where, he makes his bones. And right out the gate, Ebenwari was Kyle Hamilton instantaneously. And that's as a rookie, which means that there's even more upside coming in regards to that department of things. But this is where to me, the PFF scores do sometimes and oftentimes marry up to the tape. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes you can find an Ernest Jones where you're like, what are you guys watching? What are you guys seeing here? But most of the time, it's a handy tool for this reason, and that it does fit to the form of what you do find on tape. Jeff, let's go Hawks. The first 2 drives for offense and defense look good for the preseason. It's true. Kyle Brando. Man, Dallas fans acting like they won the Super Bowl. Let them celebrate this one because they know they aren't winning the actual Super Bowl. What year in their drought is it? Year 31? That's right, 31-32. It's been a minute. Appreciate you, Megan. Yeah, Tyree Snide's not the freak athlete Nick is. It's a different game in that he can take on anything that you can throw at him at the slot. Philadelphia Cowboy, that's got to be a tough place to be a Cowboy fan. Boy, I only wonder how much gear you can rock out in that neck of the woods. But congrats to you guys, Philadelphia. Well done on your part. I don't know if dominated is the term there, my man. 17-7. Chill. We'll see you later on in the year. It's a preseason game. My 2 cents worth, Bobby. Preseason means and shows nothing about how the regular season will go, period. End of story. Preseason is for player evaluation, primarily for backups. Anyone who looks at it, any team, and uses, it cuts you off there, but I think I know what you're talking about. And I agree, of course. Yeah, I think you're responding to Dan there, Kylie, because of course I'm being pro Ebenwari and the outlook of him here for sure. He was fantastic. 4.38 versus 4.63, kind of a difference there. Yeah, just a little bit from night to Ebenwari on that. Seatown, I give this troll a 7, same amount of wins for the Cowboys. Rain Me says all analytics point to him being good in coverage, which is even more impressive when he was asked to do that as a rookie. Stop quoting this troll, Brandon. I will stop, man. I try to let people make their points. I mean, I don't want to steamroll over people, and maybe they've got something they can bring up I'm not aware of, but I don't think he's going to either. I do respond to all comments. It's a failing of mine, maybe. Yeaman, well said, Brandon. People have their narratives and facts get in the way. Yeah. They absolutely do. And narratives certainly can get a life of their own at times and really take off. Landy Fleury was taking his first exam just as the rookies. Yes, it's preseason. It's a team on the schedule, but I would grade his play calling was at the very least questionable. Just didn't like it. I think that's a fair way of putting it, man. I wouldn't go as far as to be like it was awful or atrocious, but it did leave you wanting a little bit more. I think there's some reasons for why stuff was left off and that you're going to keep certain items off the table. But that being said, there were some things that you could definitely, I think, pick at a little bit and say that this could be better. This could have been better. And it's not then just back onto player execution. Mike C-Town says the playbook very vanilla. Kelly Milrow got a pass last year because he was a rookie. He's not anymore. No more excuses. By now, he should have shown something by now. Nothing has impressed me about him in 2 years. Fair statement. Very fair statement. My 2 cents worth, Bobby. Thank you for the $10 donation. Bobby, man, it's good to see you in the house. Thank you as well for being a member of the channel. Gotta love the hot takes of fans who use preseason games to draw any sort of conclusion about how that translates to regular season. Preseason means nothing except primarily evaluating talent, in my opinion. Shaking my head. Yeah, I agree with you fully on this. You're looking for certain very specific things, and they have nothing to do with the result, and they have nothing to do with this is now going to be a predictive model towards what we're going to be to the regular season. It is, like you say, individual players. It's like we're talking about with Fleury. Where are we tracking the progress of the offense? How does the offense look? What is his fingerprints on this offense that we can see as far as differentiation from Kubiak? These are the type of things you're looking at. And that's where you want to have your concentration landing, but definitely not the results. And, preseason games are going to be ugly just by the nature of them, especially when you're talking about playing guys that are your 4th string dudes. I mean, we weren't playing first. We weren't playing second. We weren't playing third primarily in this game. You were down to 4th, 5th guys. Like we were saying through much of the game in the second half, especially. I'm talking about guys that are just not even going to be on the practice squad. Say nothing on the roster. They won't even make the practice squad. So it's when you see these guys, Shamar John Charles isn't going to be on the practice squad. These guys that are getting picked on here are going to be, not to knock on him, but it is what it is. And you decided to go that direction because you wanted to kind of rest up a bit of the frontline guys. And you've got, I think, an inter squad game coming up on Wednesday, which is part of why you maybe didn't play more of the second, third stringers a little bit longer, or you want those guys hammering in this week when you do the inter squad practice thing. So well said on your part, Bobby. Completely, of course, agree with you. It's not to be made to look at the results, but to be looking at the process and to be looking at the individual players, especially those players we're trying to identify that can be key parts to this team this year or role players to this team this year. Appreciate your support, brother. Very kind of you, man. Yeah. Agreed, C-Town. We won. You won in Seattle. You proved it today because you went up against our 4 stringers, and like, I don't know about that. Cowboy, I like your team. I've got the Cowboys making the playoffs this year, so I'm definitely a pro Dallas guy as far as this upcoming season goes. But you saw nothing close to what we are regular season wise out there, my man. Let him know, Jeffrey. New Black, Shannon Sharp, Milrow thinks this is 7-on-7 and he can take as much time as he wants. Throw that effing ball. Decisiveness. And you saw it with, I thought, Hal, and we saw Hal here, in the prior stop, not always look that way. And that's the place that you're looking for as your game coming forward and you're starting to see things slow down and you're starting to kind of recognize things faster. Well, you should start to see the decision-making ramp up a little bit. And that's one of the things we're going to look for with Milrow throughout this preseason period is that coming more to the forefront. Stu Brando, you have the best, most wonderful monitor in Megan. She does a grade A job, and she knows I definitely appreciate what she does there. And she knows I appreciate her. Man, it's got to be rough out there in Philly. Philly Cowboy. Can only imagine trying to be a Cowboy fan out there. I select you guys this year. I think you got a good team, but don't take too much away from this, my man. Like, we're the real deal. Is what you looked and what you faced out today is not even close to the monster you're going to be facing later on in the year. I think you'll give us a challenge. I'm not saying we're going to just steamroll over you, but can't take too much away from this game. Glenn, our running game didn't produce. Holani looks like he's definitely a backup. I believe our running game is the biggest question as of now. That's probably possibly fair. I think he's more of really your third down back, and you're doing stuff that was outside of third down back stuff with him today. That's where he's going to, I think, ideally fit into. Simpson, first game scares me as a fake Seahawks fan. Join practice on Friday. Let's go. Was it Friday? I thought it was Wednesday. My bad. Literally, we are defending champs. Cowboys haven't won anything in a lifetime. We've won 2 in less than 15 years. They ain't a threat. Let them know. Let them know, Kaylee. I take you, Brandon. Any plans to do a video this week on the O-line and D-line performance? We'll probably talk a little bit about it on the Seahawks Weekly Roundup. That'll start to come back into effect this week. So Wednesday's show would probably be the day that we're going to be clicking that up. But we'll take a look at some of the cut-ups, see where we're at on some of the All-22. It's a good suggestion. I have a Ricky Waters jersey. That's a strong jersey, Chris. It's a good player, man. And one of those running backs you love to watch play because full complement of a back. You can pass catch, you can run block. But then as a runner of the ball, absolutely ran with everything he could on every run. Wasn't the biggest guy, ran bigger than his size, gave you everything he had with every run. Fun player. Very fun player. Banker, in retrospect, making the Hawk squad was going to be hard. Brando, did any UDFAs or day 3 picks have a chance from what you saw? I feel the same way for the Rams. Practice squad may be elite, though, for both. Yeah, it's very much a possibility. Dansby, I thought, looked pretty good at moments out there as your 7th round guy. But quite honestly, we didn't have much as far as UDFAs go. Hubbard was kind of the central guy's UDFA that you picked up, and he literally, as has been the case throughout training camp, and as far as what we're hearing with him, like he's done. Like he's a guy they had a lot of hope for, but he just has not shown anything up until this point. And I thought that he went quiet again here today. So no, it's much of what I think we saw. I don't know if Bo Stevens gave us a lot there, the 5th round pick. I don't think he was bad, but I don't think he gave you a lot of good necessarily either to the other side. So that's kind of one of the places I think of criticism of this game from Hawk fans is that would have liked to seen a couple more of those guys kind of step up a bit. I do think we got, Monterio, the receiver, looks really good. Foster, he's definitely showing up in a guy that's going to push in that final roster spot at the receiving spot. But not a lot else, man. Should hit. First I had to watch Ty Simpson and now this. Not a good start. OEL, hey, Brando, how much are they going to play all starters in the next preseason game? A quarter or half? I don't know if you play it at all in the next one, OEL. I think you're probably waiting until the 3rd preseason game, and then you're probably going to play them for 1 series. That would be my educated guess based on past history and how they delve out the snap counts with this. Myers missed 45-yard field goal and failed 4th and goal from the 1. 6 was the difference in the score. Yeah. I didn't see Caleb Downs out there earlier, Titan. Just looking for him, but I didn't see him. Colby Jack with a $22 donation. Let's go, Colby. Thank you for that, my man. Very, 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 very kind of you. kind of agree. You guys have been tremendous as ever today. We've done multiple shows today and just tons of donations coming on in through. Really appreciate all of you guys. You're in mid-season form. Our Hawks may not be, but you guys are in mid-season form. Appreciate you, Colby. Says, hello, B. Not going to ask for the impressions. I normally do. Today, I'd like to see an impression of your friend, Brendan Nelson. Have fun with it. Oh, my gosh. Let me try. I'll try here. That was I don't know what that game was. I don't know what we watched today, but I would just as soon as turn that off and have been playing video games instead. I would have had a much better time than what I got to see just right now, in my opinion. It gets harder, Colby, with the deadpan. You know, Brendan's got such a deadpan. You got to, with the impressions, you got to be able to grab onto that one thing, you know, where it be Walken's slow speech patterns that you can kind of recalibrate into, or the bombacity of of a Pacino, you know. We could have played much better than we played today. I'm telling you now. You know, you get a little bit, you can always kind of like, Brendan's a little harder, you know. Could have won it. We didn't. It was right there to be had. Instead, we just sat around. What play calls are we having? I don't know. I guess he's just sitting there having a smoothie or something. What is he thinking about? I don't know. Not thinking about calling good plays. I think I would say that. I don't know what I was watching out there. Third string, you really want to make the team? Is that what I saw? Somebody out there trying to make the team because it looked like you're trying to get off the team. I don't know. Do something like that. Brandon's a tough one, man. It's very monotone. You know, the impressions are the ones that the colorful characters make the easier impressions, because you can just kind of grab onto sort of a singular item. It gets tougher on the monotone. But Colby, I appreciate you. Thank you for the $22 donation, man. You also caught me a little deep in the stream on the impressions. I'm 7 hours streaming deep today, so my voice is a little bit in tatters. But I love working with Brendan. Have a great time doing the B&B again, kicking back up on Thursdays before you guys on that side of it. And we'll get the impressions going here. You know, Walken definitely wasn't happy either with today. Could have been better. Good opening stanza. It went down deep in the toilet, flush. That's the sound it made all second half. Not any good. No. You're awesome, Colby. Thank you for the big $22 dono. Downs gave up the touchdown? Okay. I missed it on that. I wasn't watching close with Downs, admittedly. Stu, 5 shows per week. You got my vote. I found other roundtables only after finding yours, and the others don't have the same mojo dynamics of the NFC West. So I believe it's more than just wins. I agree. I think that we really quickly came into a really nice chemistry in there right off the jump. I think that those guys work really hard and that they're really committed to want to put a good show on every single week that we go live. And, it'll take time to get there, but if every year we're adding an extra show, we'll get there sooner than later. And I think we're going to show this year that there's plenty of topics to turn over and discuss. I think eventually you get into more generalized potential football topics when you're really trying to round out a 5-day-a-week show. But that's the goal where we're going to head with this. And I've got a lot of other things that I'm working on in the background with Roundtable about expanding on their network with Seattle-based content, Seahawks-based content, and working with some Seahawks content creators to make that happen. So there's some stuff in the background that's percolating that we're going to try to continue to make work over there on that side of things. But really kind of them to expand as they did. Dick did Brandon up downs. That makes me think of Vince Lombardi's approach to winning football. Hey, sometimes the old school ways are the best ways. Sometimes the old ways are the best ways. Yeah, you're with me, Nimble Axe. He wasn't a liability in coverage. Kyle, Brando, y'all should have co-streams when division rivals play each other. Not everybody does the live stream shows, Kyle. A lot of people in doing this, and I think like Jesse, Jake are this way. I think Mike does some live games, but when Jesse and Jake do it, it's they do post game. They don't do during live. They just want to watch the game and enjoy the game and not, have to maybe perform as they're watching a little bit. So I don't think there is much into it. It gets hard as well to do the co-stream thing because everybody's got a different connection speed. Some people are getting the feed in earlier than others. You got to try to sync the feed up at that point. You tend to have to then make this feed slow then everybody in the chat who's already up ahead of you anyway gets really up ahead of you. Then they're complaining because you're so far behind the game, but you had to be so far behind the game so you could sync up on the stream between the two people. It just ends up being a little bit too much of a pain in the butt to try to get a collaborator on there to do it. I wish it wasn't, but unfortunately it is. Gibson, I'm in Seattle, but I might catch some Raiders and LV games in Las Vegas and the Legion. Be cool to see it at that stadium. Looks like a very cool stadium they built down there. Jake says, I think McIntosh was better than most running backs we played tonight. No idea why we released him. I'm guessing that the recovery has not been great with him. Like, can pass a physical, but not in the same level of what you had seen from him explosiveness and speed-wise prior to the last injury. It's a wild guess, but I think there's a lot of reason to believe that was probably the case. Or that Neiman Wire way more athletic than Hamilton, like 4.38 40 versus Hamilton was 4.60, 4.65 for Kyle Hamilton, actually. And yeah, that's where we come down to, I think Neiman Wire's got more upside than Hamilton. He was Hamilton instantaneously as a rookie, and he's going to take steps forward in his game. And it comes from having even more natural ability, having more physical goods, along with being put in the perfect defense to utilize those goods. Russell Milrose, Russell 0.20. Seahawks 360, Milroe and Locke look the same today. What the F are we even talking about? The O-line, the pass catcher play calling garbage was just fine with Milroe and Locke's play today. That's fair. People will see different things. I don't think anybody was, I don't think they were good by any measure. Were they atrocious? No. Was there advancement and development in what we saw from Milroe from what we saw from last year? No. Does some of that go back to the play calling and the offensive line? Yes. But it's a part of the math, I would say. Julia, but how indicative is this game of our depth strength? I don't know that it really is. I just take the tackle position, for instance. You're going to have Josh Jones backing up Cross. Neither of those two guys played. You're going to have Lucas, who's probably going to be backed up by Kite. I don't think Kite played as much as what you had from Jones and Logan Brown out there on the tackle. And that's just the tackle position. But it kind of illustrates you're the 3-4 on the depth chart. And we can do the same on the defensive line with J.R. Singletons, where we're not talking about Murphy Williams. Okay, they're out. We're not talking about Mills, Jaron Reed. Okay, they're out. We're talking about being down to J.R. Singleton and Devin Eastern, your 7th rounder out there. So you're to the depth. You're to the deep end of the pool of the depth today in what you're playing. And how is that strength? Not necessarily great in what we saw, but it's also a bunch of guys that aren't even going to be on the roster. So it's like, how much to take away from that, really? C-Town fan, what do you think the contract will be for McDonald next time around? Highest in the NFL? Oh, yeah. You're going to give him well over $100 million a year deal on the next contract. But still a couple of years away. You signed a 5-year contract, so you got some time. Sam Knight, no one should be upset about losing or overhyping a win during the preseason. Amen, Sam. Amen. Back position seems very concerning. Hopefully it gets right. Football IQ. I suspect Dallas will win the East and 1 game ahead of Seattle. Yes, I have Dallas winning 11 games. Sue me. Hey, I've got Dallas making the playoffs, man. So very possible, very feasible, man. But I don't think they're going to get 1 game better than us. This is why this fan base makes me question their fandom. Locke and Milroe look the same today. I would even say Milroe looked better than last year. Locke looks worse than last year. That's where it's, to me, Seahawks 360, this is where there's going to be differences of opinion, and that's okay. And that's where, again, I go to, and I'm not trying to pick on you with this. I'm just trying to illustrate this a little bit of we get into binary ranges on outlooks of teams and players, and it becomes you're with me or you're against me thinking, right? And instead, I would just offer, why can't it be that there's different positions and different outlooks of what they saw from the game? Nobody's got including myself on this, nobody's got just the wholehearted monopoly on their outlook of the sport and that they're seeing absolutely everything true or above anybody else. It's one of the reasons Seahawks 360 often point to you guys as the community in the chat that makes the intelligence of this place make it run and work and go. But people having an evaluation that's different of your own doesn't make you then question the fan base. It's just a difference of the way that they see the game played or the way that they saw the game played today. Are people insane for looking at Locke and looking at Milroe and saying neither played necessarily tremendously great? No, I don't see a lot of lauding of Locke here. I don't see a lot of people that are jumping up here going, Locke is amazing. To my eyes, did he look a little bit marginally better than Milroe? Yeah. Is there a huge separation there? No. But yeah, 9 of 13, 40 yards and a touchdown, 3.1 yard per average. Both of them were under 5 yards per average. Neither quarterback looked particularly good. But I don't know if I could say that I see in Milroe a 5 of 8, 36 yards, holding on to the ball a long time, not being decisive. The pre to post snap reads weren't exactly aligned up at all times. I don't necessarily think I saw progress within that. Now, maybe you did, and maybe you're right, and maybe I'm wrong on it. Doesn't mean that you're dumb because I have a difference of opinion to it, or that its potential is that you're right. And that's why we have the various open-ended points of opinion in this chat, is to hopefully get closer to the truth by the end of the chat, because we can turn over these ideas. But I saw indecisiveness. I saw a little bit of holding on to the ball. I saw a lot of uncertainty post-snap. I didn't necessarily see that same thing from Drew Lock. I don't think Locke is the greatest gift on earth, but I think he's a very solid backup in this league that I can trust to go still win me games if I got to put him out there. I don't think I can put that trust in Jalen Milroe with where he's seen his game currently. It can grow. We're not throwing him away. There's time for him to still develop. I've hammered this, that he needs the time to develop, but I don't think that was a good performance of what we saw from Milroe today, in my opinion. But again, I love that there's a difference of opinions, the Ox 60, and I don't think that it's makes me question your fandom that you see it different from me. And that's just where I get a little bit sometimes sensitive to that, because I think that there's sometimes a rush to throw somebody's opinion in the trash just because at the heart of it, there's disagreement in what we kind of saw. 5 of 8, 36 yards is no one would ever look at that and go, wow, that was just tremendous. Nobody in any situation, just on a baseline alone. Doesn't mean it was bad either. I appreciate where you're coming from. Samuel Carlson, Brando, if Eamon was not good in coverage, you would not have seen teams looking for their own version of Nick this draft. Next Eamon or Eamon like was used a lot in the pre-draft. Well, I'm guessing it could be just a troll situation too with Dan. I've not seen a response from Dan in regards to him posting any data to support his opinion on that. So people come in sometimes just to upend the discussion a little bit in that way. And that's certainly what could have been the case there. Rilo, I missed your initial reaction. How do you feel about the game? I thought that the start was good, and then it went downhill fast on both sides of the ball. I thought the offensive game plan was very vanilla. I thought Fleury initially was impressive opening drive, great. After that, kind of tough, and didn't look like there was a lot of stuff built in for allowing his quarterbacks much success, say nothing of his offensive line. A lot of sloppy play on both sides of the ball, more on the offense, I would say. Underwhelming effort by the third and fourth stringers in the second half. Not much pass rush to be had outside of you dialing up blitzes and doing that. So nobody was able to generate any kind of pressure outside of like a Jalen Gaines. I think there's a small collection of players that we can look at who helped their stock out in this game. I think there's a much bigger list of guys that either did not help their stock or hurt their stock in this game. So I think it's that is kind of a bottom line, but also one where I wouldn't take too much from this game as far as a final opinion either. Locke looked no better than Milroe today, but you're all glazing him. The moment the second string all went out, neither Locke nor Milroe could do a damn thing. I mean, I think he's a better player. I don't think that's glazing him. I don't see any, maybe I'm missing some stuff in the chat here, but I don't see anybody overwhelmingly lopping a ton of praise on Locke as that he's the greatest thing. He's just He's a better player than where Milroe is at right now. And the coaching staff agrees with me this 360 because you'd have elevated Milroe into the second string if he was outperforming him or outplaying him. And we get to the regular season, it's not going to be Milroe as the first guy off the bench. So it's a matter of like, you're going to call upon the best guy at that point if Sam Darnold goes down, and they're telling you that Drew Lock is, and he is. Has he separated himself by far? No. I wouldn't say that either, but he is a better player at this stage. Is the game on live? Where can I pull it in? The game's not on live. You can go to NFL.com and do get the NFL Plus for a month, cost you $10, and you can check out all the preseason games. And they'll let you watch them after they played for replay. I'd highly recommend it. So it's not that costly to do that, but I'm not aware as how to get the free item. Kyle, Brando, we all know what this is. Seattle versus the Rams, NFC Championship, and Price picks up a 2-point conversion, and we win on the Rams, missed field goal. Let's go. Let's go. A long snapper, his name is Chris Stoll. Thank you, Brando. I would look forward to Wednesday's show. I love your video cut-ups. Thank you, man. Yeah, we're doing the Seahawks Weekly Roundup at 12 o'clock every Wednesday this year. I was somehow happy with the run game. With the run game, Cowboys slant passes were getting us. They definitely were targeting where they could, kind of weakness-wise, and a lot of kind of contested catch kind of throws, trust throws, kind of tossed in there, and they got us on it, which is good on them. Where are your favorite players riding the line? I'm not sure I don't understand the question. I'm sorry, Stu. Players riding the line. Like riding the line close to being cut? Kyle, there's a 49er content creator named Brandon that made a top 10 teams list last week, and he left Seattle off the list. When someone asked why not Seattle, the guy almost cried. We really broke them. Broke a couple teams potentially last year a bit to that manner. Roy Stanzel, hey B, most of the guys playing tonight will find fence. I know we're getting late in the stream, folks. I think some words are getting left out on some of these comments. Find most of the guys tonight will find. Not sure. Sorry, Roy. You might have to retype that, man. I usually can pull the word out that was missing, but I'm not sure on that one. R. DeLevy, thank you for the $5 donation. Mr. DeLevy, meh. Sucks losing to the Cowgirls, but it was fifth stringers anyway. Can't wait for the season. Pumped again to hear you calling games again, Brando. I'm looking forward to it too. It's my favorite thing to do on this channel is to be able to do the play-by-play in season, and what a time it was to do it last year. Be it conference championships or Super Bowls. I was absolutely, we went 17 hours on the Super Bowl night, man. That was crazy. But it's going to be a lot of fun this year. I'm really looking forward to it, trying to find ways I can kind of spice up the coverage and help out those ones. So I'm working on always some stuff in the background to do that idea-wise, but appreciate you guys checking it out on game day. We had plenty of people in here today for a preseason. It was cool. I think well over 500 at one point or another, which for a preseason game is phenomenal. But appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Have a good one there, Megan. Appreciate you too. Roy, baby, most of the guys will find themselves on a milk carton once the season starts, not worried. No, I don't think anybody should come out of this feeling worried. There's no concerns to be had. You're going to use it at a point of evaluation on players and make a little bit of an adjustment on where things are at with the onboarding of this offense and all that. But it's not to be that you're deriving something that this is, again, going to have any kind of effect or impact on the regular season whatsoever. Thank you, Colby. I'll try to work on my Brandon. He's tough. He gets really tough with that. Yeah, he'll be a hard one to kind of nail down. Who looked good? So I think Tyrese Knight looked great. O'Connell next to him looked really good. Jalen Gaines had a couple of moments there off the edge where he was solid, just missed a sack. Certainly Montario, Foster, 5 catches, 36 yards and a touchdown. I thought, he stood out and was strong as well. Mike Morris, Jared Ivey, I thought were pretty active off the edge. They made some plays in there. Not a lot else other than that, though. Rockets, I'm enjoying Mexican food while looking for post-game film. I really liked 47 and 48 on the defense. Yes, sir. 47 being, I think, that is Jalen Gaines. And he was nice and quick off the edge. Good edge snatcher out there. And you got to fight like hell out there if you're going to take that spot, because as much as anything, it's open-ended. Team might bring in a Von Miller at some point or another here, a kind of edge like that as the 5th guy. You have Jared Ivey and Mike Morris that are power edges that are suited really well to this defense ideally. So you got to do a lot to overtake those guys at that point. But impressive. Very impressive. BP, if Max Crosby's available, do we go after him? I think you wait to the deadline to more see of where you're at defensively to do that. You don't feel like you have to make that decision now, as much because you're going to probably have to give up more of a cost to do it now, to force the Raiders' hands to being willing to do it. So I think you just more wait around the deadline to see where that's up. The line's a bit concerning. Yeah, a little concerning. Royo did look good. Didn't get many targets, but he looked good on what you kind of gave him. 1 target, 1 catch, 12 yards. Rockets, I'd rather watch the game without anything else going on, but I love the post-game stuff. Well, we're here for both parts. So whatever part you come in here on, I love it, man. And totally understand. Dust Brain Design, don't care how the hopefuls performed, but I'm curious as to play calls and sequencing on offense. This whole preseason is all about Fleury getting things going. I think it's a very fair point on your part. And that's the point of, I think, fair criticism on this. You're coming here to a well-oiled machine. Can you keep the machine going? Are you going to be able, as a first-time play caller, to hit the ground running as we are going to need? And you would have thought you would have seen. I can understand why you dial a little bit of it back when you're going 3rd, 4th stringers, because those are the guys that are going to have the penchant to make the little mistakes that cause penalties and pre-snap penalties. And Lord knows you had enough penalties as it was without that stuff. But it also then made your offense feel very stagnant, lack of motion, lack of intricacy, a lack of misdirection. And that did, maybe just that you wanted to err on the side of vanilla for the first game, but certainly would like to see in the 2nd, 3rd game a little bit more of the flourishes of where the intention is going to be offensively speaking. Milton looked solid out there, man. He did. I wouldn't be surprised no starters play. Keep them guessing. I wouldn't either. It's kind of the new way. Do most of the people live in the Seattle area? It depends on what you consider the Seattle area. It's a very big swath of area that's basically essentially Seattle, even as you get to different cities. From Seattle down to pretty much Marysville, you have a constant connective city, so to speak. But it goes everything from Shoreline to Edmonds to Linwood to Mukilteo to Everett. But they're all in part of that connective point is basically sprawl. Dick to Brandon, did you get the memo? Even where he's terrible. Come on, man. Just steps your game up. Just teasing. Some fans confuse me. I know, man. It's a little bit odd. Baker, I think Ty should play the remaining 2 games. Would you rather have Milrow play out the next 2 games as well? Yeah. I'm a big pro guy on this all the way around, and both of them for similar reasons. Neither is the first starting guy. Neither is going to be the backup. Neither is going to see the field a lot to have the opportunities to get better. I'm a big believer in letting guys sit to have a chance to develop, but I'm also in the midst of that. When they have opportunities to play, get them that seasoning as you can, because that's also going to be an intricate part of this to getting them developed right. Part of the reason I'm not a big fan of us kind of rotating these series thing like we did today a little bit. Yeah, I would love to see more Milrow. I would. I think it would be beneficial to him to get more. Thank you, Yeoman. Fleur tied. None of the Ohio State guys did anything. Zilch for downs. Tate, Reese, Styles, even number 2, Bailey, swallowed up. It's tough. I feel like Styles, I get such Aaron Curry vibes off of Sonny Styles. I feel like I almost want to get to the point of making that bold proclamation that that's going to be what goes down there, but I won't quite. I'm not quite there. Luis, the offense was concerning for sure, but it's hard to figure out what it looks like compared to regular season. We're not going to be running a real playbook against a regular season opponent tonight. True enough. And that does make it a little bit harder to kind of ascertain, to your point. Football IQ, ribbing aside, love my Northwest brethren, peace and love. And please remember, NFL is a diversion, not a means to live by. That's right, man. Hugs to you as well, man. Shout out to you for popping on in the chat. Always. Outside fans are always welcome in here. Helps to be a Hawk fan for sure, but not a requirement. Has Bucks rookie from Miami shown anything, Bane? I don't know if he did or not today. Could kind of see where they don't even put him on the field because that's another team where it's like Jadarian. You're really relying on that guy for the regular season. You don't want to get him injured in preseason. I don't think he even got out on the football field. Did Locke really look terrible? I thought he looked fine. Just overthrew Foster on that one deep ball. Yeah, he was fine. It wasn't anything exceptional. He wasn't amazing. It was fine. Doesn't everyone else hate football? I'm not a big fan of college football on the whole and the style of game that it plays. That's for sure. I think you touch on it well, Qual. I mean, you guys sometimes encapsulate this better than I do in a more succinct fashion where he says Locke looked like a backup quarterback. Milroe looked like an athlete learning to quarterback. Very accurately put. Very accurately put. Rockets, in my opinion, Locke looked like he could throw better. I did see 2 really bad throws from him. Milroe looked like he could run better, but he holds onto the ball too long and doesn't throw. I think you're capturing it accurately, guy. I'm right there with you guys on this with that. Coke and both Locke and Milroe are not the answer if we need them to win more than 2 games. Maybe not. But again, with this defense and this special teams unit, maybe also they could be enough at that point. Ivy does not look like he's developed. I mean, he was pretty active out there. I thought he looked, I don't think he looked smashing by any means, but he's also operating with a cast on his hand. I mean, he's got the club hand. It's hard to get the job done when you got that sucker you're rocking on the end of your fist. But I thought he made a couple. I was trying to look it up here. I thought he made a couple of tackles. He got a lot of run, though, too. Three tackles. Nothing amazing. This game shows me we really need to get one more edge. It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt. Trap Cat, surprisingly, the run game wasn't half bad without having Sharps, Price, or Wilson. Good point. Good point. Big Dogs, Brandon, have you heard any news about Jalen Kilgore? He's always the one of the favorite fantasy draft picks. Haven't heard anything about him. Nope. He's one of my guys too. Kogan, I find it ridiculous we're putting Milroe out there with 3rd and 4th stringers. O-line wise, I'd like to give him a drive or 2 with the starting O-line. Come on. That'd be nice. Agreed, Bob. I don't think Drew Lock's anywhere close to Sam. He's a backup quarterback. Jordan, I need Milroe to have a better protection to really give an honest grade. That's fair. Lock at the best of the protection in the first drive, and then all hell broke loose. I think that's fair. Yes, riding the line meaning cut. Oh. I think you could definitely look to the 3rd, 4th stringers. When you could talk about the offense or defensive line, Stu, I think that you're locking in right there going, nobody really helped themselves today. Certainly this is not going to determine whether or not Mike had confirmed this last week when he was asked about it. Preseason game is not going to determine your outlook on the team and where you go and whether we keep you or not. But the way they played today didn't help. Guy like Montario Foster maybe helped himself to get on the other side of that line, where he's pushing for that final receiver spot. And if he's duking it out with Cody White and Ricky White, and maybe he did a little bit more to solidify himself in that realm. But I don't know if a lot of people on this team today did anything to push themselves to the good side of that line of being cut versus more that confirmed more that you're more likely to be cut, and that's the unfortunate part of losing 17-7 in this fashion and having kind of it be an ugly second half. So I can't go to a lot of guys on even Jalen Gaines and the type of game he had. I think Jalen's still best case scenario is to just make the practice squad. That's the best of the best of the best. So I don't know if anybody really elevated themselves much in this game. Tyrese Knight and O'Connell played great, but those guys were going to make the roster already. They're locked in as your 3-4 on off-ball linebackers. Gideon says Seattle blows. It does get a little bit windy. Yeah. I'm glad you noticed it. It gets a little bit windy, but that's good for the summertime. It keeps things a little cool in the summertime. Travcat Watch Sports National Media say the Cowboys are on the way to the Super Bowl after this one. They already want to anyway, Travcat. They already are driven to do that as it is. So, yeah, probably. Rockets, I don't really mind the fourth down reps. It's good practice instead of kicking. Yeah, I agree with that. I think the time when you went for the fourth down, I think it was the end of the third quarter. Regular season, Mike's not going to do that. He'll take the points. But I like you. I like trying stuff out. Let's run some of our fourth down stuff. Let's try out stuff of see what may work or what might not work that we can bring into the regular season that way. Yeah, I like it as well. Kyle for South Park, Brando. 2 parts. How do you feel about the integrity of the NFL media? Schefter said for months New England isn't trading for Brown, and when Diana got fired, Schefter said his sources said that the trade will happen. It's a dirty game a little bit, sources and how those guys are used and how those guys are used to drive narratives and to push situations into one way or the other. It always has to make you a little bit cynical when hearing stuff come out, and then it's not always necessarily the truth, that there's bigger games being played in the background. But they do as good a job as any sport overall, Kyle. There's plenty of sports that don't do very much of anything as far as breaking stuff goes and getting out ahead of things. I think that the NFL reporters are really driven to be on top of stuff, and that there's a lot of competition there to make sure that you stay on top of stuff. There's some insider stuff there too, Kyle. And Diana's situation is an egregious one because of what was going on between her and Mike, but don't think that there isn't some similar relationships out there, minus the sex stuff, that have reporters kind of de facto working for NFL organizations at times to push the narrative that they want pushed. The head ref today was lost. He was a little bit. Part 2, the NFL hid Shanahan accident for weeks. They also reported that Kyron Lacey, rest in peace, career was over due to his case, and he took his own life, and he was found innocent. Also, Schrager and Sims biased. It ain't clean, to your point of it, right? It ain't just pure, and it can be a dirty business in that way, and they will cover things up, and they'll hide things, and, the NFL will, as they like to say, protect the shield. Does it make it right? Should they do it? No, but they're the biggest sport around going right now. They're the big dog on the block. And when you are that way, you're going to get away with a little bit more than maybe other sports could hope to get away with. Doesn't make it right, but it doesn't make it a sort of a fact of life a little bit. Trav, our special teams seemed to look good, aside from Myers not making that field goal. Yeah, they were on it. Coverage team was good. The return game was good. That part always holds up. Bob's Weed, a 4-hour stream's amazing, I just noticed. We're 5 hours in, man. That's kind of how I roll. Regular season, we'll be doing play-by-play, and then I usually do a couple hours after the game. We like to go long here at the Hawks Nest. Just kind of the way we roll. Yeah, can we not criticize play calling with third and fourth string, please God? We saw a flash with that Arroyo over the middle catch. You take it to a measure of salt. I think you can do both things here, Daniel, where you say, look, the play calling was not great throughout the course of this game. The opening drive was fine, and maybe it's because they were just keeping it so vanilla. But it was pretty rudimentary. Lack of kind of the inherent elements that you would expect would be in this offense. And these elements are not elements that if you then utilize them in a preseason game or somehow you showing your hand, they're going to be tried and true elements of this offense that we'll see every week of the NFL season. And so why shouldn't you see some of them in the preseason too? But you're right. It is third and fourth stringers. That's why I say it's with a grain of salt. Have the evaluation, but take it with that grain of salt. It doesn't mean ultimates. It doesn't mean there should be conclusions drawn because of it, but it does mean it was what it was, where it was very, very vanilla. And that's not problematic in itself, but we would like at some point or another to see some more of the proof here, and that in Fleury, we don't have any question marks. In Fleury, we have a guy that's going to be able to, fit the form and what Kubiak had established last year. The Arroyo play was nice, though. Brian's is good. I have an overall opinion. Overall, we looked awful today. It's also preseason, which is what preseason's for. We got 3 weeks to figure it out. Didn't turn out too badly last year. Good points, man. Go Hawks. Johnny, other than Myers' miss, wasn't our special teams pretty solid today? They were really good, man. Really good. Got another turnover, right? The Dixon punt and what you kind of caused the returner to kind of panic there. The kickoff coverage unit was great. You had some good returns. You almost had the opening white one almost got up the field around the 50, but you had a holding penalty called. So, no, they were on it. You can't pick anything away at that special teams unit. They were on their P's and Q's, dotting their I's, crossing their T's. Luis, I think one of the biggest issues I had tonight watching it, I can't know for sure as a fan on the outside, but the team just looked flat tonight. Started out well, but once the momentum was gone, it never came back. I got the same kind of sense. You just miss a little bit of juice tonight. Yeah. Johnny says team did look flat. You could see Coach Mike was seething a little inside. He made some comments about poor performance in front of Big 12 showing. He's going to be frustrated by it. I think you guys are seeing it true. I think there's a little bit of some flatness from the team today, just a bit. Doesn't mean that it's hit the panic button, just showed up today. A little disconcerting. Kyle Brando thought I'd see the credible NFL experts eat crow this offseason. Instead, all I saw was them doubling down on the same thing they said about Seattle last year. Shaking my head, where's the firings? That's the thing about, I guess, the prediction business in the NFL, and analysts and quote unquote experts, is that you don't actually ever have to be right. You just have to have an opinion. And I'll tell you, it's the thing that just surprises me about these guys at times is how wrong they can be over and over again, yet operate with absolute certainty of their opinion time and time again. I would have thought that would have been a bit of a standard for if you're going to be a pundit, that you got to get some stuff right. If you're going to call yourself an analyst, that you got to analyze stuff and truly actually come away with something that proves to be true. But I'll tell you, beyond our situation, I just see time and time again that these guys are just throwing darts at a board. Half of them I don't even think are just doing any sort of research whatsoever. But there seems to be no checks and balances in place when you have guys that are completely out of pocket in their outlook of the sport, of individual teams, never called to account on it. They just kind of slide by on that. What happened to Ivy Stan? I'm not sure. I didn't know that he must have broken it, or there's something going on with the finger there. Coca Brando, I'm not worried about what happened tonight. The only thing that caught my eye is the play calling of Fleury. What did you take away from Fleury tonight? I thought the opening drive was really good and looked very similar to what we had seen from Kubiak last year and the offense last year. But then after that, things seemed to change a bit. And I don't know if it's just driving heavily to vanilla because it's third and fourth stringers. You're trying to not have them think about too many extra details, but it made the offense very boring and very easy for the Cowboys to predict about what you were trying to do. So it wasn't all bad. There's a couple points where you caught him blitzing and you had a bubble screen in place, and that's a good call by Fleury in those moments. You just didn't block it up well, but you had the right play call on at the right moment. So those points were really cool. There's some good stuff to pick from there, but on the whole, would have liked to seen a little bit more dynamic play calling in there, especially to put maybe Milroe into some better positions for success with the four-string offensive line out there, i.e. play action rollouts, that type of stuff. Give him some more of the half-field read type situations. False start, 4th and 1 midfield was tough. Yeah, that was not a that line struggled in so many ways. One of the rookies that caught my eye was Oklahoma rookie 49er Grayson Holton, like 3rd or 4th rounder, playing up against Skronsky. The other was Stribling, who I actually felt was better than Tate. Both of them played really well for San Francisco, man. They had a really solid opening outing. That's for sure. Roy, thank you, B, for putting up with my typos. You're the best. Oh, man, I speak it at this point. I speak fluent typo. My pleasure, man. Thank you for checking out the channel. I really do appreciate it and checking in as you do often here. Catalyst, could Milroe play the vast majority of the next 2 games at least? Evaluating him with 4th and 5th stringers for pass protection and receiving options doesn't really add up. 100% agree with you, man. And I've been banging the drum for a while. I'd love to see him just all 3 full preseason games. just let him run in full, in my opinion. And we'll see if the team starts to consider that or not. But not enough tonight, right? Not enough with having to operate with 4th, 5th, 6th stringers. Our number 1 punter almost gave us a free touchdown. Boy, did he almost. Daniel, we aren't going to see the roof. We aren't going to see the proof in the preseason. It's just not going to happen. That's completely unrealistic expectations. Yeah, I guess I would just say this. I don't necessarily need to see the success of the system run. I would just like to see the system run. I feel like when I watched Kubiak last year as a first-time offensive coordinator coming in, that offense was running the offense of what they would run during the regular season. It wasn't every at last bell and whistle and button pushed and knob turned, but it was certainly one that looked very close to what you were going to run in the regular season. I don't know that what we saw today was an offense that's going to look close to what we ran in the regular season. And that's not a problem, but you are offloading a first-time offensive coordinator where you're trying to figure out if he's got the good to get this done, to do the job. And tonight didn't give you an answer on that. You weren't going to draw a full answer from it tonight on that, but I think it's fair to look at that and go, why does it have to be dialed back this much? A centerpiece of your offense is supposed to be pre-snap shifts and motions. That completely was missing all over the board tonight. Utilizing that within the context of the offense does not have you showing your hand to the rest of the teams in the NFL about what you're doing. That's the commonality of your offense. That's how your offense just runs in its general nature, snap in and snap out. So it missing is a little bit strange. Not having any kind of stuff that you managed up, for instance, with, Milroe, and to kind of set him up for some successes, just straight drop back games, no rollouts, no kind of simplified throws at times. It's a little strange. Doesn't mean it's got to be the worst awful thing, but it's also a little bit of an oddity too. And it's not proof, it's not going to be proof that he will fail. It's just that you're looking for the proof and starting to see the signs of that the success can be had, that you can have this baton handoff from Kubiak to Fleury and then it can be seamless and without any kind of blips in the road. And we know with OCs, when you change out one to the other in other NFL organizations, even for guys that are tried and true, where I'm going from one tried and true to another guy that's tried and true, which is not what we're doing here, that even that can sometimes with same personnel to same personnel be a little bit bumpy. Right? What was it? Kellen Moore left the Eagles, and then bingo, bango, boom. It's a drop off. So it is something just to kind of monitor and track. It's not to draw an ultimate conclusion, but it's something that is on our radar that we're not concerned about, but that is an important key, I think, to the upcoming season, is that you're able to kind of maintain that. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $5 donation. It's great to see you in the house tonight too, Robert. Seahawks should hire Diana Rossini as a sideline reporter for the opponents during the regular season, week 1. Awkward. Did you guys see Vrabel launching that challenge flag the other night? And he throws that thing. You could see a lot of pent up rage in that throw, couldn't you? A lot of pent up anger there in that sideline throw of the challenge flag. But hey, you know what? You got to be competing, man. You got to take advantage of all possibilities on the table here, Robert, to your point, man. All possibilities that can help you win. Just have her on the opposition sideline staring at, pay her to stand on the opposite sideline during the whole game, just staring at Mike. Awkwardly. I think you're onto something here, Robert. I think you're on to something here. Appreciate you for the support, brother. Quinn Ewers fell hard from first round prospect. Maybe you should have left your college earlier. Maybe so. Samuel, Brando, today should have made it very clear why we signed Arnold. Our corner depth did not look great. Yeah, it wasn't awesome. And you can see there being room for improvement there with what you got. So yeah, I mean, adding a first round talent like that versus what you have there on the alternative, again, when you backtrack it to the lack of risk, to the lack of cost, to coming to find out now you got 2 years of club control of the guy, it makes it very close to a no-brainer kind of move. When you get to that kind of point, to add that kind of talent at that minimal amount of cost, especially notwithstanding, Samuel, to your point, the fact that you have the depth in a position where it's not perilous, or that is not perilous, but that it could use some improvement, makes a lot of sense. Brady Russell blew a dude up on the kick return. Boy, did he ever. And make no mistake, he's making this roster for sure. Daniel, I learned from special teams last year to give a coach the chance. Let's wait till the regular seasons. Yeah, we're not drawing judgment on anything. By it's look at the individual performance, but it's not to cast the performance with the aspersions of here's our final conclusion on Fleury as a play caller. He sucks, not good enough. It's just that it's a point of data. It's the initial point of data. So it's on a brighter display because it's all we got. But it's not to take away an end-all be-all conclusion from the performance either, to your point. Brian, maybe I should become an NFL pundit. Where else can you be totally wrong, completely off base, and still get a massive paycheck the following day? True. Now you guys see the vision of where I'm trying to go. Rockets, I'm looking forward to film review. I see the preseason as an opportunity to try things and what to learn from. Excited for some of the analysts from the Hawks channels. Me too, man. We're going to have some fun with it. For sure. Kyle Brando, find it funny that B. Brooks said we're going 7-10 because Seattle, Bucky Brooks said we're going 7-10 because Seattle lost too much in the offseason. And he got roasted online. The next week, Daniel Jeremiah quit their podcast they had for a decade. Kind of an interesting situation out there, and sad too, because I don't have a lot of go-to podcasts, but Move the Sticks was one of the ones that I really like to go to. And strange that situation and how that played out. Then they started kind of running the channel like ghost driven or something. I don't know if they were using AI or something on it. That was a whole weird situation. But when you have such a bad take that you make your partner quit, you know what I mean, Kyle? That's what your inference is. And I'm picking up what you're putting down. Justin, they'll never give Sam his flowers on NFL Network. Shaking my head. There's always going to be people with Sam. I used to say this about Geno, and that people would have their opinion on Geno, and Geno could raise a Super Bowl trophy and people would still hold to their opinion, even if he accomplished that. And I said the same thing about Sam last year and the way that people would talk about him, and that you guys watch, this guy can go raise a Super Bowl trophy and people's opinions are so hard lined in on this guy that they'll just wave their hand away at it. And that is simply what they have done throughout this offseason. They did exactly what I predicted that they would do. And it just goes to show that when people get opinions about players in the sport and outlooks of situations, it's very hard to change that. Even with new data that's coming in, they will just dig their feet in and they'll be like, I'll come back around to being right here sooner than later. And Koken, I know you're still looking on the fantasy league, man. Megan's trying to get it set up in the background here. I've not had time to kind of do anything with it. So we're going to try to see if we can kind of get this kicked off, but it is going to be tough to kind of pull this off just because the time for me is, I just don't get the time to kind of delve in and try to get into it a little bit. So we'll try, man. I'm doing my best on it, but the schedule and season and doing this is just tough to do. I got you remembered though. So if we do get one active, we'll get the invite with it. I've got you on the Discord channel and all that. Just got to get this figured out with Megan. Mike was mad at the end of the game. Thought I saw him say, "What are we doing?" I'm sure he's not going to be happy with that performance. Daniel, I mean, we saw it early. We saw guards pulling in success in the run game and then running game, running the same play and faking the run and hitting a row over the middle. We did, in fact, see it, in my opinion. We saw some good plays on the opening drive, and all of this game was not completely bad to Fleury's position on this. That's for sure. You collectively threw for 49 yards in this game. The passing attack was not good. The rushing attack barely got over 100 yards, was less than 4 yards per average. Some of that definitely goes upon the team. Some of that definitely goes upon the four stringers. And this is again where we go to Daniel. So much of the drive sometimes is to try to find the simplistic explanation. Everything is all good. Everything's all bad. Where's the middle ground? Where's the gray area lie? I think early on, there's some good stuff there with Fleury. I think though that there's a majority of this game and a vast majority of this game where it's not good. And I can go to individual items on that I can pinpoint, but it's where it just is what it is. It doesn't mean that it's then a harbinger that he's somehow with a black mark on his record. He can never overtake that we've come to our conclusion of him as an offensive coordinator. He sucks shit. He'll never do anything. It is not saying that. It is simply to say, though, also put the performance in the right regard, right? Because there's the drive on both ends of it. There'll be the drive at times to get overly negative and to take too much from a performance. And then there's also the drive to the other side of it to say, let's wave our hand at the performance. It's nothing. It's no big deal. Whatever you did. No, there's the place in the middle of it. And pre-snap shifts and pre-snap motion are a fundamental part of this offense. That doesn't get to go away for 3 quarters, right? Misdirection should be a fundamental part of this offense. That doesn't get to go away for 3.5 quarters. Putting your young quarterback in Milroe, who's trying to learn this game and trying to put him up for success, trying to build confidence, you don't do that with straight drop back game 24/7. You do the things, Daniel, that like the Rams did with Ty Simpson and Stenson Bennett. Go watch the play calling with the Rams against the Chiefs. Look at the type of throws that they're having their young quarterbacks execute. Look at the kind of confidence that they're emboldening in their young players with that play calling. Cross-reference it up to what you saw today. And I literally was watching the Rams-Chiefs game right before the Seahawks Cowboys game. And it's a little bit of a night and day difference in the way that you called the game plan. And I don't think that we can just stock it up to being, well, you had 4 stringers out there. I don't think we can just stock it up to saying, well, you're just trying to hide your stuff. If you want to execute game 1 and do the shifts and the snaps, the pre-snap motions and all that, then you got to have it as be a commonality part of what you do. It's your DNA. It's how you roll no matter preseason or regular season. And that's not you showing your whole playbook. That's you playing to the style of offense that you are saying that you want to play. So it's not all bad. There is some good stuff there, but like the Arroyo plays one play in a game of, as I always like to say with this, Daniel, it's like a couple guards pulling an Arroyo completion and 1 touchdown is not a successful game offensively speaking on the whole. And football, as I always often say, will be a game that can cause you to sometimes pull a play here or play a play there, and you catch up on these couple of plays here that really catch the attention and imagination when there's all the rest of these other plays that really told the full story as to what really went down and what really happened. But it's not all on Fleury pure and simple. There's a lot of kind of blame game on this to sort of hand out a little bit as to why you didn't do better. It's an initial step. It's not a conclusion. I don't know if it's a great initial step either to that side of it. I appreciate where you're coming from though, man. Robert's Rossini idea is what we call chasing edges. I like where he's coming at from. I'm with this. I'm with it, Robert. He said, I'll contribute anything to help the Seahawks win back-to-back Super Bowl titles, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Yeah, Titan, I would say I don't see the Jeremiah Love, Adrian Peterson comparison myself. Adrian was a far superior talent, in my opinion, or just a superior talent. I mean, not far superior, but certainly a superior. Luis, the corners were not very impressive. Big Nogany had some decent plays, but the rest, I don't know who 34 is, but he got shredded. Shamar Charles got picked on, and indeed he got shredded. Remember when Wyatt Taylor targeted injured Noah's knee in preseason, by the way? FU. Yeah, that was cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. Dan Jeremiah fled the country for fear of the GQs. Darnold. Boy, poor Dart, man. He just got his running back sold on him, blew his pass protection as badly as you can blow it, and just got him lit up. Well, Daniel Jeremiah gave Darnold his flowers in 7-10, but Kalpadia, I was on his show this week. I would have held his feet to the fire asking why he said Seattle doesn't play an inspiring brand of football. Needless of vindication from NFL pundits, essentially the extreme form of taking a hardline stance. Bob's Weed, okay, how do you really know how good your team is when the starters hardly play in the preseason? How do you know? I don't think that's where I think when a lot of people speak to this, about being careful of drawing too hard a conclusion or moving in that direction a little bit too much. I think, for instance, Daniel W. would be very much on this, if I may speak for him, and that he might feel a lot of the same way. So you got to be careful about taking too many results away from the game itself, especially when it comes to the team as a whole. You're looking for the individual parts and things within the team that you want to pay attention to. Where's the depth? Are those guys playing well? Am I trying to get a new scheme in place and advance that along? Are we playing with physicality with all of our units? Are we winning at the line of scrimmage with all of our units? It gives us a little bit of more of a snapshot to where's the depth, how much can we count on the depth. But you're going to be running with starters. You're running full blown them. And so it's really just not what preseason is for, to make assessments about your team itself. It's for making assessments about individual players, your scheme, where you're progressing in that manner. It's more micro than macro, I guess I would say. Visor Afflicts, I think Riley Mills for right now is going to be more valuable as a situational third down lineman, is vulnerable to the run because he loves that swim move, which exposes your chest and can lose balance. I like it, man. I might just agree with you there on that. Going to be interesting to go back and take a look at his snaps. I think there were some good ones in there, but think there was also some ones, to your point, especially in the run game a little bit, Mike got pushed a little bit on that. It does make the games boring, Bob. That's true. Ty had a good game, Daniel. That's for sure. But that's also back to, again, go look at because you can go look up right now all of the throws of Ty Simpson on YouTube. I'm sure you could look it up. Somebody's probably put the cut up of them together. And if you look at them, look at how many throws of those are off of play action rollouts. Quick throws out into space. Easier throws, just bam. You're going to hit your back foot. You're going to go over here with the ball. That's where the throw is going to be made. Not you're dropping back. You're going to go through process reading, which is a little bit what we did with Milroe today, which I was not as much in favor of. I would like with him to get him, especially out the gate, a little bit more of a get the momentum going. Give him some early wins on some of these early reps. Get that confidence starting to build a little bit. And that's what McVay's doing there with Stetson Bennett. That's what he's doing there with Ty Simpson. And that's what I think Fleury should have done today. Again, not a death knell that he didn't necessarily get it accomplished. Doesn't mean he can't get that accomplished down the road. But something you would have liked to seen for a guy in Milroe that we're watching really closely on where his development's at. We need to figure out every team's Rossini. Boy, do we ever. Daniel, if you do a fantasy league, I want in. Who's good around the league player-wise. Yeah, for sure. Daniel, hit me up on heyhawksnest@gmail. And we're going to try to get this figured out in the next week here with Megan to try to get out the announcements with it. But if you can hit me out at heyhawksnest@gmail, and then I can send you an invite to the Discord channel, and we'll get you on in there. We'll get this figured out, Megan. Hopefully I get a moment to breathe here this week to where we can kind of get it figured out. Okay, I list all the straight dropbacks. We're just blah. At least cut the field in half with play action rollouts to give Milroe easier reads. You're picking up what I'm putting down. This is one of the fundamental places I would have began with in my play call, in my game plan for Milroe when he was out there. And they've got their reasons for why they didn't, but I hope that that's not an indicator of them going away from some of the play action stuff that we did so well of with last year. Nothing wrong with the straight drop back game. It's got its place too, but Luis, I think Brian Fleury will just need to get practice too. If anything, should Fleury be a free experiment more in preseason to find his style? I'm with that. Work out the kinks, as they like to say. Work them kinks out. LCDG more play today, caught a pass, tried to get goat defender into tackling him hard. Laughing Almore just kind of lowered his shoulder. It was fun to watch. Interested to see how he does out there. John, I think Milroe needs to work on his passing. To me, it looks like every time a passing situation broke down, he would take off running. He's still just not seeing things in the pocket clearly, to your point, John. When to run, when to not run, when he's running too quick, when to sense kind of pressure. It kind of comes and goes a little bit as far as the calibration settings on that type of stuff. And it needs to come forward, but he's a work in progress. And it's going to take time here. It's going to take more than the 1 year. We got to give it a couple of years on this with Milroe because there was a lot to clean up in his game. And we'll see if this advances along through preseason. Hopefully they get him a little bit more run in the foreseeable future on this one. Love to join the league, but I'm also busy the next few weeks. I know, man. I know how it goes. Swole Cole, Brandon, is the NFC West Roundtable doing a fantasy league? I think that would be awesome content. That would be fun to do it. It's really hard for us to all pull it off, man. I mean, I've got a lot of pressure right now from within the fam. We've been doing a fantasy league here, and there's a lot of people pushing for it. But it's really, really hard for content creators to do this stuff. I mean, like I do fantasy for the channel, but I have almost no time to put into it. I'll be doing, I think I'm up to like 8 or 9 shows a week here, live shows that I'll be doing, and the prep work that goes into it, the live shows themselves. I mean, like today on a game day, it's going to be all day streaming when it's game day on a Sunday. So there's really no time to invest to be looking into it for that. It's just, it's really tough. There's just not the time. We got 2 NFC West roundtables a week. We'll be doing this week too. So, I'll see if maybe we can suggest it, but it's going to be a tough one to pull because of how everything's kind of going with that a little bit. Great suggestion, though. That'd be a lot of fun to pull it off. Just kind of run into that thing right now where it's like, I need 28 hours in the day, but I've only got 24. I need to find a way to carve out 4 more somehow or another. But a good suggestion. I'll try to bring up and see if there's some maybe creative way we can put something like that together. Sportsbook, Florida needs to do his job in the real season. Yes, sir. Yeah, no worries with time crunch. It's just coming down. I'm definitely running into it right now. I can feel it's going to be pretty crazy the way this season will go. So in a good way. I'm not up happy, but it just, I know right now, like I'll be just boom, 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 one thing to the next right now. And it'll be tough to you got to do some research and get into that stuff to be able to, you got to be on top of the waiver wire stuff. And it's almost like a full-time job in itself a little bit if you do it right. I heard Dansby looked awkward tackling today. The nasty tackling skill seems like a baseline for MacD's team. Hopefully you can get that spoon vibe going. Yeah, probably got to get a little improvement from him here. I mean, Nehemiah Pritchett, you kept him on the roster, and he's not the best tackler. You've given him some time to develop in that way. So they might be a little bit open to it. But you're not going to get on the field if you don't develop it. That's for sure. I didn't know he called the defense last preseason either. Dirty? Yeah. Mike's trying to get him to the point where he's prepped to eventually take it over for Mike in full. No way we're losing to Prescott next game? No way, sir. No way. Yeah, Bob, it's the place where you'll see with us, and Megan brings it up, that we uniquely try not to encourage the trolling. And trolling is very commonplace, to your point, Bob, in other places, where it's just, this is how I roll. This is the norm out there in the online hemisphere. But with us here, what we've tended to find is that within trolling, you just get a bunch of bickering, you get a bunch of vitriol, you get a bunch of knocking yourself off the subject at hand and the discussion at hand. And it just turns into something to where it all devolves into this weird childish level of behavior. And for us here, I think part of the reason we've had the success as a channel is because we've been able to really iron that out and try to make sure that the conversation stays on point, which is not that it has to be the Seahawks are great, the Seahawks are awesome, the Seahawks are wonderful, which they are. But we're open to having talks about any NFL team, just as long as they can be respectful. As I like to say, Bob, it's like the one rule I have on this channel is respect. It's the only rule. I'll talk about any topic you want to talk about. You want to talk about movies, you want to talk about books, you want to talk about society. I won't talk about politics. Maybe there's 2 rules. But then, in respect, you will see if I'm trolling, am I being respectful? No. Well, you're breaking the one rule then at that point, and that's where I think it's a fair rule to ask, because it's in the spirit of allowing then for conversation to more fully roll. It's like I always say on this, Bob, it's our chat, it's our community that makes this channel go. It's not me. And if the channel and the chat's thrown off by a bunch of trolls, then the channel doesn't go. It's kind of that simple. Brandon, you should hire Diana Rossini, your personal secretary during the season. Just saying. I mean, I could use a personal secretary. I'm just saying. For sure, it gets competitive, especially if there's money on the line. Yeah, it does. And then you want to put the investment in at that point if that's the case, too. What adjustments would you make if you were Mike McDonald as the team prepares for next week? I think some of this is going to be energy, effort, and energy stuff more than it's going to be that we got to change this, we got to change that. Like, I need to see out of you third and fourth stringers more heart, more fire, more grit, more determination. I feel like we laid over spirit-wise in that second half a little bit, especially on the defensive side of the ball, and that's not acceptable. And that's less to do with us dialing up more blitzes, us getting more aggressive, and more about like, look, show some fire, show some energy, get after it out there. Offensively, I think there is some room to say, Fleury, run some more of your normal stuff. Try to get Milroe in a little bit better positions for success. But it would be mainly those things, and as much of just I'd be challenging the players' intensity level as much as anything else. But you're not going to start starters next week, I don't think, or anything like that. Who the hell is Mac D? Mike McDonald. I want a corroboration between you and Rapp. Ian Rappaport? Daniel, will your guys' league have money involved? I usually give out a prize from the store to the winner every year, Daniel. A mug or a shirt or a hoodie or something like that. I usually let the winner decide what they want. Well, that's usually all that's kind of at stake. There's no buy-in or anything like that. My house off these Rossini jokes. Enough about fantasy. You think all quarterbacks are best under center? Maybe Milroe struggles in that aspect. I didn't watch too much of what he did in college. I think you need a mix. I think that there's a tendency to try to get young players to play and stick them in shotgun because that's what they're used to doing in college. But I think the pro level and where the pro games transition to the cover two shell defenses is more under center, more play action. And so the startling lack of preparation of college players coming to the pro level, because many of them not even taken one snap under center in college, means they're not ready footwork wise. They're not ready to operate that kind of offense at all. Is that a contributing factor to Milroe? The fact that he played in an air raid offense essentially in college and now trying to get to under center stuff? Yeah, it makes it harder. It's why you've got to give him that extra time for development. It's why you can't come back a year later and say, did you get it all fixed, Jalen? Did you get it all fixed? You can't do that because there's so much to fix. There's processing. There's pre-snap determination to post-snap processing. There's feel in the pocket. There's learning to throw with better touch. There's mechanically cleaning yourself up from the ground up. He needs to clean himself up from his base up to the top side, up to the throwing motion itself. All three aspects got to be cleaned up. Processing on top of all of it. Proper footwork from under center. There's a lot here with Jalen that's got to be cleaned, and it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in one season. There's a lot of upside there if you can get that stuff fixed. That's why you take the time to put that investment in. And there's no guarantee that he's going to get there. But you got to acknowledge that that stuff has to be handled, and it's going to take time. Stars look great at FanFest. Yes, they did. Just put Milroe out, more credible backups. That's the main adjustment. That's a good adjustment. I'd be with that too. It's a great suggestion. Dang, the winner gets a mug. I would have tried. Ha ha ha. Should have tried. Megan, behind enemy lines. We do the behind enemy lines every week on Tuesday. Yeah, let's watch Mendoza play under center and Kubiak this season. That is a major shift for him and should be taken into account if you put Milroe under the same microscope. Yeah, 100%. That's why I've said with Mendoza, don't play him this year if you're the Raiders. So I'm very consistent about this. That's why I say let him sit. He's got stuff he's got to work on. He's coming out of an RPO offense, coming out of living in shotgun. And like you say, that's not Kubiak's offense. So give him time to make that transition. Understanding he took no snaps under center in college. He's got to ground work this up. Start from zero, not from 50, not from 60, starting from zero in that part of his game. 100%, 100% catalyst. Not in Kubiak, what the F. Pause. As the kids would say, catalyst, pause. I knew what you meant, man. I figured it out. You know what I mean? I can always usually kind of pick out what's being said in there. You know? Well, Titan, I just realized the Seahawks have 11 days off before they play the Cards week 2. Yeah. Uh-huh. It's the beautiful part of this schedule, and what I've pointed to often is that we really had the schedule set up really well for us, Oiler Titan. You have that first game of the year on Wednesday, then you get a de facto second bye on your schedule just to then prepare back up for week 2. It's a hell of an advantage for a football team to have. It really is. And you combine that with so many of the primetime games, only 10 a.m. games on the season, only 20,000 miles flown when we got to usually fly like 33,000 miles. It's a very good situation we're at with the schedule this year. John Hobbs, coaches already said they couldn't implement everything right away, start out with the basics. That makes sense. And why? Again, we don't come to full conclusions off single games. We make assessments, but you're not coming to conclusions, especially about preseason games. Good point there, John. I did a double take at Catalyst message. That's right. Got to pause there. If I hit the pause button on that one. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Will Donald take less than $55 million a year in his next extension? Every quarterback seems to be a bit different on this Taker610 about what they're willing and what they're willing not to take. And in a guy in Darnold, he's had a couple of contracts that have been pretty nicely paid out, but that may not preclude him from wanting to get more money. I mean, this is a really good question. I think inherently it's an important question because I'm sure that Seattle's got a line of what they're willing to spend and they don't want to go beyond that. But we also just don't know what Sam's going to try to insist upon. And some of this is also going to be driven upon Sam's last year here. What is he playing at through the final year of his season? So to put this in perspective, Taker, Sam comes out there and doesn't replicate what he's done the past 2 years, and he falls back in the middle of the road status. How does he even go for $55 million? If he matches what he does last year, and he's still got all of those turnovers in tow, but with throwing for 4,000 yards, but with giving you a lot of good high leverage throws, but with the turnovers into account, that means that's a predictive model to what I can see for the future. And you would think within that would limit some of what he could hope to get in a contract extension. He's only going to max out to 55, 60, 65 million per year if he's getting a little bit, for lack of a better term, greedy, in my opinion. But then also with him not only replicating what he did last year, but eliminating the turnover issue that was there as well last season. You know, it would take kind of both of those two parts. Probably take some post-game success again in addition to that beyond that. So it's feasible, but there's a lot of variance, I would say, where it could go anywhere from, to me, the 45 million upwards to that 55 plus million. It's kind of somewhere in that neighborhood. And it all really is going to be dependent a bit upon that final year and what goes down and how he performs. Corey was at the game, Brando. Thought the play calling was fine. Milroe looked better, but gun shy, and none of the 3s or 4s looked like they wanted to make the team. They certainly did not, man. They certainly did not. Left you wanting a lot with those guys in today's game. Glad you're able to go there, though. Sure looked like the 12 showed out well. Appreciate where you're coming from with Milroe, too, and have a little bit of a closer look at that. It's going to be interesting going through some of the 22 with him on that a bit. I'm not sure who Rap Vocal Bike is. Hello, Kitty. Pumpkin getting some love. Swole Cole. Next game, I'm looking at Bud Clark. He has to improve his game and make an impact in some way. Otherwise, we might get a little worried. Not going to lie. He was quiet today. Yeah, he was a little quiet. Got a lot of run out there. Jacubus is backed by the Federal Reserve. Or Titan, whose opposition is going to be the best defense this year? The Denver, LA Rams, or Niners? I've got us splitting the games against the Rams. I got us losing against Denver. Big thing with the Denver game is to remember, Or Titan, is you're coming off playing the Niners the prior week, and then you got to go out onto Thursday night football and then play them in Mile High in the thin air. And that's going to make that's almost a little bit of the added degree of difficulty, just that particular game. I think we sweep the 49ers this year. That's my prediction. Split the Rams, lose to Denver, but I think we sweep the Niners. Yeah, Clark's a rookie. And again, not playing the same position of Eamon Wari. Safety position is not always easy to come in and show impact, especially if you're running some vanilla stuff in the preseason. Do you think Arnold can start if things go smoothly from a situation? Yes. I wouldn't predict it as knowing with certainty, but you're going to ask him to do different things than he did in Detroit. And you're setting him up for more of what he probably is better suited to do than what Detroit was doing. Detroit was trying to lean too hard in on his main skill rather than intermixing things a little bit so that offenses couldn't predict as much as what he was going to try to do in coverage. But they do that with all of their corners. I think they've got some issues with just being so hard-headed on, we want to live in man press, to do you have the personnel that can really do that? Is that really setting your defense up for the best success? Or are you just kind of wanting to theoretically run a defense a certain way, whether you have the personnel to make that happen or not? An interesting thought for the long game, trade Milroe, package some picks for a top 10 pick, if we talked about, and get a quarterback who sits behind Arnold until his contract runs out. It's a direction you could go. I would say right now, Milroe's not going to have a ton of trade value at this point unless he actually starts putting some tape out there that titillates, tantalizes. Strong Fiber Systems. What's your confidence level, 1 to 10, that we go 15-2 or better? I would probably say about a 2 or 3. I mean, you just set a franchise record with 14 wins last year. It's going to be very hard, I think, with a little bit of a stronger schedule this year to even match what you did last year, / even do better than last year. So doesn't mean you won't have still a great Euro Super Bowl potential contending year, but 15 wins is hard to get to, especially in playing in the toughest division in football. A Viking content creator? Oh, okay. I'll be on the lookout for him when I can there, Bob. Like Megan says, we do the behind enemy lines kind of session, and I'm kind of locked in on my shows at this point, Bob, where I'm going all Sunday. I've got a Monday evening show. I've got 2 shows on Tuesday. I've got a show on, I think I've got 2 shows on Wednesday. I've got 2 shows on Thursday. I've got a show on Friday, and Saturday right now is my only current day off for the season. So we're definitely tapped up on, I'm good on shows right now. You know what I mean? Like I don't have any other, this is kind of why we're having a hard time coming with the fantasy, is I'm too overloaded as it is a little bit right now as it stands. Looking forward to what we do different next game, what adjustments we make. Me too, man. I'll check out the pod if I get a chance there, Bob. Appreciate the suggestion. Would you trade 2 firsts and Terry Arnold to draft one of the top defensive ends in this year's draft? Yes. Yeah, I would. You're going to have to package those picks somewhere or another. You're going to have to use some of this draft capital to package to go get something. For a while, it's been more of in that Max Crosby stage of things, but Daniel, I felt myself start to twist more to a feeling of wanting to see more of, let's go get one of these blue chippers. You talk about the 2 firsts and Terry Arnold, or let's just take Terry Arnold out of it, and it's 2 firsts and a 3rd round pick. You know, because you have the extra picks, because you have the extra 3rd round picks over the next 2 years, you can afford to make this kind of move. And you're in a lot of ways of kind of resetting some contractual clocks. If now I'm getting an edge who's able to come out there on a rookie deal and perform really well, and yet I'm paying him on a 1st round rookie contract where I've got a couple of years before I have to pay him. At the same point in time, I'm starting to have to pay guys like your Witherspoons and your JSNs and your Byron Murphys and your Leonard Williams, that then when he comes up to be paid, some of those guys maybe come off the books a little bit, like a Leonard Williams that's retired or DeMarcus Lawrence that's retired. And then the timing will be right for you to extend that guy if he's a success. So I think the timing of that just all fits in nice alignment. Did we play well? I don't know if I'd go to play well. A little more disappointing than play well, I think. There's some bright spots, but overall did not play well. John surmises it perfectly. And the O-line was pretty close to trash. So I think we could possibly lose the Broncos, Cowboys, then split with the Rams, 14-3. It's about where I see it. I've got 4 losses onto it, but I could definitely see you getting back to 14 wins once again. So I've got the Broncos, Rams, and then I've got Chargers, and I've got one of the Cowboys-Eagles game as a loss. What are your thoughts on who might be a cap casualty or a guy that we let go that we might like surprise people in the next 2 to 3 years? Nicky Manwari, Murphy, Barner, Zabel. I think all those guys are going to be foundational pieces. I think Barner's maybe the only guy that you might be open to being in the realm if his cost gets too great, to not willing to give him an extension, but I think you'll find common ground with him. One of the things is with this strong fiber, because you're not stretching this out and trying to pay the guys late, because you're not trying to pay the guys after 4 years, but paying the guys after 3 years, you're able to spread this money out in a way to be able to accommodate everybody. And remembering strong fibers that the cap is in as clean a situation as you can ask for of any team out in the National Football League. As far as future commitment goes, as far as bad contracts on the books goes, being that there's 0 on the books right now, and that there's almost literally 0 dead money sitting on the books both now and into the future. So you're in an absolute position that you don't have to, with those particular guys, make that kind of decision. Foundational pieces, this will not be where you'll be kind of torn at. It'll be more for those guys that are like the Kobe Bryants, that are like the Woons, that are even like a kind of a Kenneth Walker, where it's like he's important. I don't know if I get to the place of saying foundational. He's really important. He's really helpful to what we do. Don't know if it's foundational, but those guys you mentioned, I think, are foundational, unless you are going to pay them all. We have enough picks to trade up, even from 32 if we go back to back. Amen, man. Amen. Big boy, just assuming we get 2 third-round picks for Dirty, getting a head coaching job, would you trade up for Crosby and in the draft? I don't know if I'm as much on point with going after Crosby at this point. I need to see more than it seems to be at times from the fan base of wanting to go see Crosby. It seems to be more as I come along through this process. It seems to be more connected to a love of Crosby than it does seem to be connected to a glaring need for the Seahawks defense. Crosby would help the defense. Crosby wouldn't hurt the defense, but Crosby doesn't also come without risk. There's the injury risk and where his knee is at. There is the tremendous cost that you have to give up to go get him. And then there's the contract extension that you have to give him. So part of what I was just making on the point to strong fiber system is that you put these contracts in all such a position that you can sign all these young guys one after the other and nobody has to be a cap casualty. Is that as much the case after I go trade for Crosby and then sign him onto a $35 million a year deal, if not more? I can't say that with as much confidence. Now things maybe start to get a little bit tight. Now maybe I start to get down the road of having to make a troublesome decision on a guy like Barner or Zabel. It doesn't guarantee it, it will get real tight there. So I'm open to doing it. I don't know if it's a requirement to do it. I think that's part of the reason with Crosby that I want to wait to the deadline to make a decision like that. Let me see what I got in the team. Let me see what I got with the 4 edge rushers I currently have on the squad. Is that getting the job enough? Am I 6-0 at the deadline? If I'm 6-0 and my pass rush is fierce, do I feel impelled to have to go get Crosby at that point? Hell to the no. No way. And not with the risk that carries with him at that point. Now, if it's struggling, and then you're a little more willing to be that aggressive area. Could you do both? To your point, Big Jess? I mean, let me answer your question as far as the spirit of it. Could you theoretically do both? If you got that extra 2 third-round picks for Dirty? Sure. That's, 6 third-round picks over a 3-year fashion, right? That's a lot of draft ammunition to kind of throw around. Ricky, hey, Brando, I thought Knight was phenomenal today. I could see a trade with him if he continues to shine. Who else was good to you in a sloppy game? Well, Knight would have been my main guy I would have pointed out first and foremost. I thought Jalen Gaines was really good. Montario, the receiver, showed out a bunch of times today, and I thought he was really good. I thought Mike Morris and Jared Ivey were pretty active off the edge. Fairly impressed with them. I think O'Connell running next to Tyrese Knight looked really good and solid. I was impressed by him. Jalen Gaines had a couple plays in there where he looked good off the edge too. Probably be just about it. There wasn't a lot else there to feel great about from the game, in my opinion. But those guys were solid. And as Stu says, please do hit that like button if you could for me. It does help out this channel grow and show and all that good stuff. John Hobbs, Drew Lock looked good out the gate. First drive was good. Yeah, he's solid that first drive. Made some good throws, fit the balls into some tight windows. Stitch Hawks, I know there were no starters, but man, this game was disappointing way to start the season, and Hard Knocks is going to be insane during this game. We could go 0-3 this preseason, and it would mean nothing. Agreed. Agreed and agreed and agreed. It's a tough game, but it doesn't necessarily mean a lot in the bottom line. I think the cap casualty will be Barner. Arroyo is the guy, and you can't let a second-round pick not re-sign. It's possible. Remember with Arroyo, though, I don't ever think he's going to be an inline guy. He's always going to be an H-back type tight end, which means you're always going to have a need somehow or another to have the inline guy here. But it's possible. It's still open-ended on that one. Plus, you have a Super Bowl winning quarterback. They'll win another. Hope you're right, Bob. Hope you're right. Getting a solid rookie, the most cost-effective improvement to the team. Yes, sir. Rockets, yeah, I don't understand Crosby coming here. I would love to extend more of our guys and waiting to see what we already have. Yeah, I love Crosby. I do. And certainly he helps, but it does come with some extra stuff merely than you just adding him as a talent. And boy, these guys that want to get traded to a winner, that are wanting to get bailed out of this loserville they're at, save me. And then pay me all the money too, right? Like Myles Garrett. Save me, and pay me too. Give me a new contract. Give me a new deal. Okay. 6-0 at the trade deadline sounds good, doesn't it? This might sound dumb, but my main reason I don't like Crosby is his involvement with social media, like his podcast and his rap music. I can get it. It's hard enough to be a great NFL player. The competition is fierce. These guys work their ass off. To think that, and it was the thing that I used to get on with Russell a little bit back in the day, where it's like your attention off season wise is so cut in so many different directions. How can you just be all about ball? And that's, what is it we say about these prospects? He's all about ball. Something that we seek in prospects and we find advantageous to pick them. And so I think that, I get where you're coming from, right? So, well, remember the quote last year with DeMarcus Lawrence and talking to Micah Parsons, and where Micah was like shaking his head when he said, I want to go win a Super Bowl. And that's why I left Dallas. And he's like, well, maybe if you'd done a little bit less talking on your podcast and a little bit more playing, a little bit more working on your game, we would have had a chance to realize that. So, it's not nothing there in regards to that type of thing. I didn't have a chance to concentrate too much on Fuller, Yamo. I'll try to keep an eye on them on the 22 rewatch. Luis, what crosses my mind is wondering what player or even positional group would give us the best ability to beat the Rams. They're the only team I'm concerned about. Yeah. And that's where, too, this is where it can help you having that time to think about it and process at the point of the deadline versus now, to where now you're making more of a smarter decision off of where the pulse of the team is at, i.e. what you really need to make that happen or to overcome that. Rochelle's going to make the team? No. He won't make the team. It's a great return, but he's not making the team. Barnyard forever? Yes, Barnyard for infinity. Would you rather have 2005 Matt Hasselbeck, Sean Alexander, Dale Jackson, or 2005 Darnold, K9, GSN? I would take the latter. Very easy decision for me on that. Very easy decision for me on that one. There's a crazy stat that involves John Franklin Myers, Benito, and Zach Allen's best years are with JFM. Quentin Williams' best year, 12 sack year with JFM. We'll see, man. I don't think we can get TJ Watt at the deadline, Daniel. And the reason being is because of the contract and the way that it's structured. If the Steelers are going to move TJ Watt, you have to move him before the start of the year so that they can save the $30 million in base money, so they can afford to offset the bonus that's currently on the books, meaning that they essentially save money. You wait till mid-year all the bonus comes off, and now you only have half of the year's contract, meaning that they have to eat dead money and they don't have the cap space to then do that. So it's got to be either now or never when it comes to TJ Watt, or next offseason, I should say, Daniel, if it goes that route with it. New OC couldn't smile after the lock. TD might have the best mug in football, laughing out loud. It's all about that poker face. Don't get too high, don't get too low. Got to get a second one for D-Law. That's right. Yeah, let me Alexander, but that 3 stack's a lot better to take than the front stack. Like that front stack, but the second one's a little bit better. A little bit better. Yeah, I hope that's not an indicator Myers is heading happy for a Dr. Hyde year. I really hope it isn't. A little concerned on that one. He'll get it right, though. He'll get it figured out. Alexander's the only upgrade in those trilogies. I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, he would be, I guess, the only upgrade. He would be upgrade over Kenny. But the other two, I think, and I love Matt's career, but I think Sam might end up kind of outpacing him when it's all said and done. D-Law's last dance. That's right. And JSM would be a heavy part of that measurement, Shadowbot, and driving you to the ladder as well. Percentage of Von Miller coming to Seattle. Kind of feel like if he was open to doing it, he would have done it by this point. I mean, I'm sure he's trying to avoid training camp and he just doesn't want to go through the rigors of that, which I get. But kind of feel like he would have come here if that was his intention to do so. I think he's more waiting for an opportunity to go out and not be the 5th edge. It's a little like Clowney. It's like, I want to go be the 3rd edge. I don't want to be the 5th edge, which is what you'd kind of be here. And that's probably where he's like, that's a tough sales job to me. What am I going to get? 5 snaps a game? You think this coaching staff is best in franchise history or too soon to tell? I don't know if it's separated itself as absolutely the best staff in history. But I think that it's definitely hit whatever high water mark the prior coaching staffs have hit. It has been able to replicate that and match it. But I don't know if you can yet say it's superseded. But it's as strong as a staff as you've had at any time in Seahawks history. I was gifted a book about Alexander as a kid. Had to watch replays of him since I started watching the Hawks 2010. It's a good back, man. Difficult story to tell with Alexander because there's a lot there like any NFL player, and he tends to be one where people love him, or there's some Hawk fans that weren't as big on him. I think I loved a lot of his game. There were part of his game that frustrated me. He ran differently inside the red zone than he ran between the 20s. And he was a big back guy. So it's like big player, nothing type of dude. And that often led him times to go down easy, to die easy when he didn't think it was going to be a big play. Wasn't good in pass protection, had a little bit of hands of stone, but man, did he have some great vision and some really nice speed for a guy that was legitimately 225. Kind of the kind of speed you don't tend to see in that sort of package. Very unique back too, Rockets. Very unique. Do we even want Von Miller? I heard he was going to the Raiders. Yeah, you'd love to have a 5th edge here to round out this rotation. Remembering all these guys are on basically 1-year deals to Layup. All these guys are really old. All these guys have dealt with an injury history. Yes, is the answer on that one. Happy, how healthy do you think the Rams will be in mid-December? A lot of rides on Stafford and Adams being healthy. They aren't spring chickens. They're going to be diminished by the time we play them. They've not, to your point, Happy, they've not addressed on in. And we're going to kind of wrap it up here, guys. I'm definitely starting to hit a wall here at about 6 hours into the stream. So we're going to kind of put a button on this thing. I don't believe that they've addressed the depth this offseason, Happy. I think that they've made their frontline guys really good, but they've then pushed everything upon the frontline guys. I think they've collectively gotten older as a roster in addition to doing that frontline thing. And that 1-2 combination of both getting older and relying on your frontline guys historically tells me that you're going to tend to run into a couple of injury situations. You're going to see that depth challenged. And when we're talking about week 16 or we're talking about week 17, that's really going to come to full fruition at that point and feeling that pain, because that's the war of attrition in the NFL. So I do think it's going to come up and bite them on their butt. I think it's a place that's a bit of an odd spot in looking at the Rams this offseason, where I think they had two major places that were spots that you would look for improvement this offseason. And they've decided and they've locked in on, we're going to make the pass rush even that much better. And we're going to improve our cornerback room. Corners were a problem last year. The corners were a big problem for why things went bad. That's what we're going to get improved. I would have thought you would have attacked a little bit more of your depth. I would have thought you would have attacked a little bit more of your special teams. They ignored both. I think both are going to bite them on the butt. But there's a lot of ways to slay the dragon, and they may be able to find a way to make it work. Martin, it's first game of preseason. No point in getting worried. Still concerned about the edge group on depth. Understandable. And that is correct. Can't get too worried about one game. Leonard Floyd, I'm not completely against it. I mean, it's all going to be fairly cheap at this point. He is an option. I think if it came down to, I'm more Von Miller or wait to the trade deadline at this point, Yamo. Leonard's been fine, but I think he's kind of getting near the end of things, and I think we can do a little bit better at the deadline and just wait that one out at that point. Do you think Stafford is likely to have a second career year? No. Was last year Stafford's best year by far, or on par for his career? It was last year was Stafford's best year. Was it by far his best year? No. He's had years that have been very close to what he produced last year, but I think that it was the best year nonetheless. So kind of in that area. I think the one thing is that if you saw other prior years where he put up that statistical kind of production and had that many attempts, that you would have seen that would have come with a lot of turnovers. And last year he was able to eliminate that stuff and dial that stuff down heavily. Well, bodies don't heal up fast. That's right. That is right. Thank you, John. Appreciate you, man. Sleep time is definitely calling. Time to get some rest. And we'll be here with the long streams. We're going to be doing the wrap-up videos where I go to 6 a.m, but we'll be doing these long post-game streams as we do all throughout this season. So we'll be cooking this up throughout the course of this year over and over again for you guys on that, and go long as we did tonight over and over again. I want to thank you guys for a great show. Pumpkin's appreciative as well as taking the time away here with me and you guys. And another great show. Just community's on point. Look, this was tough results tonight, and there's a lot of disagreement in the chat about what to take away from these results to a degree. But I do want to just do a kudos to you guys for keeping that respectful in that disagreement, and that's going to happen on this channel. We're going to see things at times differently. We're not going to always be in alignment on everything, and that's okay. And that doesn't mean that I'm superior and I'm right at every turn and that you're right at every turn. It's that we're all trying to get to the truth. And that means turning over sometimes things that is going to be disagreement, and especially when the results aren't always the best. And I really appreciate from you guys that you're able to keep your eye on that ball when we go live here, and knowing that just trying to keep things respectful and have a really great conversation. And that only flows when we're being respectful. So thank you guys again for a great show, a tremendous amount of donations and support to this channel between everybody on the two shows that we did today on the Devin Witherspoon extension, which is at least maybe give us a little bit of a silver lining on this day. Got all your extensions done. Your core is locked up. Your cap space is in beautiful shape. You've got 11 picks in next draft. You have 8 picks in the draft after that. You've got multiple third-round picks in over the next couple of years, and the core is locked up. You've got no contractual squabbles, no issues. You're going to get the Leonard Williams deal done before the start of the year, and truly everything is done. No pending free agents that you're super worried about after the season. All is well then for John to just keep adding on top of the stack, putting more talent in. So tough as the results were for today, still the Seattle Seahawks team finds himself in as good a situation as any team in football, and maybe by far, especially when you look at the long distance view of this team and the future that they have coming, both for this season and for the future next couple of seasons. So I hope you're hyped up for this team. Hope you're ready to go. Hope you're locked in. Martin finishes off. Now, I'm not worried about the depth on either line. We'll be highly unlikely to see those combinations play games in the regular season. Might see odd players slot in with first teamers. Nope. Don't take too much away from this as a final result. To your point on that, you had a lot of third and fourth and fifth stringers out there today. As I've said on this, Martin, a lot of guys that aren't even going to make the practice squad, say nothing of not making the roster. Team's in great shape. This is not going to pretend the way we're going to play when it comes to game one. It's all a preparation game. And let's not forget, we got the inter squad game set up. So why you're resting so many guys, even beyond the starters, why you're resting so many backups, you want them for that inter squad game this week and prepped and ready for that, which made this a little bit less important, I think, because of that, because that's where they get a lot of the great work. I thank you guys today for watching. Really appreciate you guys for hanging out here with me for so long in the stream. And again, for just keeping the discussion going and cooking along in such a wonderful, beautiful fashion. But why should I be surprised? You guys do that every single time that I get to go live. We'll be back with you guys here shortly. I'll see if maybe we can get a stream up here tomorrow or not. Just depends on how I bounce back tomorrow. But we got a roundtable on Tuesday and Wednesday this week. The Seahawks weekly roundup on Wednesday. We'll be doing the B&B and Seahawks Syndicate this week on Thursday. So a lot lined up for you guys here to turn over this upcoming week and to dive into. Hit that like button on your way out of the door if you can for me. I know I ask it a lot, but it's a big, big impactful part of this channel. And hitting that like button and helping this channel grow. Sub on up if you get a chance as well, as we're trying to get to 30,000 subscribers here. You can help us get a little bit closer, a little bit faster by subbing up today. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything. Helps out channels like me tremendously. Thank you guys for watching. Really appreciate you guys. We will be back very soon for me and Pumpkin. We wish you guys a great night. We know a few of you are going to be down in the dumps a little bit, want to see some better results from this team, but don't allow that to cause you to forget. Don't you dare ever forget. We're about to go back to back, baby. Preseason insignificant speed bump to get to the greater, grander plan at hand. So don't forget. Don't you ever forget. Don't you dare forget. Go Hawks.